familiar at all with the Scott Lacey Peterson ordeal?
Have I talked with you before about it, Fringy, or no?
Maybe.
Because I forget which ones I am familiar with, to be honest with you.
It's
Well, there's some very obvious broad similarities with Gone Girl. I don't know if if it rings a bell in that regard, then you probably have heard of it.
If you've seen a guy who looks suspiciously like Ben Affleck, who might have disappeared his wife, you might be familiar.
And the whole Nancy Grace of it all as well.
Oh,
A
yeah.
lot of similarities. The funniest part to me is that Gillian Flynn, sorry, was like, no, this wasn't inspired by Scott and Lacey Peterson at all, actually.
No idea where that came
definitely
from.
not. I don't know why everyone's saying that.
Didn't the writer of Hunger Games say there was no influence from Battle Royale as well?
Yeah.
You get some wacky things from some people.
Yeah, you know what I feel like it is with Flynn is I feel like if she admitted that this was partially inspired by Scott and Lacey Peterson, people will be like, why would you make Lacey a psychopath? Like that seems kind of bold, we'll say.
Mm.
I think that's partially motivating it because I listened to David Fincher's commentary track on Gone Girl, which is great, by the way. I highly recommend it. But he even mentioned Scott and Lacey Peterson briefly. So clearly it was something that was on their mind.
Yeah.
Anywho, hello everyone.
About? They picked Ben Affleck because he has
tabloid
experience with tabloids, not because he's a dead ringer for Scott or anything like that.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with it, yes. Hello everyone. Welcome. Today we're joined by some friends. We're going to talk about Gone Girl. Even though they're not equipped to talk about it. We're gonna try anyway. You know what?
We'll stumble our way through it with them.
Yes. Yes, I've been wanting to talk about this movie for a while because I'm quite a big fan of this one. I find it to be a remarkably impressive piece of craftsmanship, and so I'm excited to talk about it today. Hello, Fringy and MauLer. Welcome back to the channel. How you guys doing?
Howdy doody.
I'm
doing very well.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. Have you recovered from... Go ahead.
I'm curious because it could be a thing that we talk about afterward, but I'm curious about it. Like, where would you two rank it in terms of your favorite Fincher films? Like, whereabouts does it sit for you?
I'm gonna pull up a list right now, but it's near the top for me. And I think there are movies from him whose stories I find more gripping in terms of like what they're actually about than this one. But this one is just so well structured and it's such a well-oiled machine that I find it so remarkable just how perfectly sculpted the whole thing is. The whole every piece blends seamlessly into every new piece. The music, the cinematography, the editing is all working together so well. In terms of the pure craftsmanship, this is probably my favorite of his. I just think it's the best made of the bunch, but I think I like the story of The Social Network and Fight Club a bit more, I would say.
Okay.
The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo is probably still my favorite.
Yeah, there's that too.
That's probably still my number one, but this one is a pretty close second, I would say.
Right.
I mostly just because I really like the story of Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I like the mystery. I like watching it play out. I think it's a really fantastic adaptation. Same with this one too. I think it's spot on, when it comes to adapting the but then again, Seven and Fight Club or Panic Room I also, so this is a tough ranking because there's a lot of really good ones. Some of my favorite movies are on this list from him.
What about you, Fringy?
I find it hard sometimes to rank David Fincher's films because usually when someone asks me what his best films are, the list ends up being like 5 or 6 films that I feel compelled to be like, yeah, they all sort of sit in that category of the really amazing films that he's made. Because I usually when I'm thinking about like what I would consider to be like top 3, The Social Network, Fight Club, and Seven usually was sitting really high. I hadn't actually watched Gone Girl until more recently, and then I was like, all right, well, so now that's up there. And then when I
Yep.
watched The Killer, I also felt that was up there, but I know that that's a little bit more of a hot take to rank it that highly in his filmography. But it's really high for me in his list. So it's like it's up there somewhere. It's kind of like this. I feel like it sometimes floats around depending on what I'm particularly thinking about when it comes to which of the films he's made. But usually, I think I'd usually be putting like Fight Club and Social Network slightly above it. But I really find it incredibly impressive. Gone Girl, that is. It's like
Yeah.
it's such a well constructed, tight layered film.
And MauLer, what about you, good sir?
Oh, I have the exact same answer in terms of the complication. It might even just be whichever one I watched recently ends up getting pushed to the top,
Yeah.
because even recently I rewatched Alien 3, and that has gone up in my estimation since last watching it, which must have been a
same
while
here.
ago because I'd forgotten a decent chunk of it. But really appreciating what happened with that film. Obviously, was the beginning just made me a grumpy Gus in the seat, just being
Yeah.
like, I don't like you, I don't want to play with you. But getting over that and trying to just watch it for what it is and seeing how much work went into it clearly to try and make it a decent entry in the Alien series is much more appreciated by comparison to, let's say, any given new entry into the Alien franchise. Not
Absolutely.
naming any names. I unapologetically adore The Killer, and I'm gonna make a video on it someday to own all the haters.
You tell him.
Those darn libs. I'll get them for not liking The Killer. Love Social Network, love Seven, love Gone Girl. I'm trying to think how would I rank them? It's impossible. How could I?
Yeah.
The thing is, I end up having so much to say about what I think the points are being made and how like interlayered they are for Fight Club, Gone Girl, Killer, Social Network, Seven, that it's really hard. I find it clearer to rank things in other directions, but it's just like there's just too many really, really good ones, and it's probably going to be the one I'm most familiar with at the time, which in this case, since I watched Gone Girl again in the past few hours, would be Gone Girl, or at least it would be up for a competition, because I've found when rewatching it, like, man, if any other director were handed this, I think it would suffer. I think he brings
Yeah.
so much artistry to every last piece of this. So many scenes wouldn't be anywhere near as interesting if he wasn't directing them.
Oh, I absolutely agree. Yeah, it's interesting to me because one of the things I find most impressive about David Fincher is he's one of those rare directors who doesn't also try to write everything they do. He's like seems perfectly comfortable just making movies that other people write, but he always puts his mark on them, and he works really closely with the screenwriters to help sculpt them in a way that it almost feels like he wrote it, because he worked with Gillian Flynn on the screenplay for this movie, and she's talked a lot about all the notes he gave her and all the things he told her, and but is this really necessary? And oh, this is a great scene, but it needs to accomplish like 3 or 4 things at the same time, and this is basically just clever dialogue. Is there any way we could combine all these details? There's a lot of great behind the scenes stuff for The Social Network along the same lines, where he's working with Aaron Sorkin. There's a funny clip in particular where they're rehearsing a scene in a conference room or something like that, and he's telling Aaron Sorkin, like, okay, he kind of says this 3 times here. When you say it 3 times, it kind of feels like a thesis statement. Maybe he only says it once. Like he's very, very involved and is very, I don't know. He's he treats
very
it
meticulous in a way that's like it's not as it's something that's like almost like parallel to like a Stanley Kubrick, right? Like he has these particular ways of looking at things that are just very unique and somehow like they always seem to make a difference in the way that he says them, and he's able to say them in a very succinct way that it kind of gets the people who are working with him to think about it in a different light. Rosamund Pike had a similar story about working on this one, where there's the scene where she's walking into Neil Patrick Harris's house, and you can only see the back of her head in the original shot, but they did it a few times, and he came over to her. He goes, "I can feel like you're not impressed enough. You need to be as impressed with the vase right there as you are with the house entirely." And she, at first was kind of like, I don't know what you mean by that. You can only see the back of my head. And then she looks at the dailies afterwards, and she kind of realized like, oh yeah, the body language is something that you're not, body language at the back of your head isn't something that you're paying attention to until he points it out for you, and all of a sudden you realize how important it can be to the creation of a scene. Which is just it's very impressive that he's able to do it so consistently.
I suppose what's fascinating about the nature of like that sort of the dynamic between all of these films that are written by different people yet still feel unified is that they do feel different in terms of the nature of the writing. Obviously, The Social Network is very Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah.
In terms of a film like really, really fast paced, snappy dialogue. Whereas Gone Girl is also like quite sharp as well, but it's not quite the same kind of manner of writing, and it's not the same in Fight Club or in Seven either. But they all sort of, I feel like usually when I'm watching his films, it feels like they are unified by like the cinematography, because he's got such a like a distinctive, slick, like focused and I'd say, yeah, like focused feels like a good way of describing it. It's just like there's so much clarity in all of his shots.
Yeah.
He has so many like interesting shots, and they're really understated as well. They're not the kind of like really in your face, like, look at how interesting this shot is. Look at the crazy lighting.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it feels, because in this case, a lot of it feels very natural, like naturalistic, but yet it feels like more heightened for whatever reason. Like things just look more interesting than maybe they ought to, given how mundane some of the circumstances might be, or like the locations and stuff like that. But they look really interesting.
Sleek is a good word for his style. I would say he, very minimalistic. A lot of the compositions in this movie, very kind of like uncluttered frames. There's not a whole lot really happening. But I think one of the things that I'm most impressed by with his movies is how he just knows when to cut to what shot, like in every moment. He knows exactly, oh, this will work best as an over the shoulder. This will be the right moment for the close up. This is the best moment for a two shot. I was thinking of like a specific moment when Andy comes over in the middle of the night and they're talking, and she said, you were going to get a divorce, and then he leans in, it's like, never say that again. And that's the only time in the scene where we cut to a two shot of the two of them like looking face to face, kind of in profile. Before that, we're all in over the shoulders and stuff like that. And as soon as that moment hits, he goes in for this two shot where he leans into the frame and they're in profile. It's just like the perfect, he always knows when to cut to what. It's just it feels like the perfect moment every time. And his editing is really, really fast paced. Even if scenes are long, because he cuts around a lot, he gets a ton of coverage, probably more than anyone, I would say. If you look at breakdowns of some of these big scenes, there's like 16 to 20 different angles. There's an over the shoulder, there's a single.
Than most films. Most films will have like 3 or 4.
Yes. And he gets every single little piece, and he shoots the entire scene from that angle, even if he's going to use it for like 5 seconds later. Because he just knows that cutting around quickly can help keep visual interest, but it's not just cutting around to try, like, thinking that you might be bored if we hang on a shot for too long. It's like, no, the perfect moment for this is when, like, she's going to make eye contact with this person, so we probably want to go to an over shoulder for this angle so we can see their interaction. And he knows every little beat of every little scene and exactly where to put the camera. And so it has this sleek, effortless sort of energy to it.
Effortless when it's absolutely not effortless.
No, I mean, they do something like 15 takes per scene. Like in this one in particular, they talk about how they had to. Ben Affleck talked about how, like, that first scene where he comes in to visit his sister at the bar, they did that at least 15 times over just to make sure that it felt right that he walked in and threw his jacket down on. It's like, you come in, you know where you're going to throw your jacket. You've been here for years. This is your character's life. This is your home, so exactly where you're going to throw your jacket. Where's your jacket going to go? And that, it took him a while to just like get into the rhythm of like feeling like you live in it. But the way that they describe working, a lot of his actors describe working with him like simmering for hours until it's like just perfectly cooked, like there at that moment where everybody's moving through it. You're not even thinking about it anymore. It's just who you are at that point.
Absolutely. So, you guys, let's jump in to the movie.
All right.
I suppose talking about the movie is going to be interesting because it does cut around in time so much. if whether we want to go chronologically through the movie beat by beat, I think that would actually be wise because one of the things I'm most impressed by this movie, and this is uh, in large credit to the book itself, is that it always seems to know exactly when to cut to the past, and there's all these like great connective tissue between when we're going to cut to the past. So like there's some obvious moments of this, like for example, they kiss in one of the flashback scenes and it hard cuts to his mouth being swabbed by the investigators, things like that. There's a lot of match cuts and hard cuts that sort of connect the pieces together in a really brilliant way. So
I would be inclined to agree that because chronological is essentially like how the film. That's like
Manipulates you.
the magic in
Yes.
the film, right? Is the way that the information is presented and how it gets recontextualized.
It is part of an elite set of movies. There's not many of them where I am beyond impressed with how they manage to guide me into feeling and thinking certain things, knowing full well that they haven't necessarily forced me to. They just knew I would, and they rely on a bunch of my preconceptions of certain events, my knowledge of certain things to push me in a particular direction and be like, leaving little breadcrumbs of, does that seem right though? Okay, moving on. Until they get to a point of flipping it on me. And yeah, this the person I was watching this with, I was like, this run through is kind of reminded me of Prestige. Like the first act, second act, third act, everything gets flipped, and then everything gets flipped again, and all of it is set well early on, so that you can not feel like betrayed or anything. It's not out of nowhere. It's all been building up, and they knew exactly how you would feel at every point.
It's an interesting thing I learned from the commentary track, which again I highly recommend. That David Fincher said before he agreed to do the project, one of the things that he went back and forth with the head of Fox about was that he wanted to get in writing a commitment that they wouldn't show anything from after she turns up and she's actually alive in the trailers and the marketing for the movie. So he's like, no, I need you to commit ahead of time before I even agree to do the movie that nothing from after we find out that she's still alive shows up in the trailer. Like we can't. And at first he said everyone was like, "Oh yeah, of course that makes sense." But then when it comes time to market the movie, it's like, "Oh, but it'd be great if we could show this line." And you know, there was some concern and insecurity about whether they could market the movie based solely on the idea that like, "Oh, did he kill his wife?" And he said they kind of went back and forth on that for a long time, and it was actually kind of a challenge to determine exactly what to show in the marketing for this movie. There's a famous, I think, I don't know if famous is the right word, but there was a big People magazine sort of editorial for the movie, and on the cover, Rosamund Pike, they did this photo shoot. Rosamund Pike is sort of on the slab, like she's in the morgue, and she looks like she's dead, and he's kind of laying on top of her, heavily implying that the whole movie is going to be about how he killed his wife, which is a really interesting misdirection, I would say. And obviously they show the shot of her floating dead down to the bottom of the lake or whatever in the marketing as well, which is a nice little bit of misdirection. I think that's a really interesting thing. One of the things I find so impressive about him is how conscious he is of that sort of thing. You know, we see a lot of movies these days where they give away the whole story in the trailer, essentially, because they're worried if they don't give you everything the movie has to offer that you won't be interested. And I think
I would imagine that some directors don't even necessarily care, maybe, that once they've done their film, they're out, and they're like, you handle the marketing, other people.
But in this case, like it's super duper important, because if you don't know, then the twist is like it's awesome. It's like, wow, like that totally flips it on its head. And I think people are I think people can like sort of intuitively pick things up about where certain events happen in a film when they watch a trailer. Like, even if they have no familiarity with it, it's like, that seems like a third act kind of thing that happens there, right? Like, if you like these superhero films, it's pretty easy when you watch a trailer to be like, right, so that's the first act action scene, that's the second act one, and that's the third act, and they're there and there. So like, okay, like already you can sort of figure out like where things go. And I think people can just do that, which is why in this case, if you're only showing stuff from like the first hour of the movie, then I mean, like how people who aren't familiar with the source material are gonna necessarily be able to even know that that's something that they should expect of a twist that like totally recontextualizes the whole film.
There's an interesting one of the top comments that shows up when you click on the official trailer. Said, I was pissed at this trailer because I thought it gave away the entire plot, and then I watched the movie.
They also did a really fun thing in the I think it's the initial trailer. They show the billboard, the Find Amazing Amy billboard, and they set that number up on the billboard that if you actually dialed it, you got a very monotone audio recording of somebody reading the first few pages of the book. Which
Oh,
is
weird.
yeah, kind of
That's
interesting.
unusual.
I think as well,
Go ahead.
just in relation to choices with marketing, it's actually kind of annoying that it's not more consistent because the choice to whether to indulge in trailers or marketing for something you know you're going to watch, like something like this, arguably it improves the experience somewhat to be
Yeah.
seeing this context to know what you're in for, and then to see the flip of it. But then some things really do reveal the entire film, and you're like, well, that was fucking annoying and pointless. Then, like, why did I even bother?
Yeah.
But there's just no way to account for that necessarily in a meta cultural way, I suppose.
Sometimes if I know I'm going to watch a movie, I try to avoid the trailer because of that, because I'm worried, sometimes even really good movies have terrible trailers,
Yeah.
especially when the marketing is a little insecure about whether you'll find this interesting.
You know what's even worse? When terrible movies have great trailers.
Yeah, well, there's that too. It's like, oh, it seems like this whole thing was constructed for a 2-minute trailer, actually. Yes, but so Gone Girl, how would we describe Gone Girl in a nutshell? Gone Girl is a movie that one of the things I've noticed about it before we jump into the minutia of the plot, I have seen this movie many times. This movie came out right when I was getting really interested in like the craft of making films, and I had a lot of time on my hands at the time. So I probably saw it in theaters 3 times. I've maybe seen it like half a dozen or a dozen times in my life at this point. And every time I watch it, it gets funnier. Like it's always been funny. There's funny moments throughout, but the more I watch it, the more I realize that everything's kind of a dark comedic tone. I mean, obviously it gets pretty horrific and it's a thriller and it's twisty and turny, but one of the things I admire most about it is that you can rewatch it a million times because even when the power of the twist wears off because you've seen it so many times, you still find new things that you're like, oh, that's actually a really funny, dry joke. One of my favorite ones is later in the movie, we're watching one of the flashbacks, and she's describing how their marriage is sort of falling apart. She says that Nick uses her for sex when he feels like it, and then he finishes and he's walking away and he goes, "Hey, we should go to Outback tonight." She's like, "Yeah, that sounds nice." I don't know. There's just something really dry and like ironic about the humor in this movie that I quite appreciate. When I saw it for the first time in the theater, there were a lot of laughs, and I mean, partly because some of the jokes are pretty funny, but I think people laughed harder at this in the theater than people do in most comedies. In my experience, I think it's because they really needed to relieve the tension.
Yeah, I get that. I was
Yeah.
going to say one of my favorites is more of a overtly a joke, but just with things are getting less and less trustworthy and the story is unraveling in terms of who's the people that we can actually trust, what's actually happening. And they say to him like, "Hey, the last thing she wrote was that you were going to kill her." He's like, "That's a little convenient, isn't it?"
It's kind of a convenient endnote. Yeah. Oh, it's great. He gets kind of, once he sort of realizes what's actually happening and starts to get something of the upper hand, or at least he starts going on the attack instead of being on the defense the whole time, he gets really sassy. And I find
Yeah.
that kind of funny. Before we jump in, a couple super chats. Thank you so much. Chad Summer says, best part of Gone Girl is Emily Ratajkowski's puffy tipples. Well, that is definitely a part of the movie to appreciate.
It is indeed.
Raphael Villalta, one of my favorite movies ever. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. So, Gone Girl opens and closes with a very interesting, uncomfortable angle of Rosamund Pike turning towards the camera with Nick's hand on her head, and he says, "When I think of my wife, I always think of her head. I picture cracking her lovely skull, unspooling her brains, trying to get answers. The primal questions of any marriage. What are you thinking? How are you feeling? What have we done to each other?" Um, I love this as a sort of bookend narrative device, especially when in the final shot she has this smirk. The first one, she just has this cold, sort of expressionless look where you can't tell what she's thinking and feeling. And then by the end, she's got this smirk that's just pretty haunting, I would say.
It's there's an almost cat-like nature to what she's doing there. Like it makes
Yeah.
it sort of, you know, like how fickle some cats can be, quite fickle about, you know, like when you're in their company. It just kind of reminds me a little bit of that, like the way that she looks at the camera, especially when you know, when you like, even if you don't know what's coming, like she has this quite like this very quick reaction that just kind of it makes me uncomfortable watching it even from the beginning. You know, that she's very like got a very off-putting angle going in this one, like you said. It just, you know, it feels dangerous right from the get-go. I kind of like that. I appreciate that her performance.
I feel like the line "What have we done to each other" is super duper important in terms of describing like a overarching sort of theme of the film.
Yeah.
Like the idea of what how is it that the nature of the relationship sort of changes the characters or prompts them to make certain decisions, and like how and then the consequence that has on the other, and like sort of the how that like feedback loop kind of essentially creates like what the film is about. And then how much you can read into that, I suppose, like thematically on a more normal level, like divorced from this insane story, like this insane situation specifically, but the idea of like, well, what is, you know, what are the impact that people have on each other in a relationship?
Seems to me that part of her major motivation is for who he turned her into, and then we watch in the second and third acts she turns him into someone else.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like their efforts on each other. In a way, they were the worst two people for each other. They've destroyed each other completely.
Yeah. It's interesting that she does manage to sort of turn into someone by the end of the movie, and she's kind of happy about it. That's one of the things I always found kind of funny in a dark sense, is that everything he does to manipulate her, she's kind of almost turned on by. Like, oh, you were perfect. You were great. And he's like, I was lying. And he's like, oh, but you knew how to lie so well. It was great.
Well, yeah, not to jump around. It's just the fact that at that point in the movie, there's this ease in which she's designing lies with him, and she almost enjoys that being their new relationship. That they're playing characters, they're writing their lives.
Yes, the writing part is really interesting. The choice to make, well, both of them writers, I think, is a really strong choice. It's instead of writing any books or trying to be productive creatively, they're just writing their own lives together. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of The Shining in that way, you know, because Jack is not writing at all, but he's writing this little horror story for his family instead. Kind of an interesting thing. So then we're introduced to Nick and his twin sister Margot, and there's some fun little dialogue, quippy back and forth that they have where she flicks water at him, and he says, "So the Irish prince graces us with his presence," and he says, "His Majesty prefers not to be moistened." I like little lines like that. I think they have really good chemistry in this movie.
I completely buy them as brother and sister, and I think they're the heart of the movie. Honestly, those two.
Absolutely. I quite like how emotionally honest Margot is, especially compared to Amy. I think they make a really nice counterpoint. She just kind of says what she feels all the time, especially later. She's so honest with Nick. She's like, "I love you, but you're fucking insane. Like, this is you got to realize how bad this looks, dude." She says what she thinks all the time. There's that great moment when she catches him with his mistress. And she, the way she says "fucking" so many times in that scene, it just feels very honest. It feels it's very earnest, and easy to read.
She says what she feels, and also she's smart, which means that the things that she feels are often accurate. She often basically is the person who comes in with the correct observations about the situation. Like she figures out essentially how bad the situation is for Nick, and how he needs to navigate it way quicker than he does.
Yeah.
Like she's already starting to notice, like, oh, that doesn't look so good that you said that, or you know, you should be thinking about this or that.
I think it helps to contrast the flashbacks in the diary scenes with scenes of Margot and Nick as well, because everything, the way that Fincher does this, right, is it's all that. There's something that struck me about the diary scenes as we've shown them more this time than any other, where they are so very almost clinically done, to focus on the experiences, right? Because that is her goal with the diary. It's to show and prove to everybody just how he made her feel and how it got worse. And all their dialogue feels reflective of that, even how it's shot, how it's almost got an ethereal aspect. And then we cut back with the reality, with the actual
Yeah.
scenes that, for lack of a better term, you could call them the objective versus the subjective. And every line that comes out of Carrie Coon is so much more down to earth, grounded, supportive, loving, creative in a way that's much more real. While all the scenes where she's recounting her history, they're all so plasticky and forced. There's a specific way they want you to feel, and I get that from the character, and I get that she did that for the police, but it also works on us as the audience going through the first act.
And I like
It's
the way
very
that they
writerly.
lead into them too, where like every time it goes into one of the diary scenes, it does a quick little fade to black away from a particular shot, and then to get out of them is we hard cut to something, to a matching shot, like what we were talking about, the sugar on his lips cutting straight to him getting a DNA swab, right? But then it fades to black, in order to... There's only one time in the movie, I think, actually, where it fades to black, and it's not a flashback. That comes later. It happens quite a few times in rapid succession.
Well, it's an interesting thing, I think, as a sort of film grammar device, where he fades to black to go into the past, and then there's sort of fades to black, little dips to black between scenes within the past, and then the hard cut back to the present is kind of a bit like everything feels a bit like more writerly and surreal and staged in a sense, and then we hard cut back to the sort of grounded, like you said, MauLer. It feels more objective and real, and we kind of slam back into it. Yeah, I think it's interesting how well he threads this needle, where those scenes, the diary entry scenes, are a bit more, they're a bit more writerly, they're a bit slightly more overacted, I would say, because they're supposed to be a sort of unreliable narrator manipulation, and they feel a little bit different than the scenes that take place in the present. They feel a bit more almost surreal.
Well, everybody's a lot sharper, that's for sure.
Yes.
Like, there's all of the dialogue is way more punchy and like precise compared to how throughout the film there's plenty of witty lines, but it's much more normal.
Yes.
Everybody's speaking in a much more normal way.
Yeah.
So like I would agree that there's a more theatrical element to those stories, which which of course, yeah, when you think about what the twist is, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Even with the stuff that's true, right? Which
yes.
The earlier portions are. But I mean, obviously, I'd say like an important part of the balance in terms of sort of threading the needle on those scenes and like where to place them is that they do contrast really sharply with the way that that like certain characters speak about Amy in the present. Because when you're watching those, it's like, oh well, damn. I mean, it sounds like their relationship was really good. Meanwhile, like in the present day, it seems like Nick is not particularly enthusiastic, that Go doesn't particularly like her.
Mm-hmm.
Those are sort of an interesting contrast, and it's like, how it's like the mystery of, well, how did it get from there to here? From the past to the present, like that disparity, and also that the disparity seems to be almost like a little bit more. It's like, that the disparity seems like a little bit too off. It's like,
yeah.
It's like how did it actually get from where it was before to how negatively they're speaking about her, and why is it that the ways that they're speaking negatively about her don't feel like they're even necessarily reflected in the in those like earlier interactions?
I don't know if it's perhaps worth saying, by the way, that I assume everyone here agrees. Recommend seeing this film before listening to the stream, or
yeah,
Yes.
I sort of assume if we're going to do a full breakdown of a movie that no one's going to listen to the whole thing, not expecting spoilers, but yes, we're gonna.
Well, in case they listen to us and eventually go, I might check out this movie. Like, let me make it abundantly clear: we all recommend you watch this before listening to the breakdown.
Yes, it's true. And one of the things, regarding those flashback scenes, I think he does a really good job of making them seem believable enough the first time you watch it. You do feel a little bit of a difference between how like rose tinted all of those scenes are and the present, and I think the disconnect really sets up that question in the audience. Okay, well, like, who's lying here? Who's either she was actually really nice and everything was going great, and everything went to shit, or something's off with her that we just haven't seen yet. So something's not right. Who's telling truth here?
Also, I was just curious because it had been mentioned in chat. Apparently, Carrie Coon did say that she thought she was horrific to watch in this film. She was not happy with her performance, but she also said that she learned a hell of a lot from Fincher, and that she came around on like the notion of when someone asks you to do 70 takes, it's not because they personally hate you; it's because they see the whole picture, the whole film, and that ultimately you're only on his mind for now, and you won't be in a second when he gets to the next thing. So it's no need to, and that like it was a good experience, and she understood how important everything was when making a film, which to me just strikes me as a, you know, exactly what I would expect with someone having to work with Fincher, and that I feel bad for her because I really like her performance as
Yeah. I think she's really
go.
good. I think she's, like you said, she's part of the heart of the movie, especially their relationship. But she really needs to be earnest and like wears her heart on her sleeve. That's really important for the movie because everyone else is pretty manipulative and cagey to a degree. So,
Well, she's a
yeah.
relief when she's in scenes because of how puppeteering a lot of other characters are.
Oh, absolutely. It's like, okay, you know that she's going to tell you the way she feels. At least she's a little oasis in this sea of lies. So yes, we're introduced their relationship. They have a very believable, sort of combative but loving sibling relationship dynamic that's quite good. We learn that they've been married for 5 years. He doesn't seem like he's too thrilled about it. He says it's our anniversary. He says 5 years. He says that came fast and furious. And we cut back for the first time to the first flashback scene where she describes their meet cute, which is a very rom-com meet cute. But one of the things I like about this movie, and specifically how the music is used, the music that plays during their meet cute, which reappears a couple times in the movie, it's a piece called Sugar Storm. It's pretty enough that it works for the rose tinted glasses element, but there's always that, because it's Trent Reznor and he's very, very good at this, there's always that like unnerving sense of like, this doesn't feel right though. Like something is off here.
That plays in the scene when she returns home. That song plays when she returns, and obviously in that context it's like it kind of feels like, yeah, this is the story, but like it's bullshit. So yeah, that's good.
It was nightmare gothic dark fairy tale thing, this whole story. Just the way that it ends is so, horrifying.
Yeah, it's a real roller coaster ride, but it definitely ends in this like, ugh, god damn. Like I just remember seeing it in the theater and this sort of like pit in everyone's stomach when everyone just got up to leave in silence. That's kind of a fun experience, honestly, just how everyone was so kind of revolted emotionally by the end. So yes, they have their little meet cute. They sort of bond over making fun of other people at the party in a sense, which I find kind of funny. It says a lot about her and what their relationship is built on, essentially. He's making fun of the hipsters, and there's the people that he's saying that they're Amish on Rumspringa and all that sort of stuff. We learned that she writes personality quizzes for magazines, which is just a really fun detail for me that like she would have been writing the sort of BuzzFeed equivalent or
are you
whatever.
A Carrie or
yeah, are you Samantha? And they have their little thing. We establish a couple things. We established that obviously he's from Missouri. They do that thing with his chin, which I find interesting. Where it's like, I have a hard time believing you. I think it's your chin. He does this little thing where he covers up his chin. He says, no bullshit. And that obviously will come up quite a bit later in the movie as his sort of indication to her that he's not bullshitting her. He like puts his two fingers on his chin to obscure it. Apparently, Ben Affleck, after doing this movie, told his agent, this is according to David Fincher anyway, that he's like, okay, I've done my villainous chin movie. I'd like to do a heroic chin movie. And then he goes on to do Batman, which is funny.
That's amusing.
The other thing we establish is while they're walking around through New York, he's like, oh, you got to check this out. They go into an alleyway and some restaurant or some bakery is having their sugar delivered. And so they're dropping the sugar onto this conveyor belt to bring it into the building. And sugar is kind of flying through the air almost like it's snow. And then he's like, oh, I can't allow you to go through a sugar storm unkissed. And then he kisses her. And that's their nice meet cute. And of course, that will come up later in a big important way. And I quite like how the same music plays during that as well later in the movie.
Was the almost the happier side of the fairy tale. Like this is what
Yes.
every girl would want this about meeting the perfect guy from her diary. It's like, oh, it starts out so nice, so wonderful.
Yeah, what happened? How could this guy have killed her? He's so mean. And then we go back to the we established that they have these treasure hunts on their anniversaries. They talk about the different gifts you give. I like that he describes like the gift for, I think it's anniversary 4, that they talk about the gift is wood or something like that, and she gives him a journal so he can write his novel, and she gives, or I can't remember exactly what it is. Maybe it was paper.
The first one was paper, because
That's right.
The fifth one, which is this one, is wood.
Yeah.
Right. She got me a beautiful notebook, told me to write my novel, and he's like, "What'd you get her? A kite?" And Margot has this great sort of like, "Oh, that's kind of
she'd never flown a kite."
like, sure, great gift, dude. I think one of the best things about this movie is how much it works knowing the twist and not knowing the twist. I think a lot of movies that want to have a big twist but are unsuccessful only work the first time. You know, once you learn what actually happened, you start looking at all these details and you go, oh, well, that seemed like it was only there to misdirect me. There's so many moments in this that really work both ways. For example, just jumping ahead, there's a moment where they're watching Ellen Abbott, the Nancy Grace stand-in on television, and they're calling him a sociopath, right, on network television. And we get this great moment where she says the hallmark of a sociopath is a lack of empathy, and it cuts to Nick, and he had his head in his hands and he kind of looks up towards the camera. He's almost doing a Kubrick stare where he's looking out from under his brow. And at that point in the movie, when you think he still could have killed his wife, it works because it's scary and you're like, oh my God, is he a sociopath? But then when you're watching it in hindsight, you can just see this like look on his face, like, what the fuck are they saying about me? You know, there's a lot of great moments like that that just work really well both ways. And I think it takes a really deft hand to accomplish that.
Exhibits plenty of sociopathic tendencies, right? Like her whole show, she basically says to him when they meet in real life, whatever.
When he's running through the list of grievances that he has against her, you know, it's like, you implied an incestuous relationship between me and my sister. She's like, oh, it's, you know, it's just TV. You know, they all.
It's even better. She's like, I never used the I word. I said you two were very close.
Yeah,
she's really great. I don't know if you got how familiar you two are with Nancy Grace, but she does a very good job of evoking that sort of like self-righteous crusader for justice, who's mostly, it seems, interested in ratings. I think one of the most successful threads for this movie is how it treats the media and how it treats sort of like mob justice and popular consensus and trial by media, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite aspects of the whole thing really is the exploration of how the media kind of just like pokes and prods at all these, you know, all these little indicators, right? Like, oh, look at him, he's, you know, smiling with this picture of his missing wife, you know, or it's like, you know, one of those things that he
even though it was a journalist in the crowd who said, yeah, give us a smile.
Yeah,
like, you can hear somebody say, give us a smile, and so he did it.
Like, he did the way that plays out. He kind of says it kind of quietly in the background. He just goes, smile.
Yeah, and then he does it, and then and then he stops smiling, and it's like he looks like Nick's like, oh, cut shit, and then goes like, oh, fuck it out, like you shouldn't have done that.
Why would you do that? And then the other one that works in a lot the same way is when that one woman, I think it's funny, in the commentary, David Fincher calls her a tragedy vampire. The woman who comes up is like, yes. Have you been remembering to eat? And then she takes a picture with him. And I just love the look on Ben Affleck's face when he's sort of realizing immediately after smiling for the picture, like that, there's no way any good could come of this. Can you please delete that? She's like, I will share it with whomever I please. Great. And he tries to grab it out of her hand. And one of the things I think is great about casting Ben Affleck in this is that, especially compared to a lot of the women he interacts with at the movie, he's quite big and physically imposing, and that adds an extra level of like, oh, well, you can't show any anger because everyone's gonna think you're a killer, essentially, because you're dangerous in a sense, just naturally. Like when he goes to grab the phone from her, she has this like really frightened reaction to it. It's great.
Agreed.
Oh, and then we are introduced to the detective, Rhonda Boney, who is probably my favorite character in the movie, all things considered.
He's
I
pretty
was
great.
gonna say I really enjoy her introduction scene because it immediately casts her as very competent, intelligent, and
Yes.
observant. Because
Yes.
it's kind of like the progression throughout the scene is she shows up and starts just making sort of inquiries into what's happening, and then there's like a gradual shift into essentially full blown like investigation mode, where
Yeah.
like there's a handful of things she picks up on. It's like, oh, it's her anniversary. Like, it's like that's something
Yeah.
that's logged, and she's looking at like the iron, and this is after, and then she'd already gone into the the living room, where like an important detail that gets mentioned later on is that it was apparent to her that it had been staged because it looked like there'd been a fight, but like all you needed to do was jump, and then like the
All
photos,
the photos will fall off the mantelpiece.
yeah,
Yeah.
they'll fall off. And then just like walking through the kitchen and like immediately putting like these sticky notes, and it's kind of like Nick is looking at this, and it's like it's taken him a while to realize it's like, oh wait, like wait,
Yeah.
what's going on here? Like because and of course it's interesting to think about it because the way that you can read it the first time around is like, yeah, he's getting nervous because like they're sort of onto his trail, but of course the actual the real thing is like, well, yeah, but he didn't do it. So like these are actually things where he's like, well, wait, what's going on? Like what's being clocked? Like why why would there be any sort of paying attention to me?
So what I felt was happening on a bit of a meta level is that he is our character. We've had him for like 5 minutes. I'm sure you were watching him go into the house and be as confused as we would be seeing all this stuff. Is enough for us to believe, like, well, looks like, yeah, something crazy's happened. I don't know. And then when the police start putting things down and giving him looks, and he gives them looks of confusion, I feel like that's also the audience giving him looks of, like, wait, this wasn't you, was it?
Yeah.
Have you been lying to us? Like,
Yeah.
are you the guy? Like, he's like, no, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't do that. And I think the
It's
film
like-
does a really good job of working with that until the reveal of the affair, where the audience then has a bit of a betrayal from the character. Like, oh, you are a lying little sack
Yeah.
of shit. What the hell?
You did lie to me. I one of the things that really works in favor of the movie is how well Ben Affleck portrays that, like, well, I have nothing to hide, so why would anyone suspect me? Which is a very sort of human reaction to a thing like that. Obviously, he didn't kill her, so when they're sort of looking at him askance, he's like, it takes him a long time to piece together that he's suspected of doing it, like way longer
Yeah.
than he should, because he's just like, well, why would they ever think of me? I didn't do it. It's just almost like a naivete. It's really fun. So yeah, he comes home. Well, he comes home because they get a call from Watchful Wally, which is a fun little nickname they have for him. The guy who sits on his porch all day, just sort of like keeping an eye on the neighborhood. And he's like, "Hey, your cat's out." And he calls him. He's like, "Oh, thanks, Walt." And he goes home. And then he puts the cat back in. He sees that overturned glass table that is broken and everything. He's looking around. He doesn't find her anywhere. Then he calls the police, and then Rhonda Boney shows up. Like I said, probably my favorite character in the movie. I think it was a really strong choice to have her be, and I haven't actually read the book, so I don't know if it's like that in the novel as well, but she's very competent. You know what I mean? She's not particularly biased either. I really like the dynamic between her and the male police officer she's with a lot in this movie, who's much
Yes, the
more quick to
clown.
judge.
Well, yeah, because there's a part later on, like when shit's really starting to hit the fan for Nick, where she says like, "I've been more than fair," and you believe it because she
Oh,
has
yeah.
actually been
Yeah.
very fair and
Yeah.
and very thorough. Which is it's why it's unfortunate that like later on, essentially the ending of her story is that she is viewed as incompetent when she was actually incredibly competent.
Yeah. Yeah, she's been very competent, very thorough, very unbiased, and just it happens later in the movie, but it's my favorite line from her when she's talking with the clown police officer whose name I don't remember.
Is this the part where he says have you ever heard the expression, the simplest solution is often the correct one? And she says, I've actually never found that to be true. And she's
That's
like, yep.
That's a great
That's
moment.
what
It's
I thought.
actually it's before that, I think. It's like why are you being so easy on him? Do you have a crush on him? It's like, okay, number one, I am leading an investigation, not a witch hunt, and number two, don't talk to me that way ever. It's just I love her attitude. It's so good. and then it's like, my wife says she's a killer. He's like, well, if Nancy says.
Yeah. There's a lot of fun shit with her, like when she's piling the pressure onto Nick, and part of it is not knowing his wife's blood type, and then when he's left, and the guy goes, should I know my wife's blood type? She's like, shut the fuck up.
Oh.
Like,
No. Like, I'm just putting pressure on him to see if he cracks, because obviously the husband will be the number one suspect. You got to start there. And so she's coming around the house. She's looking at everything. She finds the well, she's asking all the questions you would ask, like, do you have any kids? How long have you moved here? Blah blah blah. It's interesting how big the house is. Fincher in the commentary track mentions that the house they found for the exterior is actually smaller than what they had planned for the interior design of the house. And so he was working with the production designer to try and, like, I think he said about 6 feet in every direction it was too big. And so they're trying to figure out ways they could cut it and make it smaller. And eventually they just realized, like, it's only 6 feet. I don't think anyone's going to notice, because they really liked the idea of how big and empty the house is, right? Like, he has his own office. She has her own office. The cat has its own office, essentially. There's just so much empty space in the house. So it's kind of symbolic of their marriage in a lot of respects. So they find the iron that's still on in the dress, and she's like, "Oh, date night?" And it's like, "It's our anniversary." And she does that, like, like, that's how convenient that she disappeared on your anniversary. And he has no idea. They go into the kitchen, and she finds that little bit of blood splatter, because she's very observant. Because I like that moment a lot too, because, like, who would have noticed that? You know what I mean? She, like, stops. He's gonna walk straight on through the kitchen. He's like, "Oh, anyway, that's the kitchen, obviously." And she stops to look around. She sees that blood splatter. She puts a little post-it note. It does this perfect thing where it cuts to the clown detective, and he cuts to, the way the clown detective has a lot of great moments where all he does is sort of make a little expression. He doesn't actually say anything, but his little expression to Nick there is like, well, it's interesting.
He's absolutely the regular perception of this whole event. That's how he's reacting, is how anyone normally would react to all of this. Like, well, there's blood in your kitchen, man.
That doesn't look so good, does it? And are there any other major clues here? I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, they go into her office and they find out that she's amazing Amy, and of course that's the transition point back to the flashback where we learn that Amy's parents are children's authors, psychologists,
very successful children's authors and psychologists. Yeah.
Yes, who wrote this amazing Amy book series, which is largely based on, or the way she puts it is that they plagiarized her childhood. I quite like the way that her parents are depicted, especially in the context of the full revelation of who this person is, that they basically made all their money and fame by writing a better life story for their kid than the life she actually had. There's all this sort of pressure to be successful. Later, when they hold a press conference to, like, help find her, the mom basically just reads her resume, essentially. It's like, these are all her accomplishments. That's why you should care about her. She got all these degrees and she worked here. Like, that's how she views her daughter.
Her daughter's value as
It's really interesting.
I really like that the scene where they're walking through and looking at all the different books that Amazing Amy played a part in, and she's giving the backstories. Like, I stopped playing cello in 2nd grade. The very next book, she went to Juilliard or something like that. She performed at Carnegie Hall.
She became a prodigy.
Yeah, like all those moments where she stopped doing something, and then her parents wrote the version of her that they imagined as being a success at that. It follows it up, and it really gives you a nice sense of what built this character in a very very short amount of time, right? Like, it's really efficient how they're doing this.
I like that. Nick asks, like, did you have a dog growing up? She's like, no, she got the dog because they felt it would make her more relatable. Like, they didn't give her a dog, but they gave the character a dog because they thought normal people would find that more relatable. That's just so fucked up. I love it.
Maybe she would have been okay if they'd given her a dog.
Maybe. If she had puddles, everything might have gone differently. And it's interesting to me to, like, look back at these flashback scenes and see that there's always a bit of theatricality to them, but they do start out more true than not. And obviously they become total lies by the end. But this is one where there's a lot of truth in it still, you can tell. Though it's definitely framed to make her more of a victim. All these flashback scenes are sort of framing her as a victim, essentially. But this one is the most like, oh, you can kind of understand how she snapped a little bit.
I suppose it's
Nick
part
was
of
saving
it
her from this, right? In a way.
Yes.
Part of it is that it's like you get a contrast between the way that Nick is portrayed in the flashback scenes from Amy's point of view, which is an important thing to add, compared to like how he's behaving now, where there is no contrast between like the way that she was acting. All you have is essentially what people say about her, and the problem is that like at the beginning there's not that much to be said about her other than, well, it looks like Nick and Go don't have a particularly high opinion of her, but like nobody else seems to know who she is, which obviously the more that time goes on, the more it's like, well, wait, actually, it turns out that Nick might have not been paying that much attention to her, which looks bad on him, and that there was actually relationships that she had cultivated, and because it's in the the subsequent scene, right, where that's like kind of the first interview where it's like the conclusion to be drawn from that is, oh, Nick can't really say anything about Amy. That's not great for you.
What does she like to do? Did she read?
She reads.
She's
Yeah.
a voracious reader. She's always
Does she have friends? No.
And then like, no, not really. He's like, what, is she a little standoffish? And she's like, yeah, she's complicated. She has very high standards. That's what he says.
Our perception of Nick is, it feels like it is moving around constantly, like inching for the left, right, up, down in terms of just different traits that we believe to be true about him, especially with the memories that she tells. But with her, it feels the complete opposite. We get a full picture of just how wonderful, kind, nice, and destroyed she was. But then we flip over to she is petty as hell. And she'll take every last opportunity to make people suffer if she just doesn't like them even a little bit.
Well, it's kind of a thing about the nature of the things that she says, right, in her outlook on like what the dynamic of their relationship ought to be, and all of these sort of more developed perspectives. But I mean, you see it in, this is much later, but the scene where they're watching TV while she's hanging out with when she's hanging out with one of the
is it Gail? Is that her name?
It's one of the locals, right? You know, when she's during her first portion where they're watching TV.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's right.
And then she's just like, oh yeah, she seems kind of like stuck up, you know. She just seems like kind of uppity. And then she's so pissed off that she said this that she feels compelled to spit in her drink. Yeah, that's how petty she is. Which just kind of like it's kind of the thing about it where like the way that the attitude that she like develops and cultivates on all of it that feels like more developed and fleshed out. It's kind of like a bit of a smokescreen. It basically is that like you're petty and you're insecure.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. Another way to show that, and I think they do it here a little more subtly, is that she doesn't want to speak to anyone. She ignores her outright. She rebuffs her several times when she's trying to start connection. Then when she talks about how, you know, my husband did this, that, and the other thing, the person, and then she describes his story, which was infused with a bit of truth, which is something I like about that scene. But Greta then says like, oh yeah, fuck man, they suck. And from that point on, she's their friend.
Yeah,
like it's like, yeah, I like you actually, you know. It's like
until later on they're playing golf and the boyfriend's there, and it's like, hey, what the hell? I thought we weren't hanging out with any man. It's like, oh, geez.
Oh, he's nice. It's like because he wants to fuck you.
She's such a foul piss.
Yeah, she is such a great villain. She's so monstrous. It's fascinating. But you know, she always, because every great villain is kind of somewhat proportional, at least into like how awful they are is kind of like met with how competent they are in a sense. Like she's so deliberate and so smart and clever with a lot of the things she does. It's like you can't help but admire the dedication a little bit, especially when we get her full plan. It's like, oh, you're something else. You have an
oh yeah. By the end of the movie, she's scarier than most movie monsters. You know?
Oh, absolutely. But she still feels like a real person. Like you can believe how someone ends up this fucked up. Like, you know, that this isn't just an invention for the sake of a fun, twisty story. It's like, yeah, people can be this awful. It's rare.
Well, I think one of the things that works in its favor to make it pretty believable, right? Is that like, especially towards her second part of the movie, where we're watching as she, goes through the plan. We're seeing her constantly getting into conflict with people who are in some ways worse than her or better at being bad than she is, right? Like with the characters that she meets at the cabin, they're better at like reading the signs of, how true her story
Yeah,
is,
she
right?
can't pull one over on them as easily.
I would say that was a big blow to her ego, that she basically got outplayed and outsmarted by a couple of rednecks. Like that
Oh,
that
yeah.
for her is like
Yeah, she considered them less
devastating,
than dirt, and they got
Oh,
her.
yeah.
pretty much. And
I
they
love
beat
the way
her.
she says, like, and he drugged me to the navel of this great country. Like, it's the disdain she has for the whole middle of the country. And then
Mhm.
these are the people who outsmart her because they see right through her.
Yeah.
It's a huge blow to the ego.
She doesn't know how to lie to people like that. She doesn't live this life at all.
Yeah.
Pretty
I
satisfying
think
to watch him
in terms
figure
of
it out.
talking about like the nature of her role as a villain, I suppose an important part of it is that I mean, you see it in the first, because of course, like the recontextualization, like the twist changes a lot. But I mean, Nick did a lot of bad things himself. Like he's got faults basically that like of consequence that obviously like he couldn't have foreseen like what those consequences would have been. But it's kind of like I suppose it's like what makes the characters like particularly interesting is that Nick is like, it's like, yeah, he's innocent in terms of the broader like in terms of this specific circumstance, but he has like faults that also do come out like during it, and then there are like faults that she essentially like piggybacked off in order to make it even harder for him to get out of this situation. But it's like, yeah, he's a complete person in the sense that he has his positive aspects, but he's also got his flaws.
I think it's just,
It
it's
is.
also more interesting, I think, that he's, the basic ethos of the movie is like, yeah, he sucks, but he's not like her, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, he's
Exactly.
kind of like a mundane kind of evil. He's very common. This is not unusual, and I think the thing that's consistent throughout is a lot of people do her wrong, but she has a completely disproportionate response every time.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm. Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
Because
exactly.
the most evil done to her by any individual in this film gets the fucking most horrifying response from her out of everybody.
It's like, and like his great sin arguably is wanting her to get skinny and pretty again. It's in a sense, which I find really funny. Like the sort of controlling, like we'll get to that later.
I guess
Mhm.
the thing is that the thing that pushed her over the edge is that he was cheating on her. Which, and then you'd be like, oh well, yeah, that's like a really bad thing to do. And then it's like, but the response is like, oh my god, what?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
jeez.
That might have been a little disproportionate.
Something that I guess it might be a thing that's like easy to point out with more flashback scenes, but I really like that it's not all written in the same like each of there's like different pens. I think even one of the journal entries is written in pencil, like different colored
Yeah.
pens. I just like that as a detail because it's like, yeah, because you're not necessarily going to be writing a notebook with the same color of pen all the
Yeah.
time.
Well,
It'll
isn't
be like,
So there's a believability factor there in terms of making it
And
seem like
yet-
something that's been written in for years, but also she's having fun, like writing in pink for Valentine's Day, because she's got a
And
sense
yet,
of the theatrical as well.
it's all
I got a
deliberate.
sense that it was read deliberately for
For
the
life.
love and heart, but also the violence of buying a gun. You know?
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
figured
and
it had something to do with the fact that it's starting to now venture into the lies. These are the things that are made up.
Yeah, I like that she's writing about being pregnant with the stork carrying the baby pen.
Yeah.
You know.
Things that
She's-
people are not going to, no one is
Well,
going to
she
find
is-
that, right? But like she's
She's
doing it.
perfectly insane. And one thing I really love as a detail is a detective who really wants to dig in. Looking at those clues, there is like venomous subtext in them, and that could actually
yeah.
give away a lot about what has happened here. But she can't resist because she
No.
is psycho. Of course, she
Yeah.
put it into the notes. Like that's her hiding it. It's not even that well hidden. Because that's something I love about the film is his cooperation with the police is thorough. When he reads that second clue, he's like, "Oh shit, she's trying to fuck me." And then from that point on, he's like, I don't know anything. I wish I could help.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys need to see this one, where she's rubbing my nose in the fact that I cheated on her.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the subtext is paper thin because she's having so much fun just poking him with it.
Well, she's not. She is actually like not amazing at maintaining character. Sometimes there are times when like she can't help herself. Essentially,
Yeah, my
like
favorite one is at the end in the hospital.
Oh, yeah.
She
that one's
overplays her hand there.
but it works.
Yeah.
I was thinking of actually the part where she had met Desi, and then on TV Andy was on doing her little press conference, and like she was so mad. Like
Yeah,
Oh,
she
yeah.
gets so angry she breaks character.
Why is she dressed like a fucking Mennonite? It's like, oh, okay. There's the venom coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, just the come on me tits in front of him, and you can even see the shot. He's like, "Wait, what?
Wait, what?"
I thought you were like crying from the. Okay,
Yeah. God,
but
it's so good.
he's psycho enough to just accept it. He's like, whatever. She wants
Yeah,
to be
well,
with
he's
me.
just so happy that she's finally come back to him, and I suppose he could probably play it off like, well, she would be really mad at her, so that makes
Yeah.
sense. So we cut from the scene at the sort of premiere of the newest Amazing Amy book where she's getting married. Oh, I love that her mom was like, I thought you were gonna wear white to match the wedding theme. She's like, I thought that'd be creepy. Like, I'm not. She's like, I'm not playing along with this anymore. I'm getting so sick of it. And to your point, MauLer, you mentioned earlier that she frames it like he's saving her from all of this. And I think he even says as much in her telling of the story. I'm the one to save you from all this.
Which
that
is totally
might have been-
viable as a part of like
Yeah.
the truth of their relationship. Why she loved him so much.
Oh yeah.
Well, and if there's
And-
any truth in the proposal that happens pretty soon after that, this whole bit, right, is that like he
Yeah.
kind of swoops in to save her from these questions of people who have bought into this idea of a perfect family that her parents have created, right? And he comes
Yeah.
in and he has that gallant moment of true affection, something a grand gesture that is something that she would appreciate. And coming in and say,
She's actually there for him, not the version in the books, right? But what's interesting in terms of things that she says that are actually true, like in her "I'm so much happier now that I'm dead" monologue.
Yeah.
She says it and you believe it that she was actually kind of excited to play the cool girl part. I mean, we'll talk all about that monologue, but that she for him, I was willing to try, and it's actually feels kind of sincere that she's like, this actually sounds fun, because she's so used to putting on this face for people in public, but like this is an opportunity to be someone different, even if it's still fake. You know what I mean? Like
I suppose,
go ahead.
What's interesting about that, though, as an observation, is with how much contempt she has for Nick, it's kind of difficult to get past. Yeah, but like he kind of, like, I mean, the way that the story plays out, if it's accurate, it's like, I mean, he's the one who like kind of got you, right? Like, so he kind of like convinced you. He caught you in his thrall, right? Like you like super duper clever you, but you fell for him. That's what happened.
Yeah, I think that's part of the thing that she resents so much.
Yeah,
that like he was pretending to be the person that she might like, and eventually kind of stopped doing that. And he's like, oh,
or
and she's like, oh,
at least he after 5 years of marriage, the effort involved dropped, right? The effort level involved.
Yeah.
Plus other circumstances, right? It's like he had circumstances that put it like he lost his job and then his mother was ill. Those are things that like could naturally cause somebody to be less motivated, Like in a sense, it's like an inability to recognize how that could like have an impact. Not necessarily that it's good that he was sort of lacking and sort of slacking off in a sense, but again, her reaction to it.
When you start to reverse engineer, once you've seen like the whole film and play out, the fact like part of what I feel like destroys her life over and over again is her obsession with seeing her life as a story and watching it unfold in ways that she didn't want. The payoff she's getting are not the ones she wanted. The character she's become is not what she wanted. And you might at first be like, so she's just insane. It's like, well, but look at her upbringing. That's what she had from the get-go. She was constantly comparing her life to one that was written by her parents that wasn't her. So then we get the context of the other boyfriend whose life was annihilated by her, but like almost as a practice run. as
Yeah.
he puts it as
Yeah.
well, is such a well-realized character, a human being that spent their whole life comparing themselves to a better written version of themselves, and so they cannot be happy, they cannot be secure in whatever life they're living because there's always a better one. The grass is always greener, and then it's like, whose fault is that? Well, it ain't mine.
Yeah. But it's his fault for like not putting the effort into being the dating profile version of himself anymore.
Yeah, when his mother got sick, and the realities of
I
getting
think that's
older
what's so
together hits them in the face.
interesting about the film, right? Like several people would claim, like, you know what, I would have done what if I could do what she would do, I'd do it in my blah blah. And it's like, yeah, I guess because this actually happens a lot more than people realize. Like a lot of people don't remain as bouncy and interesting as when you first met them. A lot of relationships do just eventually, once the real people are realized, like, you know what, actually, I don't think this is working. Which is why, folks, get to know a person a bit before committing further to the point of moving states or draining bank accounts, etc.
Well, there's
That's
so
what
much
we should take away from this.
Yes, among other things. Yes, and that comes up in a lot of the scenes, even that don't have anything to do with Amy in this movie. Like when Margot is with Nick, and she's the first one to introduce the idea of like you should be thinking about how you're perceived, Nick, because she's like, no, you want to look like you've been up all night. She's the first person to bring that up. Like you don't want to look too clean. You want to look like you're a little distraught. And up until that point, he's not really been thinking about how he's been perceived. He's just like, well, I'm just being myself. And he even says as much. He's like, who should I be? He's like, how about I just be myself? But everyone's like, no, you need to, like, in this situation, you really need to be careful about how you're being perceived. And I think one of the interesting things about this movie, obviously, this is to do with a psychopathic character, and so everything's very extreme. But there's a lot of, if there's a lesson here, it's kind of like what you said, like maybe you should actually just be yourself from the beginning, so there's no like revelation that that's not actually you, like months or years into a relationship, Maybe just start with who you actually are. Yeah, there's a thought.
Crazy.
Yeah, and so there's another detail here. This reminds me quite a bit of the Scott Peterson case. So after the book signing and all that, we go back to the present, and he's being interrogated in the actual interrogation room of the police office, and he's kind of a little too flippant, and it's not playing well. He's like, oh, I feel like I'm on a Law and Order episode, and he starts singing the theme, and no one laughs. And he's like, oh, that didn't work. And it's like, Nick, what are you doing? Like, this is serious. I know you're trying to cut the tension a little bit.
Humor as a coping mechanism. That is a thing. Some people do it. Maybe not right now. Maybe backpedal a little bit. Maybe be yourself a little less this time.
Yeah.
I think he's just so almost oblivious. He's almost like, we're all figuring this out together. We're a team.
Yeah, we're on the
And
same
it's like,
team.
Yeah, okay.
Here's another lesson you might draw from this movie. Even if you have nothing to hide, you should get a lawyer.
Yeah.
In a situation like this, he's like, no, I don't have anything to hide. Why would I need a lawyer? Get a lawyer.
And if you can get a lawyer, get Tyler Perry. He's great.
Oh yeah, God, he's so good in this movie. It's
He's
kind of
excellent.
it's unreal to me because obviously he's Medea, and so a lot of people's perception of Tyler Perry is this sort of, I don't even know how to describe it.
Sort of like a clown, I mean, he's like,
well, it is. It's very clownish. It's very kind of,
it's a little derisive. People kind of think of him as sort of like a step down from what you would consider a major actor, but he's very good in this movie.
I really enjoy the relief he provides the story, because you feel like it's over basically, and that our guy's screwed, and then he comes in so confident, so charming, and he knows all of the steps. He's been through this before.
Oh yeah,
Like,
one of my favorite moments from him where we first get. I mean, when he's introduced, he pulls up his BlackBerry and finds the guy's address with ease, and you're like, oh, okay, this guy knows what he's doing. But I think my favorite moment for that is when he's like, no, we need to go forward with Andy because she's a ticking time bomb. She's like, she's not going to go to the press. Like, yes, she will. They always do. Don't take it personally. He's like, I've been through this a million times. Trust me. This is something we need to get ahead of. Yeah, and like you said, he's that sort of turning point where it's like, oh, we might actually have a fighting chance against this fucking psycho.
Yep.
So then this is when we're asking Nick to describe Amy, and he doesn't do a very good job. Like, what does she do all day? And she's like, oh, she's always got a book in her hand. She's a voracious reader. And she's like, I know a few housewives that evening glass of wine starts coming at noon, or prescription pills. And she's like, no, I don't think it's drugs. It's like, what about friends? Like, she doesn't really have any friends. It's like, Nick, what are you doing? I mean,
That
but
plus the girl who says like I'm my best friend. It's like Nick never mentioned anything. It's another moment for the audience to be like, Nick, are you lying to us again?
Yeah.
What are you doing, buddy? And then the revelation hits so much harder as a result of all that.
it's an interesting one too, because even based on who we've seen Amy as in the past, it's still hard to imagine that she's friends
she'd be friends with
that neighbor down the street. Yeah.
That's what I think is so good about this film is that even though you could be pitched to think that Nick is lying to the audience, that woman, you watch her in the few scenes you get of her, it's like, no way Amy's friends with her.
Yes.
Even with what we know, like, I don't know about that.
Exactly. Let's see. There's a fun moment. Ben Affleck is really good in this movie, but there's a fun moment where Rhonda Boney is like, oh, is she kind of standoffish, Ivy League, rubs people the wrong way? It's like type A, that can make you crazy if you're not like that. You seem pretty laid back, type B. And he has this look on his face like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah.
What are we psychoanalyzing me now? I'm type B. What the fuck does that mean? Speaking of which, Amy's blood type. See, the dialogue is really well constructed in these scenes. Like, that's the perfect little segue, and it just feels so organic.
I love how it feels organic, but it also feels like these two. It gives you a sense of like the rapport between these two detectives, right? Because like they're playing off each other and just hitting him with a bunch of like tiny little jabs, right? Tiny little verbal jabs over and over again, kind of trying to get him to lower his guard, but they're playing off of each other so well that they've done this together many times before, right? Like they have a rhythm and they're in it now, and it's like the pressure's kind of on a little bit. It's escalating in the cuts a little bit here too, so that it's going a little quick, and he's not really getting any time to respond to the questions that they're asking, and they're moving from subject to subject. I really like the dialogue in this scene.
And he's still kind of oblivious that he's even a suspect at this point.
Yeah, the film gradually pushes him with each of these moments. You can track every last reaction where it starts out just like, what a confusing question you asked me that has no purpose, all the way over to, I'm going to get a lawyer now.
Yeah. And I like the argument that sort of comes here. It's like, well, okay, what about her parents? Can they be here in time for the press conference tomorrow? It's like, tomorrow? I have no idea. I haven't talked to them. You haven't talked to your parents? Like, I can't get a signal. So, well, call them now, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
I love her character so much. She has this, I don't know, she has this sass to her that I really appreciate because she's also so competent and so unbiased. I mean, I always like detectives and stories. It's probably like my favorite type of story, and she's a really good one. I just think it was really smart to not have her be a sort of bumbling, incompetent small town detective.
Very enjoyably perceptive too, because what happens next with his dad. It's a really interesting little character moment, and then you just have her looking where she reasonably was within earshot of this. And it's just like, yep, she's noting everything. She's got it all collected up.
Yeah, he goes over to go call, and then he hears his dad's voice. He rounds the corner. His dad's yelling at some poor woman at the police office, and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And it's like, "Are you Nick Dunn? We've been trying to call you." It's like, "I can't get a signal in this goddamn building." And his dad is doing this really interesting thing where he's just kind of like scratching his arm the whole time. He's kind of mumbling under himself, keeps calling her a bitch, and you can see the sort of anger issues that Nick has kind of stem from his dad a little bit. I like how, I would say, subtle the dad stuff is, because they don't really beat you over the head with it. We see little glimpses of their relationship, and then he's basically gone from the movie, but it does quite a bit to establish the sort of darker, angrier side of Nick that will come
and just,
up.
Again, stellar dialogue, like to justify why he's getting angry. It's a vulnerability having his dad just walking around like this anyway. Being in a police station is worrying enough. The fact that he's in the station, he's been logged in, and they just didn't know. He's like annoyed that they just didn't know he was 20 feet away, could have solved this problem ages ago. His dad throwing insults, the person saying, don't raise your voice, sort of shit. It's just too much pressure with everything that's happening. Yeah. And then him seeing Kim Dickens looking at him, and he's like, fuck.
Like, and he slams the sort of divider back down. And it's like, uh-oh. And it works really well on the first watch because you're like, oh, well, there's the anger. Maybe he could have killed her. You know what I mean? And there's a great moment I learned from the commentary track that this was improvised. When he goes to drop his dad off, they just sit in silence the whole way. They go back to the old folks' home, and as he's walking him in, he like grabs his hand. He's like, "Get your fucking hands off me!" Like, oh, that's a great detail, and that was that actor's improv apparently, which is just such a brilliant choice.
As well, yeah. There's so much. There's so much story there that could get given just away with a couple of lines, couple of interactions.
Yeah. Oh, it's great. It's also interesting because his mom plays a rather big role in the story, but we never really see her. Oh, that was really interesting too. In terms of, there's enough
Yeah.
backstory for the characters that you understand who they are, which is all you really need. But like, they don't
show it. They don't show a lot of it, right? Like they give you
No.
the hints and they let you kind of piece it together. You know.
One of the best moments in terms of his relationship to his mom is when he's with Go, and she's like, "You know what I keep thinking?" And he says, "Mom," and she's like, "Yeah, what if she were here? Like, she'd fix everything." Like that says a lot too, but
Yeah.
we without showing much. There's an efficiency too, and it's an interesting thing because this is a 2.5 hour long movie, but we do so much. We cover so much ground, and it still feels like we're being like efficient and understated throughout it. It's really quite impressive,
I mean,
honestly.
when you get to the presence reveal and it cuts to her doing a monologue, it feels like you've watched a full movie.
Yes.
The
You have it.
story
It's
is
like an
completed.
hour.
I know
Yeah.
it's crazy economical. Like,
Yes. That's one of the things that I find so impressive about his work is because things move so quickly and like things feel drawn out at the same time in a good way. It has like the best of
It's
both worlds.
it's thorough, and I think the
Yeah.
reason why it feels thorough is because if you look at all of the scenes, I mean, even just up to the part that we are in the movie, like there's no scene that's superfluous.
No.
Every single scene is achieving something new. It's conveying new information about the characters, or advancing the plot, or setting up payoffs that are going to be revealed later, or building theme.
Yeah.
It's just like a very expeditious script and an expeditiously like filmed, acted movie.
And a lot of credit to Gillian Flynn as well, who he asked to write the screenplay, but he's ruthless in that regard. She described it like she had all these scenes that she really liked, all these because like Desi's mom, for example, is in the book, but she's not in this because he was just like, is she really necessary? And apparently Gillian Flynn was like, no, you're right, but I'm not happy about it. You know, there's
Well,
quite
yeah,
a bit of
that's
that.
kind of funny, right? If it's like because if you've written the book and then you're working on the film, and it's like, you know what? I don't think we need that part. Yeah, yeah, we don't need
But
that.
guys, George Martin said that 999 times out of 1,000, the people who think they can do it better than the writer get it wrong. I just
Well, I don't know why they would. I'm not even sure what that quote means. Like, is the implication that like somebody like David Fincher wouldn't be considered a storyteller?
I'm he I think the quote means that he's frustrated with whoever he's been working with lately.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, not to detract
It's-
from the discussion of this, just
I
do
can't.
think it is
I
something
can't
that-
imagine that it is kind of hard when you've written a book, especially because the book was really successful too, and everyone seemed to really like it. And then this director comes along who's going to adapt it, and like, I don't know if we need this. Maybe we can cut this down, change this, change that, and then having these long conversations and be like, you know what, he's right, but I'm annoyed by it.
Yeah, it's amusing.
Yeah, and I know Frankie, you'll appreciate this too because you mentioned it when we were covering that writing video that apparently David Fincher would always try to drill into her head that like every scene needs to be doing like 8 things. It can't be doing 1 thing or 2 things even. Like it needs to be like giving something for the characters, progressing the story forward, and like foreshadowing something later. Like and that she had to sort of rewrite the story with that in mind, with a very sort of like ruthless efficiency, and I think it shows. She did a
Well,
really good job.
yeah, I like that attitude. It's I can't remember where I heard it. I'm not sure like who it's from, but the idea of like, oh, when I'm writing dialogue, there's this number of things that it's possible to achieve, and the more that you can achieve these things with any given line of dialogue, the better. It's like this attitude of don't is there more of an opportunity to are there always opportunities to essentially make this better, make it tighter, make it more layered, and like seizing all of those opportunities, and it really feels like that's the case like
with
all the
that
time
in
in the film.
mind, just to be fair, there are some lines that deserve one purpose, and that's all.
That's
like,
true.
the
That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that is true.
absolutely
I mean,
sharp.
when it comes down to specific lines, I think that's definitely true.
Yeah.
She sort of said it on like a scene level. You need to be accomplishing more than one thing. You're trying to be as streamlined and efficient and compelling
I
as you can
think
be.
it's like 99.9% of the time the best advice, I would say, trying to achieve multiple
Yeah.
things at once.
Yeah. Speaking of writing advice, I thought of this earlier when we were talking about Margot's character and how refreshing it is that she just says what's on her mind. There's no real subtext to her, you know. It's because we watched that video and the guy's like, you need to be doing subtext all the time. And it's like, well, when you're writing Amy, I think you do. But now when you're writing Margot, and I think it's actually really nice that Margot's not like that.
Well, the thing is, it depends on how broad we're going to be with the term subtext. But she speaks plainly. But the reason why is it's like, oh, well, it's because I have a really, really, really strong relationship. Which, of course, it's important that, especially, she feels that way because as the story progresses, right, and like, because I mean, you see it as a progression of their scenes together during the first hour of the film. Is that she goes from being like very, very supportive to she's still supportive, but like
Her faith
you
has
got
been
to start
shaken a
talking
bit.
to her.
Yeah.
That
Well, shit.
part's-
Now there are things that you're not telling me, and that's really bad. And of course you believe her when she's like frustrated about that because if she's so earnest in these earlier scenes and she's constantly trying to look out for his best interests and she's being honest, then of course the expectation is, well, yeah, of course you're being honest with me. So you could say that that's a subtext of her scenes. Is that
I would only say that a lot of times she does literally just say exactly that. She's like, I love you, but I am terrified for you. You know what I mean? It does seem to.
Well, I guess what I mean is that you could I like I said, it depends on how loosely we're using the term subtext, but I feel like the subtext is, well, hey, none of these characters need to say, hey, I'm looking out for you, I got your best interests in mind. It's like, well, obviously you do. Like that's obviously coming through in terms of the way that you're speaking about it. Like, she's clearly on his side.
Yeah, I get
quite
you.
like the scene where it's a respect given to a relationship that a lot of lesser writers don't do, which is enough has been said around the subject that he's finally at the point of being like, do you need to ask me like the obvious question? And she's like, fucking obvious. Like between a relationship like there too, it's like I can't ask that question. That's the
I can't say those words. No.
Yeah.
Can't bring myself to. But
it's something that in other stories, people who've known each other for their whole lives will just be like, wait, did you do it? Without realizing what it means for you to ask that question.
Yeah.
It's and I just love how the movie treats that one.
Because it can be really important to have someone on your side, especially if you didn't do it, who like it doesn't need to ask that question. Because Fringy, you've probably seen this movie as well, because MauLer has probably forced you to see it. But The Hunt, I won't spoil anything about it, but there's a big aspect to like, I can't believe anyone would have to ask me that question.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's like an offense to that almost that you would even have to ask. And Nick nails that. Sorry, Ben Affleck nails that here. It's like, is that what you're asking me? Are you seriously asking me that? You of all people,
Yeah, and because in what you're referencing, it's like a very close friend, but he still asks, and it's like a betrayal to be asked that question, especially when you feel like they should know.
Yes,
because they know you so well.
Exactly, it's a very human reaction to have.
Well, and I suppose it's important when it's coming from Go because she's been his most ardent supporter, so it really gives the impression that the walls are closing in, right? If she's in a position where even she's like not sure what to make of it, especially when you see where she started essentially at the beginning of the film.
Oh, absolutely. It's just speaking of her, I quite like. We never really see any scenes of Go and Amy together, but in this early period of the film where we think Amy is likable, if a bit like elitist maybe or pretentious, when when Go is like, just because I don't like to be around her doesn't mean I don't care about her. And they're like, well, whoever took her is bound to bring her back because she's so obnoxious. Like, that's so great. It's I really like the culture clash because obviously Nick is someone from Missouri and not even like St. Louis, just kind of like out in the suburbs of Missouri, and he goes to New York, and he sort of like acts the part, someone who's cool and hip and everything. You know, they even make jokes about like, oh, he thought quinoa was pronounced weenua and stuff like that.
He
Like,
thought it was like a type of fish or something like
yes,
that.
and all the sort of jokes about that, how he wasn't really cultured, but he was like doing his part to like play that part, and then they come back to Missouri, and this very snobby New York woman who just resents everything about the people here. And I find it's interesting because Go can clearly sense that there's something that she doesn't like about Amy, but she doesn't know exactly what it is. You know, it's like I don't like being around her. Obviously, she has no idea that she's the psychopath that she ends up being, but she just has that sort of intuitive like, I don't like you. Something about you is fake or at least snobby. I think that's an interesting detail. Anywho, so one of the next flashbacks we see is the first treasure hunt. This is back when things are rose tinted and all that. You know, they're going around, they're having sex in the library. Oh, look at them having their quirky rom com stuff. They Speaking of these little details that transition between the past and the present, I like that we see them at the Chinese restaurant. They gave each other these really nice sheets. They both got the same gift,
The
and they're
same
like,
exact type of sheet. Yeah,
yeah. And she's
They
like,
were
oh,
so
we are,
in sync.
yeah, they're so in sync. Everything's going so well. I think she even says, everyone says marriage is hard work, but not for us.
yeah, that yeah.
And then, you know, they get each other the same sheets and everything, and then we hard cut back from these like this conversation about luxury sheets to him throwing some shitty ratty sheet over his sister's couch because he's gonna sleep there now. Just little details like that. Some are more obvious than others, but it always feels motivated, like there's some sort of connective tissue between every scene, even if it's a
Yeah.
small detail like that.
Why not take advantage?
Exactly, you have the opportunity. Let's see. And some of that is found in editing, from what I can tell. For example, he reveals in the commentary track that there's the scene later where they go to investigate the defunct mall where she might have gone to see if she can buy a gun from someone.
Mhm.
And then we cut immediately from that to her diary entry saying like, I think I'll buy myself a gun. That's how insane I've become. Apparently, that cut wasn't there in the original edit. They have this whole scene that they ended up cutting where they see a woman in pink in that mall. They go chase her. They eventually track her down, and it's not her. It's some like sort of crackhead instead. And then we cut to the past about the gun, and they decided, I don't know how necessary that is. And also, if we cut from the talking about the gun to her talking about the gun, is an obvious sort of connection there. I'm like, that's interesting that you didn't plan that from the beginning, because it seems to be exactly what you would do. Like, it seems almost inevitable, but it wasn't. And I find that sort of thing interesting. It is kind of refreshing if you're someone who's a big fan of the work of like David Fincher or Stanley Kubrick or anyone else who is somewhat of a master of their craft, to know and to see behind the scenes stuff and realize like, oh, well, they didn't have everything figured
Yeah.
out from the beginning.
And who are kind of notorious for, you know, being very
Yes.
detail oriented, right? And like very hyper planning kind of types, you know, type A types.
Yeah, and even they are discovering things in the moment, letting other people discover things for them and reacting to improv and all that sort of stuff, finding things as they go, trying things and certain things not working. It's nice to know that that they didn't just come out of the box perfect, essentially.
Much as you like having perfect artists, you almost don't want them to be.
Yeah,
So that it feels
exactly.
like I can achieve that myself, maybe. If they're not
Exactly.
perfect.
That's exactly right. So and then we're back to the couch, and I think this is the
This
first
is the
time we
first time
see.
Andy, the mistress, comes to visit, right? Is that
Well, yeah, the first time we see it is he checks his phone really quick, but it happens so quick that you don't know what it
Yeah.
says on the screen, which is a really nice touch. He's checking his phone covertly, and you're like, oh wait, what was that about? What's he hiding? Nick, what are you hiding? Um, I think there's a couple scenes before she eventually shows up. One of the next scenes is when Noelle Hawthorne comes and is like, I'm Amy's best friend. And Rhonda Boney's like, oh, you are? Well, that's interesting. Maybe I'll come by and talk to you. Like planting more seeds that, oh, well, he said she didn't have any friends, but also you're not really quite sure that she would be friends with her.
Yeah.
We see there are more clues. There, she finds credit card statements that are not lining up with the things they have in the house. There's a TV. It's like 65-inch TV, but they can't find it in the house. It's like, did you find a Stratocaster, a set of golf clubs? And like, no, we haven't found any of that. And it's like, that's interesting. And that's when they find an envelope marked clue. And I quite like when she brings it up later. It's like it's almost surrealist finding an
Yeah.
envelope marked clue in a murder investigation. Like, what the fuck is this? I think. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and then he has to, sort of scramble to explain the scavenger hunt stuff, which I also, I like how that plays out as well. But we'll get to that.
Yeah, he wakes up at Go's house, and then they go to do the press conference. And I quite like the way the press conference is handled, because I think one of the themes of this stream is that in lesser hands, I think this would really suffer. He goes to do the press conference, and he says, as you know, my wife, Amy Elliott Dunn, disappeared from our home on the morning of July 5th under suspicious circumstances. And someone goes, louder! He says, if anyone out there has any information, please come forward. Thank you. And everyone goes like, wait, that's it? That's all you have to say? And there's this palpable sense of like, wait, why would he only say that? He wouldn't, like, that's all you're going to say? Your wife is missing, and that's all you're going to say? And I like how far he moves away from her parents as well. In the first part of the movie, you're just like, he's being really cagey. Something's suspicious about him. But in hindsight, you're like, oh, right, he doesn't like them at all, really. Like, especially by where he is in their marriage at this point. Like, I don't think he likes them very much. Like, he moves really far away from them.
He does,
when it's
because
their
you get
turn
like
to speak.
this clear shot of like where they're like center frame, and Nick is like nearly off the screen. Like, he's so far away.
This is when the mom sort of basically reads her CV as a reason why you should care about her. They set up the tip line, all that sort of stuff.
And the whole time it's going, it feels like everybody's kind of noticing, oh man, they're saying a lot more than you. Like, that doesn't look good.
This is not look good. He kind of, I can't quite tell what he says, but he whispers something to Go like, was that enough? Should I have said more? Like, what? No, it's fine. Something like that. It's a nice little moment, but he kind of like whispers it or mouths it, so it's not clear exactly what he's saying. And then, of course, they want to take pictures, and the guy in the back just goes, smile, and then he gives that stupid smirk. Oh, it's so good. It's the perfect smirk. Like, Ben Affleck like really nails, I think, quite a bit of like little tiny moments like that. Or like, that is the worst smile you could have possibly given, dude. Why would you ever do that? It's so forced. It's so inauthentic. Like, why are you smirking next to picture? Yeah. And then, of course, the parents pose next to the photo, and they're like stone cold. They don't smile at all. And you get this moment where he gets to see them do it and be like, "Oh fuck, I shouldn't have smiled."
I mean, he's kind of a goofy guy. He's not on the level. He's not focusing enough. He's sort of just taking away with all of this and just trying to be like nice, which he does try to explain, right? Like, just try to treat everybody well. That's what my mom told me to do.
People told me to smile, so I smiled. I wasn't thinking about it. I wasn't thinking about any of this perception stuff. Then we get
he's got that very Midwestern boy charm, and he kind of moves through with that, and that's another thing that I really like overall about this movie is how it plays on the perception of, especially media, and this traditional value of like a Midwestern sort of guy who is more like, he's more about kind of being polite and like reserved, and because of this, everybody sort of tends to overanalyze what he's not saying. And it causes a lot of problems for him, and this idea that he's sort of like moving through on autopilot for a while, that he has been essentially missing the signs of everything that's going on with his wife because of this like sort of haze that he's moving forward. Causes so many, like, I really like that aspect of this. it sticks with it all the way through to the end, where it turns out like the solution is essentially that he always has to be on his toes, 24/7.
He always has to be performing,
Yeah,
essentially. And I quite like, sort of
which
the
is an
media.
exhausting endpoint to arrive
Oh
at.
God,
Like
yeah.
absolutely exhausting.
The sort of media angle of this is that like he sort of doesn't realize right away, but has to eventually realize that like the media wants a performance, because a normal, like, it's so impossible to say. And I quite like that they give the line to Tanner Bolt that's saying like you'd have to be kind of a sociopath to know exactly how you should be acting in a situation like this. um because what the media wants is like, what he discovers, what the media wants is a sort of performance of his grief, because they want to feel like you're definitely innocent and you definitely love her. So even if you're like uncomfortable with being in front of cameras, you can't show that, because that uncomfort is going to read as like you're trying to hide something. So you need to sort of perform
Yeah.
everything. And so we get the interrogation scene where now we introduce Desi Collins, one of those two. They're talking with Amy's parents, and Nick is there as well. And they say like, "Oh, she has always attracted admirers." And like they mentioned Desi Collins, and I quite like that he's like, "Do you know about Desi Collins?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I know all about Desi Collins. Like I've heard plenty about him." They were together in high school, and then they broke up, and he tried to kill himself. Things did not go well. I quite like the picture of like young Neil Patrick Harris and her,
Yeah.
like their prom photo. They just look so happy. It's funny. Um, and then there's another one that Ben Affleck had not heard of someone she broke up with. He got physical. She filed charges. I quite like the line of dialogue where the dad's like, "I only know that it was bad," which is such a great detail, because that's exactly all that Amy would tell them. You know what I mean? Like, she wouldn't be specific. She wouldn't say what charges she brought against him. She wouldn't want anyone to sort of be looking into any of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a bit of puppeteering.
Yes.
Well,
I
this
like
is
that
kind of interesting as a because it feels like it's kind of a red herring, in the sense of like, well, if it's being played straight, it's like because Nick says, oh, I didn't hear about that one. It's like, oh, here are these other like people that need to be in consideration. It's like, oh no, but the reveal, it's like what actually happened is like totally not what you would have expected. It's
I also like
it's-
that it's not just a red herring in a sense of like a lead that doesn't go anywhere, because as you mentioned, I think you put it well, MauLer, that it's a trial run essentially. It's like
Yeah.
it's a milder version of what's happening to Nick that happened to this other guy as well, and that kind of solidifies our sense of like, oh my god, this woman is a fucking monster.
as
It isn't.
a red herring as a description. It's like, well, it's not quite accurate because a red herring would be like, oh, maybe they did it. It's like, nah, but they didn't. It's like, well, no, it's not. It's not only no, they didn't. It's like what happened to them it's like what happened to the first guy is like, yeah, that's what's happening again. It's like it's
Yeah.
like it's totally not what you would have expected. It's not only it's not that it's like, well, it points to this as a potential outcome compared to the other one that it should be already be sort of going through people's heads as they're watching. It's like, no, it's something like totally different from what you would be expecting.
Yeah. It's deeply meaningful, not just like a loose thread that doesn't go anywhere. And so, they talk about Desi Collins or whatever. Then she pulls him aside and it's like, imagine my shock murder case, or like a missing persons case, and I find an envelope marked clue. He describes it like, oh, we do these anniversary treasure hunts. And she's like, well, do you mind helping me solve it? It could help us track her whereabouts. So he says, okay, sure. He opens it and he says, although this spot couldn't be any tighter. And I like that they cut to the clown cop who kind of sniggers at that. It's like,
Hmm.
And then he says, it's a cozy room for my favorite writer. And there's a long pause. And he's like,
I know this
wait,
one.
I know this one.
I love how happy he gets like in this
Yeah.
moment. He's like, wait, I know it. Like he's still
such a goober. Yeah.
Yeah.
Such a
It's
goober
great in
moment.
contrast. Like I said, when he right now he really doesn't see the police as antagonistic or even a worrisome element.
Yeah, and
But-
because he's had such bad experience with some of these clues before, we've already established that there's some he never solved. It's
Yeah.
just great. And he's like, oh, I know this one. He's so proud of himself. And then he goes there, and of course, they find the red panties in his office at the college where he's teaching creative writing. And I quite like the way she plays it. She's like, oh, I blush, and puts it into the envelope. And then that's when he starts to like
starts to put things together and like, wait a second, something's going on here.
Is it?
I
She
think
says, "Randy professor, naughty student. I blush. Me and my ex just swapped cards."
I think
Dude, I
this is like. Oh, sorry.
Well, I'll just say quickly that another line I love from Margot is that when she finds out about it, she says the professor and a student. I thought writers hated cliches.
Yeah, well, I'm
Yeah.
not a writer.
Yeah,
I think like if it seems like with the clues, this is kind of like the first part of Nick sort of getting, I guess, activated in a sense. Like up until this point, it's basically up until this point he's kind of been like
he's letting everything happen to
daze
him.
and, yeah, whereas this is kind of the thing that sparks him to be a bit more of an active participant, which obviously
Yeah.
starts to ramp up more and more as the story progresses.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense given essentially how once he realizes what's going on, that like switches him into high gear, right? In
Yeah.
a sense, validating in a strange way Amy's idea of like, you know, the sort of end result of this entire thing.
Absolutely.
Another small thing I really like is quickly passing by his book ideas section being empty.
Yeah. Good. All the little details, like is
Because
that
I mean, they're almost counter muses for each other. But by the end of the film, her argument would be that they can now encourage each other to realize each other's best aspects, the most intelligent, most ruthless.
Yeah.
Well, and they're creating like the perfect work of fiction for everybody who's watching, right? In the mirror.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. And then of course, like this is he reads the clue. Hold on, what does this one say? Hold on, I wanted to get it right. Oh, he says, "Hey, handsome man, let's go undercover. You'll be the spy and I'll be his lover. Let's head on over to the little brown house. We'll play hot, doting husband, sweet, loving spouse." And this is when he's starting to realize, like, I think these clues are not actually gonna look good for me if the police finds out about them. So then this leads to the brown house, and this is another detail that I'm still not quite sure exactly how they pulled it off because it's just so effective. Where he goes over to the house and we see it for the first time and it looks brown. You're like, oh, okay, this is the brown house. He pretended he didn't know the answer to this one. What's he hiding? He goes there, the alarm goes off and everything. He discovers the next clue and he puts it in his pocket immediately. Doesn't tell the police he found it. So it's like, he's definitely hiding something now. And once you get the full context, you're like, oh, these clues look really bad for me. So because this is all about rubbing my face in my infidelity. So I don't think I'm gonna share them with the police anymore. They don't need to know this part. So, the alarm goes off and then the police show up and he's like, "Have you been following me?" And it's like, yeah, maybe we're following you. It's a fancy meeting you here. He says, I like that she doesn't answer the question, "Are you following me?" She just goes, "What are you doing?" But like I said, it's my dad's house. I come by once a week, make sure it doesn't burn down. It's like, and look at that, it hasn't burned down. And then as he's leaving, she shines the flashlight on the house, and it's blue under the light.
Yeah, I thought this might be the little brown house, and he goes, "Nope, still blue."
It's great.
It's a really good line. I God, the dialogue is very snappy. It's nice.
Dialogue's good, and I quite like how because it does look brown in that lighting, and I think they're really smart in the way they designed the sort of color of the house so it can play as both. Because I can't imagine that's super easy to do. You have to be really conscious about the lighting and everything and the paint color. Anyway, it was interesting. So he gets the third clue, but he doesn't share it with the police, and he says, "Picture me, I'm a girl who's very, very bad. Need to be punished, and by punished I mean had. It's where you keep goodies for anniversary 5, so open the door and look alive." And then he's thinking about it, and you can tell he doesn't quite know what it means, but he gets the gist, and so he calls her a bitch. And that's one of the first.
When he says that should be like one of those things of like, huh, like, because I mean the whole letter's kind of like, I mean, of course there's a level. I wonder how much of it is like because obviously knowing how the story goes, but like the clue kind of comes across as like, it's a bit sus, you know.
Yeah.
It's a bit strange, especially if he's really, really mad about it. And I think because I guess the thing is in terms of like the way that the film builds in the viewer's mind of like how you're meant to feel, I feel like this would be an example of it kind of like dialing you back a little bit because like this reaction's kind of like, why would he? What is the deal here? Like what's
Yeah.
what's missing? What's being concealed? Why would he react this way to this clue?
Yeah. Exactly. And I think in terms of being really smart about when to cut back to the past, they tend to do it like when things have sort of reached their zenith of narrative interest in the present, he'll cut away to the past. And this is a good example of that because that reaction, you're like, okay, what does that mean? And immediately we cut to the past and it's like, nope, you got to wait to find out. And it's also interesting because this is one of the first times he's been so overtly uh, derogatory towards her. And this is the first flashback we get where things are starting to fray a little bit. I mean, it's still supposed to be a nice scene ultimately, but like the recession hits and they both lose their jobs and they're worried about what's going to happen, but ultimately they're going to stick it through together. The line is like that they say is everything else is just background noise, right? So this is when problems are starting to arise in their marriage, but at first things are still going okay because they have each other and they're committed to each other. They talk about all the other horrible couples they know, and it's a big thing that keeps coming up is like their entire relationship is based on like, well, they don't want to be like those other people. And
always very meta. They're always discussing what their relationship means beyond them
yes.
almost.
Yes, it's very writerly. And but they're like, no, we have each other and that's what matters. Everything else is background noise. She obviously he loses his job and then she says, my parents' publishers dropped them, so and they're in debt up to their ears, so they had to take from my trust fund. And so there's that conflict. It's like, whoa, that's a lot of money though. It's like, well, it is their money. You know, I mean, they can take it. Like, I'm not entitled to it necessarily. And then there's the argument like, well, you just let them have it without talking to me about it. And so they have these little arguments that are starting to flare up, but they're still sort of committed to each other at this point. And then the immediate next scene is weeks or months later, and he's on the couch playing Call of Duty, and there's like Chinese takeout boxes in front of him. And she comes in, she's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I don't know, shooting some folks."
I will say, this small continuity error, he's playing Battlefield 3, but this is taking place in 2010. That's not possible.
Oh.
So that's actually that's actually a flaw there. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking.
Maybe it's a clue to the unreliable narration from.
That's true.
I think this is right where we're starting to engage with the parts that like we're not 100% sure if this is how it happened, right? Like, because
I'm also kidding, but I would say it would be hilarious.
No, I gotcha.
If she said that as part of the memory, then Kim Dickens at the end of the film was like, "You actually said he was playing Battlefield 3 in 2010, but that wasn't out just yet, was it?" And then she's like, "Oh, did I?" Is that
People would be like, "What?" That line would be just for Fringy, essentially.
We'd all appreciate it ultimately.
Yes. The fake gamer confirmed. I just love the way he says, you know, shooting some folks.
I guess an interesting thing in the scene is that he's the one who initiates the confrontation in her account of the story. Yeah. But like she just gives a look, and that's what prompts him to essentially start talking about like, yeah, but you gave away all that money, and I'm just playing a video game. What's your problem?
Yeah,
it's like how trustworthy is this?
Yeah, and especially because she always presents herself as like very mature, like the line where she's like, "You're spending a lot," which is a reasonable thing from her perspective, because in this version he's just sitting on his ass playing video games
and
getting
ordering new laptops.
Ordering new laptops.
What's the laptop for? Laptopping.
Like, I see. Well, you can give your parents $879,000 without talking to me, but God forbid I buy a video game without getting your permission. And she presents herself, of course, as very reasonable, and especially this moment where she's like, like, why are you throwing the prenup in my face again? Like, I don't get why you're daring me to be someone I don't want to be. The nagging shrew, really like the controlling bitch. I'm not that person. I'm your wife. And it's like, oh, that is how you see yourself, huh? The very mature, like very above this petty conflict.
Yeah, to me, it's the clues before the full reveal of like, nobody talks like that. You didn't say that in that moment.
Exactly.
You're a liar.
It's really interesting because it's like it is like the fucking perfect thing to say in that situation, right? And then like when she asks, "Why are you throwing the prenup in my face?" and he says, "Oh, because it's easy to throw." You know, like he understands what he. It's like, I don't know.
I don't know if I believe this necessarily.
Yeah.
It's when you start to have those feelings like, this feels very.
And you start to look at that Battlefield 3 like, I don't think that.
Yeah,
I don't think that came out yet.
That's a clue.
You're a liar. You know about the debt though? Do you think that's a little deserves maybe a line? How did the parents get so far in debt? Did they have some kind of Do they have poor money management or something?
I don't know if it needs a line like that. Like if you imagine they have a publishing deal, like to promise to like keep churning out books or whatever, and they're sort of like spending money based on the assumption that they'll be able to keep getting money from future books. And
You
then
can imagine they got rich person poor, where they maybe overbought because they thought they were in better
Yeah.
position than they were, and then they had to downsize and stuff. I just thought it was curious because they're kind of portrayed as almost they're just winning. They've got everything they want, sort of thing, and then it's like
Yeah.
a million in debt, or at least enough that they pull the entire trust fund. It's like, damn, okay. Which obviously is the foundation for the destruction of their relationship, at least putting pressure on it.
Yeah.
To have the problems arise. So I was curious. I don't need it, but I would have been curious to know what the perception from the person who wrote this story would want to put on them. What was the mistake they made if they made one?
I could believe it's something as simple as, they get like a 3, maybe even like 5 book contract deal, and they buy this new
Mansion.
house or all that sort of stuff like that, and then the deal evaporates, and you're like, oh, I was spending money thinking I'd have all that coming, and now I don't. Or maybe it's something a bit deeper, and like they've always presented themselves as hyper successful, but really they've had poor money
They're
management the
living
whole
on
time.
credit the whole time, something like that.
Something like that. They present themselves as very upper class New York types, but really they've never especially been good with money, and it's all been sort of a show. That would kind of fit the larger theme of the movie, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really specified. But that is a lot of money to be in debt. Almost $1 million.
It drains the entire trust fund, which with both of them out of a job, we're now in the let's see how they truly feel about each other with no money.
Yeah. And like right around that time, that's when they get the call that his wife, sorry, not his wife, his mom. Yeah, that his mom is sick. And she says, and suddenly I knew everything was about to get worse.
The
And-
timing, though, is so convenient.
Yeah.
It's like a narrative.
Yeah. And I quite like that line. I knew everything was about to get worse, right? When we cut back to the next scene.
It's getting worse for Nick. Yeah.
Yeah, because the things are getting worse for Nick, because the next thing that happens, well, they start doing the searches, we can breeze through them. We're not learning a whole lot except for that Desi Collins shows up, but he kind of lingers in the distance.
I think something I really like about this scene is it's the first scene where you start to, because of course we've had as we've been calling him, clown cop guy, who's been having a lot of the sort of reactions of like, but this is the scene where like in a public setting you start to see that there are a few people giving him sideways glances. They're kind of looking at him suspiciously. He like smirks and says hi to this group of ladies, and like you see their reactions, and even he's like, "Oh shit, probably should have done that." It's just you're starting to gradually see in the interactions with like people in the public that it's like, yes, the consequences of these earlier mistakes and slip ups, and then of course just the scenario itself is now getting to a point where like people are starting to actually look at him really suspiciously.
Yeah, the longer it goes on and she doesn't come back, it's like,
And starting to get really tense.
Yeah. And I also like that clown cop. He like sees him go over to the guy. He's like, "Oh, look at how nice he's being, showing everyone how good a guy he is." She's like, "Yeah, you really don't like him, do you?"
Like, he might just be doing that because he is actually trying to help. I mean, he even says it later, right, when he's having a conversation with Amy's mother of like, he's the perception of like, yeah, I mean, it seems like you're handling it pretty well. It's like, no, it's actually horrible.
Yeah.
And he's just trying to do his best to like be nice to all the people who are helping.
Yeah, it's a great thing, and it's something this movie plays a lot with, is the idea that like, well, if you think he's guilty, you're like, okay, if you hypothetical person, you think they killed someone, and you see them crying about that person being dead, you'd be like, oh, they're forcing out tears because they think that's what everyone wants, and obviously they're hiding it. But if you don't think they did it, you're just like, oh, of course he's just distraught at them going away. And so like this movie goes in like really fleshes out that idea that like, well, if you think he did it, like you can justify it this way. Like, oh, of course he's look at him showing off how nice a guy he is. Like doing something totally unnecessary, like helping put donuts in his bag. Like that's a nice detail because it's something that it's totally unnecessary as a thing to help someone do, but if you are just trying to be nice to people, you might do, or if you're trying to perform being nice for an audience, you might do something like that as well. It really works both ways.
Yeah, I was going to say this is one of those parts where it started to become even more evident how much of the Scott and Lacey Peterson case she was playing with when she was writing this.
Oh God, yeah.
The amount of attention that like he got for things like this, like, oh, he's been joking at the search parties, he's been, making light, or trying to crack levity or bring a drop of levity to it, and people are like, oh well, that's a little suspicious. And then there's
That's
other people who are
inappropriate.
like, oh, I don't know, yeah, what if he's just using humor as a coping mechanism, kind of. So like it ends up creating those two sides, and I think that this is like really reflective of, like, it's just really well done reflecting that kind of duality there, where like
Yeah.
depending on the conclusion you're drawing, you're going to see things in a different way.
And you mentioned it already, but he's told by Margot that Mary Beth, Amy's mom, is pissed off at him. He's like, "What? Why?" And then he goes to talk to her, and she's like, "You're like the fucking homecoming king." He's like,
Yeah.
"I'm in a literal nightmare. Like this is fucking nightmare for me. I'm not having fun at all. I'm just trying to be nice to people." And I like that moment where she's like, "You know what? You're right. Like, I'm sorry," and she apologizes to him. That's a nice little moment, and then she goes kind of right back to the sort of snobbish New York, like, this place smells like shit. And then the search party continues. David Fincher's just really good at montages. I want to focus more on the monologue that comes later as an example of that, but all these search party montages, they're really effective too. Yeah, I like he includes so many details that you wouldn't think are necessary, but they just help flesh it out. Like that the police are investigating some squatters in a house, some junkies or whatever were squatting in a house in the neighborhood. Like they're chasing down all these loose ends, they're looking everywhere. Just good details. And then that's right around before that is when the tragedy vampire likes like, I'm gonna make you my world famous chicken Frito pie. And that gets to take the picture of him. We already sort of talked about it, so we don't need to go into detail, but I just love the way he handles it. Like you can see it dawning on his face, like, oh God, why did I fucking take that picture?
Mm-hmm.
And so let's see what's next.
The thing is that we've still got like there's the next flashback of the. I mean, there are a couple of things that happen in between, but then the next flashback of them moving to Missouri, and sort of like like that as a dynamic, and of course it's a thing of like. I guess it's interesting in terms of thinking about the nature of like the truth or false sort of a thing is like even when something is true. It's like, well, it's being filtered through a particular lens. Of course, on the first read, it's like, well, it's being filtered through Amy's lens, which, there's that. But then, of course, with the realization that it's like, yeah, but I mean, this is like part of a big orchestrated plan, when she's like, oh, well, I felt like I was like loaded by mistake. It's like, well, I mean, you said that, but like whether or not that's actually true is another story. But it helps, right? It's all gradually sowing the seeds of the future.
Yeah, you have to remember,
conflicts.
like, imagine a cop reading it. Being like, oh my, I think when she says this, it kind of gives away that there's these early feelings of resentment. And then Amy would be like, just what I wanted you to think.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the thing, right? It is like the stories are creating and it's all being like, so it's like you said ahead of time, right? Just I feel like a disappearance. Like, well, that's an interesting thing to say, considering that's what happened. It's almost like a little bit too perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little too perfect. It's like kind of convenient end note, isn't it? I also like when she's like, I don't mind moving to Missouri. I just wish he'd asked. I'm just like, I don't believe that either.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The way she frames it, like he didn't even ask. He was just like, we're moving.
But yes, revenge, isn't it? Like,
yeah. Especially when she describes it later as being dragged to the navel of this great country. It's like, oh God, you really, really hated moving to Missouri, didn't you? And the other little details, when they arrive in Missouri, we see his mom and sister, and he goes and runs to meet them. She just sits in the car, and then he kind of gives her a wave like, come on. And if you're reading it from her perspective, she's trying to frame it like, oh, he didn't even think about me. He just ran to meet them. And it's like, well, why didn't you go say hi to them?
Yeah,
They're walking through the house. They're all on one side of the house. She's kind of alone on one side. It's like, why are you being like this?
Yeah, the loaded me by the mistake thing. It's like he just arrived. The plans for the house. He's talking to his mum and his sister. Like the idea that it's like, well, why isn't it more about me? But you wouldn't read it that way because she's the victim. It's kind of like an echo of the last scene with her and the cops, where they're like, "Can you stop poking and prodding? Just let her tell her truth, damn it." It's like, okay.
She's such a narcissist that she's like, ugh, he didn't even think about me when he ran to go hug his mom.
His sick mom, who we moved
Yeah.
back here to take care of.
Exactly.
And so he's saying at Ghost House, and this is when Andy shows up. When I remember seeing this in the theater, like audible gasps from the crowd when she ran in, kind of like mauls him essentially, and he just like lets it happen. He's like, "I've been trying to reach you forever." Like the crowd, there's this great audible turning on him that happened. It was really fun as a theatrical experience because that's a moment you're like, "Oh fuck, he's been cheating on her with some young bimbo." Like,
Well, yeah,
oh,
this is
son of a bitch.
This is like feels like kind of a culmination, at least in the first part, of something that had already been sort of being established, which is well, he's not totally honest. He's not
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a very specific kind as well because we can see things that he might keep from the police, but with the family or maybe something he didn't, this, that, and the other. But we get to see it all. We get the full picture of the character, but then we've been lied to. What is this?
Yes,
what are you doing? And it's like, wait, if he can lie to us about that,
yes, then maybe the reason why we didn't see what happened earlier, right? It just showed him leaving the house and then going to the bar and then going back. It's like, whoa, hey, maybe there was something that they didn't show.
It wouldn't be the first time a film has done it, and that could be the third act. We see all the parts we never got to be shown, and the film is just about, hey, look at how you thought of him and how you ended up thinking of him. But no, we go a little bit of a different direction.
Yeah, so she comes in, she's like, I've been trying to talk to you. He's like, I've been busy with rehearsals for Godspell, which is just a funny little detail. And then he's like, did you by any chance tell anyone about any of this? And she's like, no, I've been very careful. I like that we learned that like she uses a disposable phone to like contact him.
Oh yeah, like he bought
how...
her a burner phone, which is
like, that's how committed he is.
Yeah.
Well, the line that comes...
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah,
like full well.
Yeah, the line that comes up later when he's arguing with Go about where they used to go. Like sometimes we hooked up in her woodshed. That's just such a crazy detail. She's like, why my woodshed? Get a fucking hotel. And he's like, no, like Amy would have seen the credit card statements. It's like, we'll put it on Andy's. It's like, no, those statements go straight to her parents. She's like, ew. like I love how thorough he is. Like, no, trust me, I thought about this, and it's that's disgusting. And I was like, did you leave a pair of red panties in my office? She's like, I don't know, maybe. It's like, no, I need you to think.
Well, yeah, because it's that one detail could technically decide the entire thing as to whether or not he's being framed.
Yeah, he's also starting to realize that like this looks really, really bad for him. Like you can't be here anymore. I think he even says, "Oh, he's like you were going to get a divorce." That's a big reveal as well. And he says, "Never say that out loud again." Like, oh shit, because I like this detail because one thought you could have is like, oh well, what he's being cagey about is that he was having an affair, not anything more serious. But then when he says like, never tell anyone I was thinking of getting a divorce ever again, it's like, oh, there's starting to be an awareness of how bad this looks for him, and he's very aggressive in the way he says it, and so you think like, no, maybe he did do it still. And so then, of course, she shows her boobs and everyone claps. And then we move on.
They stay the night. She stays the night here. Like, and he's basically like, oh, well, you're going to have to, get up and, you're going to have to leave, real early or like, real quick. And then you have to go. Then, another flashback happens.
This is probably the most important one, arguably, of the flashbacks.
Yeah. Well, this is now the beginning of the essentially it starts to get more sinister and concerning.
Yes, and that it comes immediately after we find out that he was been having an affair, and that in a sense
it has to be deliberate because it's like it's like a big 1-2 punch of making you go like, oh shit, Nick, oh you are looking. Well, it's not simply that it's looking bad for you, but like it's unfortunate. It's like no, it's looking bad for you because it's just looking bad. Like based on the information right now that the viewer has, it's looking really bad for you.
A lot of it, certainly on the first run around because you can just believe that this is all actually happening, but. Like what she tells Greta about what her ex did or whatever the fuck. It's that that scene where she watches them in the snow.
Yeah.
She's like, I can believe that 100% happened, as
Oh, yeah,
certainly
me
as a
too.
motivation. But obviously the story she's building around it is all bullshit. And in the
Yeah.
same vein, I think that's just applicable to all of these sort of expressions of her memory. They're all filled with bullshit. And I'm happy to just it be open as to exactly how aggressive he was truly in that scenario. It's kind of
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
the
that
up to you
well,
to
the
think
other
about.
you know, that
well,
like
this
sort of make them.
particular scenario is interesting because it reads as the least truthful out of all of them in the movie, essentially. Because especially when she it's her idea to have a baby to try and save things, and then we eventually find out that like that's what he wanted, not what she
Yeah.
wanted, and she didn't want to have a kid at all, and like resented the idea. It's like, oh, that's interesting. She almost totally flips it in a sense, though. Like clearly he's going out. So like it's interesting like how much of this actually happened, if he was aggressive, if any of it happened at all, really. So yeah, here's the scene. It's well, first we learned that like we get a little bit of a montage. They're not doing well financially. They tried to save Maureen and she didn't live. His mom died, and then they take a hit on the brownstone and everything. She buys him a bar, and that but it's just so far it's just costing money, all that. He uses me for sex when he wants, otherwise he doesn't, otherwise I don't exist. And he's like, we should go to Outback tonight. A fun story about that is that apparently like when they were shooting in Missouri, there was an Outback right next to the hotel where the crew was staying, so that's where they would spend a lot of time, and that's why he decided to include that line in the story. It's like he's like, okay, now I want you to recommend that you go to Outback later. Now, Rosamund, I want you to treat that like it actually sounds really nice. Like it actually sounds like a really like nice date night. So, and then he's leaving to go presumably out with his mistress, and she's like, "Don't go out. Come on. Let's stay in tonight. You're out so much." It's like, "Can I come?" He's like, "No, you'd hate it. It's just a bunch of my dorky high school friends." Like all that sort of stuff. And then it's like, "Go
the
ahead."
scene has an energy of like, are we even talking to each other, or are we both using our versions that is trying to make this conversation end as soon as possible? That
Yeah.
kind of part of a relationship, which sucks for both of them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There is some truth in it. Whether it's actually true to what happened to them, there
Mm.
is something very real about how this sort of toxic relationship feels. You know what I mean? It's well written from Amy's perspective, I guess you could say.
When like you can also imagine too that like even if he's not, we know he's being untruthful in where he's going, right? But if he's
Yeah.
not, like you can imagine she probably would be miserable around a bunch of his high school friends, and
Yeah.
like he's trying to go do something away for like because she is not shy. I would imagine she's not been shy about letting him know that she's not happy that they're in Missouri now, as opposed to
Oh yeah,
New York.
he says that later.
Yeah.
That all the resentment. Like I think he says "flyover boy," and I wouldn't even be surprised if that's something she said to him once. It's so specific. I could believe that she actually called him that in an argument.
Yeah, and it's like so you really get the sense that that's the element of truth there for both of these characters, right? Is that like he's trying to escape, and obviously we know that like he's cheating on her with somebody else. He's talking about getting a divorce. He's sort of trying to escape this oppressive person who wants him to be more like more like her, more more like her essentially is what she ends up morphing him into, right? So yeah, I like the way that it's set up here, and this is the part where this is another one of the parts where it starts fading to black a little bit more often, right? Because he pushes her in, and it does that cut.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. I quite like how this kind of builds off the scene where she's like, I feel like he didn't ask. I feel like I was brought here by mistake, where the dialogue starts to feel a bit more stilted and like perfect. Like you wouldn't say that. For example, when she's like, "Hey, I've been thinking something positive. Maybe it's time." He's like, "Now's literally the worst time." She's like, "It could be a new start for us." It's like, "And for me, I would have a real purpose here." And it's like, I don't believe Amy would say that at all. Like, And the other one is like, and he says a child is not a hobby, and she says not a hobby, an inspiration. It's just it's a little too, like she's kind of overplaying her hand a little bit there as well.
Yeah.
And I quite like when we eventually. It was interesting in the commentary. He sort of implied that he wasn't sure how necessary this scene was, but I'm very glad he kept it in. It's one where Rhonda Boney is talking about this diary, and she's like, something feels off about it. The clown cop is like, what do you mean? He might kill me. The end. And she's like, nah, something feels inky about it. And I like that she's smart enough to be reading this and going like, this feels a little too perfect. Something's not right about this. I don't believe.
I can appreciate that. Like maybe he was worried that it's like the audience can pick that up themselves. It's like, yeah, but it is meaningful to know that she's picking it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And so they get into a fight, and she's like, I didn't know it was going to be a fight. You really want to be the couple that has to have a baby to save their marriage? And she's like, save? Like, you're going to walk out the door now? You're a fucking coward. And then they're arguing. It spirals out of control. And then he pushes her into the sort of railing post of the stairs. And this is the first time we do that thing that you mentioned, Hugh, where like it fades to black between cuts, not like between scenes. It just like dips to black, kind of like a slow blink. I'm kind of establishing that as something that's going to happen during, like, this is the first real outburst of violence we've seen in the whole movie. And there's going to be an even bigger one later. And it does that same sort of device. It's one of my favorite things just from a stylistic point of view about this movie. This because he's fading to black, but when he goes into the past, and then he uses this little dip to black in the scene, and it almost has this feeling like you think we're about to leave the scene, but then we haven't left yet. And it's like blinking for you, so you don't want to blink because you don't know what you're going to miss. It's this really strange.
It's really punctuating it, right? Like it makes it.
Yeah.
It makes those moments stick in your head a lot.
And by showing less, essentially, yeah.
As a stylistic choice, it is almost an alternate version of slow mo. For each moment that gets a black space after it, you acknowledge it like a second time, and then the next one comes in, and your mind can fill in the space between them. Yes. It feels like we're jumping from a direct emotional experience from either character, one, next one. It's almost like film into its most concentrated form. What does it achieve usually? And it's like, yeah, it's to portray with sound and visuals and experience that's happening for a character to help us fully be engrossed in this moment. And yeah, the last shot of him trying to hold her and her just tearing up looking at him, it's perfect for like capturing the climax of that whole point.
It feels like something that almost doesn't even need to be said because everybody agrees because it's obvious, but like Rosamund Pike is phenomenal in this film.
Oh yeah. She's absolutely incredible. And the thing to highlight about that is just how much she has to do. You know what I mean? She has to be like 5 characters in this movie, essentially. And I think he talked about it in the sort of commentary thing where he's talking about one of the first things they shot was the stuff at the recreational area where the Hicks are. And he was like, and that was kind of an interesting thing to throw her into because that's like 3 layers deep into a fake personality that she has.
The character's journey for the movie,
because like that's not the real truth of her either. It's this weird person she's pretending to be in this narrow sense where she's on the run, and that's an interesting place to start because she has so many different people to play in this movie. Essentially, there's the monster she actually is, but then she has to. So this scene in particular is very much she's the victim, she's the battered housewife type, and she plays it so like effortlessly. All these little vignettes of her, she's just incredible. Every little thing, the little tear running down her cheek is perfect. And then later scenes, like just little glances to the camera, she's like genuinely terrifying in a way that I've seldom seen so effectively portrayed in film. Like she just gives this little look to the camera. I'm like, oh God, I don't want to be anywhere near you ever. Please stop. And I quite like the dialogue the monologue she has once she gets pushed. It is a little of that thing where she's, oh, how convenient. Like what scared me wasn't that he'd pushed me. What scared me was how much he wanted to hurt me more. What scared me was I'd finally realized ... I am frightened of my own husband. It's like, oh, that's convenient for the story.
It's almost like she's been writing personality quizzes for women's magazines for a while. She knows exactly what notes to hit to really
Yeah,
drive it home. It's
and
really well done.
she can't help herself.
Yeah.
Essentially, we've said that before, but it's very much true. All these little theatrical writerly flourishes she has, she just can't help herself because it's the perfect thing to write there. You know what I mean?
And it's good for a first-time audience because you
Oh, yeah.
see that and you can be like, man, this guy, yeah, maybe he could kill her.
Yeah, I mean, also the upshot of him with his like
With
fists
his
and
fist
arms still up.
clenched, yeah.
Yeah, like he's imposing, right?
He
I think
is.
it was
He's Batman.
yeah, he's Batman. Exactly. Then they go to the abandoned mall, and there's just little fun little dialogue bits for Detective Boney that I quite like. They go there, they flash the lights and get some random junkies or whatever to run away. And she's like, "Do you
Feels
think
like
we
a
should?"
post-apocalyptic movie where they're headed into like an abandoned mall. There's little vampire creatures.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of fun little details in this sequence that like don't need to be there, but are just fleshing it out in a really interesting way. So anyway, they flash the lights and some people flee, and he goes. The clown cop says, like, "Do you think we should call for backup?" She's like, "Nah, I'll protect you."
Yeah.
There's little details for her. Like, she's funny, she's charming, and she's one of the more likable characters in this whole story. They talk
I like to
about how
believe
they,
that's from experience that she's probably aware enough of places like this. She's not like, we're not going to get attacked. That would be crazy.
yeah, they're gonna run from us. They're more scared of us than we should be of them. They said they ought to burn this place down. Seems like folks are trying, all that sort of stuff. They find someone who's clearly like an informant there. He's like, "What's up, Rhonda?"
Yeah.
And there's a guy who's in the background. This is what I mean about these little details. There's a guy who's just kind of manically reciting, I think it's the Declaration of Independence or maybe the preamble to the Constitution. It's something like that. And he's just rattling it off for no particular reason. I just like that detail that there's just sort of a junkie in the background just having this weird manic rambling. Just adds a little flavor to the scene. We learn that she came here not for drugs, but because she wanted to buy a gun. And they're like, "Are you sure it was her?" And it's like, "Yeah, you don't forget a girl like her in a place like this." Which is a nice little detail. Like she's, especially when we find out everything that's happened, like the length she went to make all of this believable is just wild. You know what I mean? She came all the way here just to like inquire about getting a gun because she wanted to plant that seed that she needed a gun. It's great.
Yeah. And one thing that I really do like about that too is that she does it clues us in to the fact that, like, you know, she has a particular air about herself that, try as she might, like later on in particular, she just can't quite get rid of it because like the two rednecks at the campground pick up on it pretty, you know, they pick up on it kind of quickly that, you know, something she's not quite who she's saying that she is. Her story's not really lining up with how she's carrying herself around. So she's, you know, she's good, but she's not as good as she thinks in these ways. But it works to her advantage here, and then against her later on.
Yeah.
You know? So I like that.
I think you said it earlier that she's not good at lying to these people.
Yeah.
You know, she's better
She
at
doesn't
lying.
know them.
Yeah,
Doesn't know
exactly.
their culture or their world, so she's like trying basic tricks.
Yeah.
But I just like, for example, spotting, it's like your hair dye is all wrong, the glasses are fake, your accent's dropping, like it's all these
you don't
things.
even respond to your fake name half the time.
Yeah.
And because we're talking about it, I love that she goes, "I don't think you've ever really been hit before."
Yes.
Smacks her head into the wall. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, I like that detail a lot because, you know, the whole thing is that she's a battered housewife. That's sort of what they bond over. But then, like, as more evidence is piling up that she's like, "I don't think this act is real." Then she starts to like look at her and study her and like, "I don't even think you've ever really been hit before. I'll show you what it's actually like." You know what I mean? It's great.
Yeah,
Like it's almost like stolen valor, stolen victimhood, if you will. There's a little bit of a resentment there. Because
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
She puts together like, I don't know what you're up to. Like I can tell you're evasive about all these kinds of things. So like I don't have much to worry about. But like, yeah, just we're gonna do what we're gonna do, and that's that. You know, we're not gonna look any deeper into this. But I think it's kind of neat that when she drops her money bag, and they're like, "Whoa, lots of." It's like I think she's a smart enough character to have already been like, "I'm fucked. Like I need to be very,
Yeah.
very fast with the next actions, and she is, but she's not fast enough.
Yeah, she starts like packing up almost instantly when she
Yeah.
gets back, but she doesn't leave immediately. I think there's like a weird knock at the door. There's some noise.
Yeah, well, I think the implication is that someone's trying to pry the lock.
Yeah,
And then she walks towards it and there's no one there. So the implication maybe is that they were trying that.
yeah.
Um,
So she's got to act quickly, but she doesn't quite get away fast enough yet.
well, had she simply just left, right, with the money, that probably would have been fine.
Yeah.
But she doesn't. She tries to make everything perfect and then she gets caught.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. It's so satisfying.
A little too confident in her own ability to weave a story at this point,
Yeah.
you know?
Mm-hmm.
So the roller coaster ride of this movie is great. So then it's the next morning, and Nick is, getting his 20-year-old girlfriend dressed and out the door, and she's like, "Promise me we'll talk every day." And he's like, "Sure, whatever, get out of here." And then
Yeah.
his sister discovers him. Oh, it's so good. I love the way she says it. Like, this is a great scene for her because I think it's what I quite like about their dynamic is how willing she is to be like kind of ruthlessly honest with him because it's all
Mhm.
coming from a place of love that she's like, "You're a fucking moron. Like, I'm
You
terrified for you."
You mentioned it earlier, and I feel like there are many times you can point to instances of what feel like excessive swearing in movies, where like people are swearing to a point that it's not natural.
Yes.
But her saying "fuck" over and over, it feels like she can't help but say it. She's so
Yes.
angry, so it's
You-
much more believable. Even though she basically says "fuck" like 4 times in 5 seconds.
Yeah, she says,
But-
"You fucking idiot, you fucking asshole, you fucking lied to my fucking face."
Yeah,
Well, she really.
It's
Oh yeah, me
it's-
too.
it's convincing.
I get the impression, honestly, as well in the scene that it's like it's his own conscience being verbalized by her anyway. Like he
Oh, yeah.
knows all of this is true, what she's saying.
He says sorry immediately.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like, how old is she? She's in her early 20s. How long? I think she like does a little gag when she hears
she
that
does.
she's in her early 20s. That's a great detail. It's like a year and a half. It's like, "You lied to me for over a year." And he says, "If I told you, you would have made me stop." Which is a great I like
Great
that line.
logic, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and this is probably the real like stab to the gut in this scene. She says, "You're a liar and a cheat. You're just like dad." Like,
Yeah.
oh, that's brutal. How did you even meet her? "Oh, she's one of my students." And that's the line. I thought writers hated cliches. Yeah, I love how disgusted she is with him. It's great.
Well, yeah, because I mean, on top of the action itself, it's just something he kept from her because he knew it was wrong. That's immediate
Yeah.
confirmation, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like, well, you would have made me stop, and I didn't want to stop, so I didn't tell you. But, oh, boo-hoo! I got laid off. I guess I'll fuck a teenager. God, there's so many great lines in this movie.
Everyone needs a Margot in their life. Just saying.
Yes, it's true. And this is where we get a little bit more explicitly how he actually felt living with Amy. And this is, coming into conflict with obviously the rose-tinted version that she's providing in the flashbacks, even the sort of more sinister versions of their life where she's the perfectly innocent one who's just trying to be a supportive, understanding housewife, and he's being a liar and a cheat and all that sort of stuff. But he's like, you have no idea how shitty it was with Amy, how fucking terrible she made me feel. Fly over boy, I would get knots in my stomach just coming home, knowing she'd be sitting there dissatisfied before I even walked in the fucking door. And that's like the first time he's ever really said anything too disparaging about her. I mean, like, especially to other people. And this is the first time he's like, no, she made my life completely miserable. In every other situation, he's like, oh, she's a voracious reader. Like
Yeah.
trying to put a nice face
She's
on
complicated.
it. Yeah,
Oh,
she's complicated.
It's interesting in terms of placement, right? That this expression of how he feels about her, which is actually like accurate, is placed essentially at the point in the story where, like, from the viewer's perspective, he is the least trustworthy.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's kind of an interesting place to put it, because it's one of those things of like, well, it's the sort of delicate balance that has to be walked in the first hour of it, leading people to a certain conclusion while also presenting all of the information in a way where once it gets recontextualized, it all makes sense and it doesn't come across as bizarre.
Yeah.
And then it just sort of cultivates a more like conflicted thing, right? Of constantly kind of pulling you back and forth and like, oh, maybe he did it. It's like, wait, but like, why is he saying? Oh shit, what is missing? Like, what information is missing? It really is like a difficult sort of line to walk, and it's so crazy that the film walks it so deftly.
Yeah, just this particular example because like the real resentment he had towards her is like finally coming out a bit. And if you're looking at it in hindsight, you're like, oh, of course, that's how it actually was for him. Like what the toxic version of their marriage is not something we've really seen yet, but it's easy to sort of imagine from his perspective what it was actually like with her. But then even the first time you're watching it, you're like, this feels like he's being honest for the first time in a while, but it still feels like, well, maybe he hated her so much he killed her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if he felt victimized by her in some way. Like this could still work towards him killing her, even if he is being honest for the first time.
Oh, I remembered it. I was looking back on the dialogue to see it, but when he describes her as early 20s, and then Margot, in response, when summing up the situation, describes her as a 20-year-old.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
like, because if you have a choice of calling her a 20-year-old or an early 20s, you'll probably go with that. Like, almost as though she's cutting to the worst version of everything, because
Oh yeah.
that's what it looks like. Can't remember
Absolutely.
if she leaves her undies in places. Like,
Yeah. She calls her super twat, and he's like,
yeah.
her name is Andy. I also like in a previous scene, he comes home and she has been watching Ellen Abbott on like DVR, and she pauses it, and like it's still on the screen, and she goes, "How are you?" Like in an obvious sort of like, "Let's not talk about what I'm watching right now. Don't worry about it." And so she pauses it and turns it off, right? And then later, when it comes to this point in the argument, it's just so well structured in terms of like how organically everything leads into each other, because it's like we're having a vigil tonight for your missing wife, and this morning you're kissing your college girlfriend goodbye. Can you imagine? And then she goes, "Have you watched television lately? Like they're all over you." And then she goes and turns it on. Before she tried to hide him from it, but now she's like, "No, fuck it. You need to see how
Yeah,
like
you
how
need
they're
to see what
tearing
you've
into
done.
you." I was trying to protect you from this, but like I think you should see exactly how cruel and like vicious they're all over you, dude. And then that leads perfectly into we seeing the Nancy Grace stand-in speculating about him being a sociopath and all that sort of stuff. Looking at that picture, like here he is flirting with someone. Great. Like and she's like, who the fuck is that? He's like, I don't know. She's trying to give me a casserole.
Yeah.
Great. And then Tanner Bolt is described as patron saint to wife killers everywhere, and I quite like this because it's interesting to me that he's obviously there's something of Johnny Cochran in how he's initially invoked, right?
Yeah.
But he actually seems to be Tanner Bolt's a really interesting character because in the context of this story, he seems like he's competent and good at what he does. But you could also believe he would take the case where the guy actually did it as well.
Yeah.
You know
Yes.
what I mean? Like I totally believe that. If he thinks
I
he can
think
win.
he makes it clear from the get-go. He's like, this shit is unacceptable. We shouldn't be condemning people based on they look guilty or they sound guilty or this, that, and the other thing. It should be
Mhm.
way more definitive than that. And he's happy to go on defense, which is a thing that's happening in our culture. Is what people consider this movie important toward. Which is funny. You mentioned the Hunt earlier. I think similar points can be drawn from that film as with this one. That perhaps the court of public opinion is retarded, and that we need to be very careful when it
Yes.
comes
Yeah.
to destroying people's lives and stuff. And yeah, it seems like Tanner is supposed to be a man who has come about as a result of a lot of those kinds of cases. So
Yeah.
even if he defends a piece of shit, he's fine if it moves the culture in a better place.
Yes. Exactly. I quite like with the moment where she calls him a sociopath and he's like, you'd have to be a sociopath to know how to behave normally in this kind of situation. Which is another good point. I really like
Yeah.
that. I'm glad the movie says it. Um this is and then cutting because they're really good about this too, cutting from different people all watching the same program on TV. We cut back and this is, that moment I really like where Boney and the clown cop are talking. She's like, "Why are you going so easy on him? You got a crush?" And she says, "Like, don't talk to me that way ever." She was trying to buy a gun. Like, well, we don't know who is scaring her, Gil. And then the luminol guy comes in, and we see, giant blood splatter in the kitchen. That doesn't look good.
No, it
I love
doesn't.
the
No, it
moment.
doesn't.
It's right. So having Nick come in, seeing the realities of the situation, it's kind of setting in somewhat, and then we get the goes to the fridge and there's all the shit that she labeled the way that she wants, and all of the labels, if you look at them, they're all to do with like good nutrition, good healthy eating, blah blah blah. And it just pans down into the non-labeled element, probably the one he put in there being the ice cream, and he just grabs
Yeah.
that. And then, I see it as a please let me escape for just a moment. My house now has evidence all over it that I'm probably going to end up in fucking jail. I can't even eat food without being reminded of her influence. And then he sits down, has his ice cream, looks out the window, and the fucking police wave to him as they're going
As they're
through his
going
garbage.
yeah.
I love that shit. It's so small, so quick, and yet completely captures how much his life has been destroyed.
Oh, it's great. Fincher had a funny line in the commentary where he's like, I think it says something about our culture that you don't need to explain to an audience what luminol is. I quite like that. And so, yes, they found a whole bunch of evidence, and then let's see. Oh, and then we get to the vigil. It's time for the vigil. There's a giant crowd in, a big park with a gazebo and everything. And he goes up to the microphone and he's pleading with people to come forward if they have any information at all. And then he has this moment, which is interesting, where he's trying really hard.
So he's trying to like course correct from what happened before, right?
Yeah,
Where he said too little before, and so now he wants to really make sure that he corrects that mistake in everybody's view.
He's thinking a lot more about his perception now after seeing how they're crucifying him on television. And so he's being a little more performative, and he decides to say something which I don't know if it's wise, but it totally makes sense for his character. He says, I want to say something because I think some of you might be wondering and are too polite to ask. I had nothing to do with the disappearance of my wife, which is word for word something that Scott Peterson said. I just think that's a funny detail.
Interesting.
I'm cooperating with the police. I haven't hired a lawyer. I have nothing to hide. And then he continues, Amy's my soulmate. She's brilliant, charming, all that sort of stuff. Oh, and there's a great little detail here that he's like, she's brilliant, she's charming and wise, and it cuts to Andy in the crowd, like mouthing, you asshole.
Yeah.
Like knowing that he's lying. It's great. And then, oh my goodness, it's Noelle Hawthorne coming in to drop a bomb with one of my favorite line deliveries in the whole movie, where she says, like, where's your wife, Nick? What did you do to your pregnant wife? You tell her she was 6 weeks pregnant. So good. And then that's the big turning point, obviously. Everyone immediately is like, holy shit. And he does not handle it well. He's like, thank you for your support tonight. Let's find Amy. If you guys, go ahead if you guys want to say something. I love how funny this is a sort of example of like what I mean. Like if you watch this movie a bunch of times, like this is a really tense moment in the initial watch through, but this is a very funny moment when you've seen the movie a bunch. It kind of works both ways, and I really like that. And then he doesn't know what to do, so he just starts running away. So good. And then the mob is turning into something of a lynch mob chasing after him. It's great.
What's this? It feels like a Simpsons level of pull the collar, like no.
And it's like as soon as he starts running, it's like, don't do that. That's a really bad idea. But it's like, what do you do in that situation? That's like probably like a quintessential lose-lose situation. I suppose he could have said like, what do you I like, but there's no good answer to that. There's no good response, and so he just runs away. It's great.
And the cops help him get out, right? Like he runs to the cop car, which is that's like kind of interesting visually, right?
Well,
like
yeah, because there's a whole mob of press and people like chasing after him. It's like, uh-oh, this is bad. But we get that moment where Boney's like, help him get to the car, because she's, like she says later, she's being more than fair to him. She's like, uh-oh, this is bad. Let's get him out of here. Then we're back at his house. He's he like goes to get a drink or something like that, and they just come in the door. He's like, hello, like he's like, who the fuck is just walking into my house? That's a nice detail. She comes in, she's like, all right, let's talk. Let's start over here, the scene of the crime. And she mentions the bit that she's like, this whole thing looked wrong from the beginning. She like stamps her foot and the pictures fall on the mantelpiece. And it's like, but after a life and death struggle, those were standing up. What's that about? It's like, we've done a lot of these cases over the years,
Like, you have to appreciate, because what I love about it is he's not speaking to them in a language that would best help his case. He's just speaking to them like a normal person, which is, look, I'm me, and I know I didn't do it.
Yeah.
So I don't care about all this stuff. Like, oh, why is this there? Why is that? I didn't fucking do it. So do
He's
your
like,
jobs.
what do you want me to say? Like, I don't know what to say to that. I don't know why that happened. I didn't do it.
It's interesting for
and
the
this,
audience as well, though, isn't it? It's like,
yeah. And she's like, well, we did a luminol test. I'm sorry to tell you that kitchen lit up. It's like, she lost a lot of blood in there, Nick. And he's like, oh my God. He's like, wait a second. Why would they mop up the blood if they're trying to stage a crime scene? Which is a great question. But I like that she's kind of gung ho on like pushing him here, that she blows
Yeah.
right past it. But it is a great question. It's like, no blood and no body suggests kidnapping, and tells us to look at people outside the house. Like, and he says, like, these homeless people you keep mentioning. I like that guy's kind of stuck on that.
Oh, I think that's huge, that moment, because you see a reaction shot from him where he's like, oh, like you guys are building a story that I did it, and you're actually now arguing to me that all this evidence lines up perfectly that I did it, because we're very close to him saying he wants a lawyer.
Yeah. And what finally gets him to that point, well, they're like, what did you argue about? And he's not really answering. They mentioned the credit card debt, and he's like, what? I've never seen any of this in my life. And like, he's like, wait a minute, this is identity theft. This is a felony. We
Yeah.
gotta do something about this.
We gotta do something.
And then like there's the whole like, you bumped up Amy's life insurance to 1.2 million. He's like, yes, because that was her idea. She wanted me to. And like he yells at her, and the other police officer's like, whoa, calm down. It's like they're getting under his skin. Obviously, then she gets a call, finds out like, yeah, they did a blood test. She was pregnant, and he just
Slams the glass.
Yeah, slams the glass down. It's like I don't want to speak to you ever again without a lawyer, and that's obviously huge turning point for him. Great. I really like the way that scene plays out. I really like the shot where he throws the glass down and it shatters. It's really nice. I like how moody the lighting is in this movie, because a lot of these settings are really mundane. You know, they're just sort of like.
So this is kind of like what you point to as the example, the sort of cringe, stupid kind of like film school sort of way of like approach to lighting is having the lighting be like really unrealistic, essentially.
Well,
like
mention him.
Blue.
Mention him.
No, look, it's okay, right? It's just some people
Mention
are
him.
obsessed with like blue, red lights and these like hyper contrast between these unrealistic colors. And I think it's the sign of a very accomplished and talented filmmaker to understand how you can make the lighting in scenes more dynamic while still not making it seem like it's not realistic. Because at no point while you're watching like this film, or in this scene in particular, which has got like a lot of contrast, right? Like pretty pronounced shadows, a very like kind of like yellow goldish hue to the lighting. It's not like normal. It's not necessarily the kind of thing that would be like natural in a regular setting. And but like you are convinced. You get the benefit of the lighting being really dynamic, so that every frame is super interesting and it's just pleasant to look at, while it's not taking you out of the scene. It doesn't make you, it doesn't feel like it's like, well, how can I make this scene more interesting? I know, let's just get some like blue lights and put them here, even though why would there be blue lights here?
Yeah. What works really well about this scene in particular is that like you get the vibe that he hasn't had time to turn many lights on yet, because he just got home after running away, essentially, so that it's kind of dimly lit in there works, I think.
Yeah, he went from the living room to the kitchen. There's the room that connects them is the one the light isn't on.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, not to mention, it's just it sounds kind of cliche almost at this point, because we say that almost everything to do with filmmaking is dead, but my God, lighting is dead, like as a concept.
Yeah,
it's so sad to see so many high budget modern movies that don't, to the point you wouldn't say like that's not very well lit. It's like it's not even they've not done lighting.
They've barely even matched it to the background that they CGI'd in.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's definitely a problem in a lot of films that have like lots of like CG backgrounds. Is man, it really feels like you guys were like very brightly lit on like a big sound stage, and that the place that you're in doesn't exist. And it's not great.
Here's a good example of that. Even when you like in competent hands, you can really make it work. So I had no idea, but I learned that in a later scene where the police show up to check out the woodshed and they're outside, they were losing time on the day, and like they ran out of time on the day. So what they ended up doing was they green screened the actors into that scene. They shot it later on a green screen. You can't
Really?
tell at all.
Wow.
Yeah. There are certain shots in that where like Ben Affleck and Kim Dickens, I believe her name is, they're not there. They're on a green screen. But you have no idea. I would have
Wow.
never known. I've seen the movie like 12 times. Never would have noticed that. I mean, he doesn't do it for the whole movie. I think it'd be hard to keep up that mirage for an entire film like this is Quantumania or something. But even still, when he does do it, he's like really quite competent at it. Though I will say, the CGI golf ball is a bit distracting. I'm not a fan of that. I didn't think they quite nailed that one, but for the most part, very, very competent in terms of using CGI and, compositing.
Agreed.
So, that's okay. So this is when Margot comes to have the big argument with him, and she's like, she's like, I gotta press you on this. Like, this looks so bad for you. I'm so worried for you. Like, and she's kind of presenting her own story, like you had no idea she was pregnant. Like, it's like, now she's pregnant. That's a problem for you. You wanted to get divorced. This looks so bad for you. And I quite like the revelation that like the truth is like Amy didn't want kids. Like I did, but she didn't.
Mhm.
And it's like, oh, that's interesting. That tracks more with her character, even as described so far, that is. And I quite like that. Go ahead.
It's almost a balance of probabilities for the viewer right now. Who do you trust more? Amy's perception and recalling of history, or what he would say to his sister right now, considering all the lies that he's kind of tried to construct or move around.
Yeah.
Some of them aren't even actual lies he's told. They're lies that Amy has told. But I think in retrospect, maybe even on a first run through, I still buy it. Like their relationship, his performance, that when he says those things, I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's telling the truth, not her.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because he's kind of gotten to the point with her where he's had to fess up to
Yeah.
her. And so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that he's lying to her or that he would be very good at it, considering this is his twin sister who they know each other incredibly well.
It's just he's not even trying. There's no trick anyway.
No.
When you rewatch it, he's not actually the killer. So he is just trying to.
And he
get
is kind of
through
a boob still. Like, for
Yes.
example, it's like, well, when he first moved here, I went to a fertility clinic, and she's like, it didn't work. He's like, I did my part. And she says, masturbate. I like, there's a nice quippy back and forth next to that. He's like, well, when it came time for Andy to do her thing, all of a sudden, well, I was like, well, I don't know, maybe no thanks. Like, his delivery on that's really funny. But like, he's still kind of, I don't know, he's still a little bit of a goober. Like, I just don't buy him as successful of a liar in order to like pull off such an incredible lie to his sister in this moment, and then so he goes to prove it. He gets the paternity test paperwork saying that they still have his sample. They're going to destroy it if she doesn't do anything about it. And then she starts looking through the rest of the box, and he's like, oh, don't look through that. And it's the clue that he couldn't solve, a letter from Desi. And I like that. And then the prenup is in there as well. And he's like, Nick, why do you have this stuff? It's like a little box of hate. He's like, I don't know, go. Maybe I hate her. And I love the way he lays into the word hate there. Really good.
I think as well, the fact that you even comment on like his saying his part was masturbate. It's like, yeah, but that line as quick as it's said ends up being like arguably the final horrifying payoff of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great. And this is where we get to the part where she's like, okay, what do you want to ask me, Go? You want to ask me? And she just can't bring herself. Even with everything, she sort of said everything but the final question. She's like, here's a possible reason you could be doing it, and then, but when it comes time, she's like, I can't actually bring myself to say those words. And she says, I would never ask you that. Then she just leaves. It's a really interesting moment because obviously she wants to ask him that, but she just can't bring herself to do it. And I think
what I appreciate about it is I think that she might be at the point of trying to say to him when she says, I love you no matter what, but you need to tell me, like, in a sense, listen, if you killed her, first of all, I get it. Like, I'd go from there. But at the same time, he is so adamant that this is insane that we can't get to the point. We can't move over to the dynamic of their relationship where she almost actually does try to help him, move on from having killed her. Instead, we're still at no, and so it draws us back to shit. Like I can't take that step because it means that I don't know my brother when I do.
Yes.
So
exactly.
again, it's really well performed, which is why I still regret any knowledge that she thinks her performance isn't very good.
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
a little
shame,
surprising.
That's a shame.
honestly.
It really is, because
she's so
really
good in this movie. Yeah, I'm tempted to say everyone's really good in this movie. I can't.
I
Really
wonder
think
if it is because I believe it was it's Carrie.
Boone.
Yeah, I think it was. This was her first film that she ever did. Before that,
really?
she just did stage. So this was her first film that she participated in.
You may
Maybe that's
remember
how she did
her
it.
famously from Infinity War, where she played Alien.
Well, she was in the new Ghostbusters, right?
Ugh,
I
I really didn't like those movies.
A fine film. Yes.
She's the one that gets killed by getting splattered into a big wheel by Scarlet Witch, I think.
Proxima something, right?
Proxima Midnight, that's the one.
Yeah.
Oh boy, what a
It's such
role!
wacky thing. It's like, also, I was that. You're like, all
Yeah.
right. She's one of the better things about Fargo season 3. So
100%.
yeah, she's in that.
And this is where we get to one of my favorite pieces of music in the movie. There's a lot that I really like. I'm a huge fan of this soundtrack. I think it's probably, the Social Network one, the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo one, those are all incredible. This one feels to me like he's really serving the story better than he's ever done. I don't know. There's something about how perfectly.
I find it so hard to pick. Like if I was picking between the ones that Trent Reznor did for Fincher,
You can smell his music.
Yeah,
I know this is Trent Reznor.
We are ramping up to my favorite song in the film, which I imagine is probably like everybody's favorite song in the film. I could be wrong about that.
I'm assuming it's the monologue one.
Yeah, well, yeah. Technically Missing, I believe, is what the track is called.
It sure is. I quite like that they're all named after little bits of dialogue. That's just nice.
Yeah, no, it's good. But as for like whether or not it's like, dude, Social Network has a really amazing soundtrack. It's
they're so good.
I understand what you mean though when you say that the idea that the score really feels like it's serving the story, because it's very much a case of I would say that like a lot of the tracks are really they're all it's a really good score. It's just that the Social Network has more songs that I feel you can just listen to in isolation as their own tracks.
Yes.
Whereas I'd say that a lot of the Gone Girl tracks, except for Technically Missing, which I think works really well as a standalone, all of them are more like, they have a really clear purpose. There's like leitmotifs and repetition that's super important and meaningful in terms of like interpretation of the story. But that as individual tracks, I'm not as compelled to listen to them as I am.
Are super fucking tense, man. Like,
yes, they are.
Stomach churning. Like,
whereas Social Network's just got some like downright catchy ones, right? Yeah. Like the one for the montage where Zuckerberg,
I believe, is the name of that one.
That's a really good one.
Yeah.
God, that's a really good one.
Oh, this is the soundtrack for the soundtrack for Watchmen, the TV show. That's sad.
Well, hey, what's cool is you can listen to that music on its own without the show, and it's good.
That's
so.
You know what? You're right.
That is the best thing to come out of that show. Really,
1,000%.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Did Trent? He did video games, right? Did he? I feel like did he do Call of Duty? Yeah, he did Black Ops 2. Oh well, he only did one song for Black Ops 2. Yeah, it's a good song though.
It's a good. I know exactly which one you're talking about. That's a good. That's a great fucking song.
He did Quake, baby.
Oh yeah,
great game to start on.
He has a very distinctive style, kind of unmistakable, I would say.
It's really That's definitely.
For someone who, I'm a huge fan of his work. I've been a fan of Nine Inch Nails for a long time. I love basically all his score work, but he does do a lot of the same things over and over in a way that I find really effective. Like you hear it and you're just like, yep, that's him. I know it. I know those piano chords. He does the same ones quite a bit in a good way.
A signature of sorts.
Oh, absolutely. Not that they're the same style at all, but in the same way you watch any Wes Anderson thing, you're like, yep, that's you. I couldn't possibly mistake you for anyone else. One of the things I'm always impressed by, and I think this is a credit to the editing team almost, especially, is that when Trent Reznor writes music for these movies, he doesn't write them to specific scenes the way some composers do. He like gets the script, he sees some dailies and all that sort of fun stuff, and then him and Atticus Ross just write a ton of music that all fits the world, and he kind of lets the editor and David Fincher kind of find what pieces go where, like which
That's
ones they like.
That's interesting that you. I don't know why. I think it's on my mind because just mentioning Infinity War. I don't know if anybody's ever like just sat down and listened to the Infinity War soundtrack, but like if you listen to it, it actually like sounds kind of strange at times because like it's just not there'll be times where essentially the music feels like it's changing in ways that are unpredictable and sort of unexpected and not for like a particularly great reason, but because it's like, well, it's because you had to cut it to the film. You had to score
what's
it to the
happening
film,
on the screen, yeah.
which means that like even though it feels like this should be like 4/4 and it should logically get there, then it like cuts off part way and you're like, huh, okay. It's not like it's a problem necessarily. I actually like a lot of the music in Infinity War. I mean, it's Alan
Silvestri, Alan
I
Silvestri.
think he's quite good, but it's interesting when you compare like you because I think now that you've said that, I didn't know that when it came to the way that the music was written for these films, but like I can see that it's like the music actually directs the pacing of the editing, because it just feels so in sync. It just feels so like symbiotic or harmonious, the relationship between like music and sound design. And I love the sound design in David Fincher's films. It's so good.
This is a fun shouting out the sound designer here really quick. I believe his name is Ren Kleiss. He's done quite a bit of Fincher's work. Little funny details. Some are that I quite like. Okay, when he's at the vigil and we just get the bombshell that she was pregnant, and then the cuts around the crowd. You hear a baby crying in the background. It's just such a funny little detail to include, like right as
they're dropping the reveal that she's pregnant.
There's a baby that starts crying. That's hilarious. But just in terms of one thing I want to highlight, because I think I see a lot of people making this mistake, both on like major, like big budget films and in like amateur indie stuff, where they think when the music and the image are in sync, that means you cut everything on the beat. And I think that's getting really played out. Obviously, the most extreme example of all time is probably Baby Driver. But I see it a lot, especially in movie trailers, where everything happens exactly on beat with the music. And it gets really stale really fast.
It's kind of interesting that you say that because it's funny. I actually think that emerged from video games. I don't know if I would say it specifically emerged from this particular example, but the old Battlefield trailers. I say old because actually, like, hey, look, it brings it back to Battlefield 3. Those trailers are really good. They're like really well cut together, and a lot of what makes them cathartic is the way that the action is cut to the music. That shots do happen on the beats and stuff. But I suppose I can understand the idea of it getting a bit too. I just think that works pretty reliably.
Well,
I think really cathartic to listen to action.
The history got to go further back than
of course it does. Of course, it's just that's what's on my mind right now is a really prominent example of a video game that had trailers that were very much like the action was in sync with the music.
I think it can get too predictable when you do it all the time. I think the real magic seems to be when you do a bit of both. You have some cuts that don't line up at all, and then it all comes together for a moment, and so it keeps you on your toes constantly. Like I think of The Shining, for example. There's a shot Danny's riding away in his tricycle, and there's a big sound cue that goes off, even though nothing has changed in the shot.
Oh, well, yeah, that's The Shining is particularly interesting in that because it's so disconcerting when like the music sort of cuts in with these stings that come out of nowhere. It's like, what? You know?
there's a sting that cuts in out of nowhere, and then he rounds the corner, and then there's a sting that happens right when he sees the twins around the corner. So it's both.
I think that's really good because that throws you off. Like the musical things coming out of nowhere means that you're in a place of like you actually. It's hard to even when something that is nothing particularly scary is happening. Even though those stings are coming, it's like it's really putting you on edge. It's putting you in this sort of like state of mind where everything's kind of disconcerting. Which I guess there's different examples of how because obviously the thing that David Fincher does a lot in his films is like the really kind of. I'm not sure how I would describe it. It's like static or like, like the rising sort of static and like these weird sort of sounds that are kind of like escalating in intensity.
A lot of noise.
Yeah.
And like weird. dissonance.
That happens in this scene leading up to the twist, right? As like Nick's
Yeah.
opening the
It just
door.
puts you on edge. The whole thing.
Yeah.
You're like,
Yeah.
what's happening? Eh.
Yeah, I think I heard a while ago, I don't remember if this is an exact quote, but when Fincher talked to Trent Reznor about this project, he's like, I kind of want spa music that curdles. Like is the way he described it. Like it's pleasant and then it goes sour. And that's what a lot of these feel like. The Sugar Storm one is very pleasant and harmonious. He's got these little bells and like vibraphones and guitars and all those sort of things that sound pretty nice, but then there's this rising tense dissonance that kind of overwhelms the music by the end. You know what I mean? Like it's gone sour.
Almost every last thing we could ever talk about in terms of a point of artistry with any given field that relates to what we're talking about, there's a place for it. There's a time and a place for it, and that's the talent, is knowing where to put it and how to use it and how to balance it and stuff. Because
Yeah.
I think most people would be like, well, it'll always be better to match action with the music and the beat, surely. And it's like, well, that's how you. I feel like that's how you breed hacks, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Standard writing advice thing: if you're always meant to do this, your characters always need to be dynamic. Your characters always meant to go on an arc. You're always meant to do 3-act structure. You're always. It's like you're so like baked into the rules that it's almost like impossible for you to make anything particularly good anymore.
The menu covered this, right? It would be, I think it's almost Nicholas Holt's character. Like I understand what to do every
But he
time,
can't
but
do it.
not really the why behind it, and it makes it so you can't be dynamic. You can't
Yeah.
create almost, because you do it by a book. You know how it
Yes.
works. You know the thing, and but you've never understood the thing.
I think it was something that Orson Welles said in an interview. Like I think it was something like he didn't know the rules. Like it was good when he was going into. He didn't know the rules, so like
that's
he
the
had
Citizen
freedom
Kane
to-
interview, right? The where he talks about the how there was a cameraman who wanted to work with him on, I think it was on Citizen Kane, because
Yes.
it was the only person who didn't know what you couldn't do with a camera, which is what allowed them to get as many of those very, revolutionary shots as they were able to get for that movie. Yeah.
Exactly. That because he didn't know the rules, it wasn't even a matter of breaking them. He wasn't bound by them, which meant that he could actually do stuff that was particularly like innovative and profound.
It's why
which is interesting.
it feels like the earliest work of a lot of artists might not be their best, but it feels like it's soon after the earliest that you start getting this little period where they were experimental, figuring out the edges of things. A lot of like, 'cause I feel like listening to James Cameron talk about making T2, T1, or Aliens, it's fascinating because it's like this frustrating mess, solving all these problems,
Yeah.
thinking this thing will work where everyone else is like, why would that work? That's not going to work. I don't know about that. Versus now, where it's like anything he says goes. It's already tried and
God.
tested.
And
It's
yet your
practically
Avatar 2s,
printable
yeah.
money. Yeah, and it's like it makes the money, but it doesn't feel alive, man.
Yeah.
And then you have good old David Fincher, who made this film nearly 20 years after he made Seven.
So
It's
well,
like
that's the
crazy.
thing I actually wanted to ask. How do the four of us feel here about David Fincher's sort of how he ranks for current day directors?
He's one of the best.
For
Yeah,
sure.
if in terms of his craftsmanship, he's got to be one of the best alive right now, I would say.
I think so as well.
I think that's easy to say. That once you're at the point where you've got like 5 or 6 excellent films, it's like, holy crap! You were
Yeah.
in the hallowed halls. You are like in a league that is very, very exclusive.
He could never make another good movie ever again, and I still think he's one of the best of all time. Like that's-
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
feel
like
like-
I expect he'll make another great film.
It's funny, there are some directors, I'm not entirely sure how it works. It's just a cultural thing, I guess. But like, take George Lucas, where his reputation, depending on who you ask, will be anything from weak to okay to strong. It is really who you're talking to. Ridley Scott, it seems to be strong across the board, even with his bad entries. Everyone's like, no, he's good, great. I feel like David Fincher would be that. If he released 4 bad movies in a row, probably would be immune just because of the amazing work
Yeah.
he's done. Zack
Mhm.
Snyder like has annihilated his reputation in the past few years, which has been rather funny to watch. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is just that it interests me that Fincher has definitely entered that hallowed hall, and he's still not done. Hopefully anyway.
He seems to be among a small cadre of people who are actually improving their craft meaningfully as they age, instead of just like, they peaked and now they're just sort of on the decline.
Or they're,
Like,
spinning the wheels, kind of like keeping it at the plateau. Like you could maybe
Yeah.
Yeah,
make
like
the
they know what
argument
they're
that
doing, and
Tarantino has sort of got to that point. And like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, it's not
that
like
might that's a bit controversial,
oh,
perhaps,
maybe
but
interesting.
yeah. Well, the other person I would put in this category, and it's just so great that they work together, is Trent Reznor. Like, for me, this seems to be almost more true of music than a lot of other art forms. It's like their first album is the best or whatever, and then they, like maybe they can keep it going for a bit, and they have like maybe if we're lucky, we'll get like 5 or 6 albums that are really good. But it does seem to be pretty rare that any popular musical artist, is still churning out interesting, kind of game-changing work really late into their career. Like, what I think, honestly, one of the better Nine Inch Nails projects is something that came out in like 2017. Like, that's quite late considering when his
When
peak
they
and his
started,
heyday
yeah.
was. Yeah. Anywho, uh,
Mm.
to circle back with the music, I quite love this piece of music that comes in when we're cutting back and forth between Nick trying to figure out this third clue about the brown house because he's at a dead end. He's like, "Uh-oh, I'm a murder suspect now. What do I do? Well, maybe I can find her because I know I didn't kill her." So, he's going to sit down. He's going to really try and figure out this clue. Meanwhile, Rhonda Boney and the detective are like coming back to the brown house. They're like, why was he here? What was he doing here? And then she says, like, you know how hard it is to solve a murder case without a body? So, well, it's incredibly hard. So I'm going to try to find a body. And then we're also sort of intercutting with Amy, like, hiding in their house in the flashbacks, um, like being scared of him. And we're sort of
Yeah,
intercutting all these three things at once. And the music is doing that classic film music thing where, like, there's a steady beat. So it's like, we're doing shit. We're putting pieces together. We're solving puzzles. But it's got this weird, limping, groovy, dissonant sort of like steady rhythm to it that I quite like. And we're learning that there's an almost burned up diary in the furnace in the dad's house. He solves the clue, and he that leads him to the woodshed. He opens the woodshed, and all the stuff that's on those credit cards, the TV, robot dog, guitar, clubs, and everything. Oh, speaking of the clubs, I just want to highlight a line I quite like where he's being interrogated by Boney, and she's like, "Look, these clubs." And he's like, "I don't even play golf." And it's like, "Well, I do. You got a nice pair of clubs." And so, like, we're learning all these things are happening at once. So, like, oh shit, we're getting so many revelations in such a short period of time, and the music is building and building and building. And it's like just when you're like, wait, what does all this mean? They drop the bomb on you, like, oh, I'm actually still alive, by the way.
Well,
It's
yeah, I was
just
going to say,
fucking perfect, man.
I love
So
the
good.
build up here because of. I remember when I first ever saw this film. By the way, I'm pretty sure I watched this back to back with. It was something else that like had a vibe of. Maybe I'll check the releases of the year and I'll figure it out in a second. But the revelation here, I remember being like, I was with him 100%, and I think it's important that we know he's alone, that he just figured this out. He has no idea what's in this room. Opens it and he has the. It reminds me of Not Like This, the emoji. You guys should be totally familiar with. Okay, it was full confirmation to me that he has been completely framed, and not only has he been framed, it's expert level to the point where how do you escape this? Like,
Yeah.
this isn't, and so it wipes clean any thought that he was the killer. Now I'm completely with him, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, like what is going to happen next? How has this happened? Why has it happened? And then we cut over to right. Let's have a look at the other side of the story to see how we got here, which is brilliant.
Yeah.
It is look, all right, like it's crazy to be a filmmaker that has like the Fight Club twist, already having that as like a thing that you have as under your belt is like, all right, so that's really awesome. But then to get like a comparably awesome twist again a second time around, it's like you're just like a master
Well,
of suspense. I don't know what to say. Like you just know
Quietly,
how to
like,
do it.
I probably am going to like him no matter what he does because, no matter how bad films he could make in future, because of the all of his filmography just screams, "Oh yeah, you think that wouldn't work? I can make it work."
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah,
I mean, this in terms of like a twist, not only because on top of it, it's like, all right, so it's a shock which already the instant shock is like, oh shit, that's cool. But it's like, oh, now we've kicked off like a totally new phase of the story, because
Yes.
it went from essentially like what you could say is a conventional mystery being uncovered to, well, now it's like this bizarre, messed up, insane like cat and mouse game that's sort of been initiated. You now have to, we're now in the process of like, okay, this totally shatters what any viewer's perception of Amy was up until this point. So now this is going to be the mystery of unraveling who Amy is, which I think like it would be foolish to assume that like, oh, well, look at all of the things that she's saying right here. Like she's basically laying out a whole plan. So you've got it. It's like, no, she's explained it. Now it's going to be a thing of seeing her actually continue to execute that plan and interact with people, and the way that she's going to be interacting with those people, and like, who even is this person? You've got this conception of her. Now that's gone. Now you've got this like hold psychopath, but also like, what are the elements of that? Is it what she says in this scene of like, oh, well, here's all of my motivations, but it's also what we talked about before, right? There is the undercurrent of she is incredibly petty. In a sense, she's actually quite insecure. And that's sort of informing it as, and narcissistic, incredibly narcissistic, and that's all stuff that you're going to get to see play out. And now that Nick is essentially on the same page as the viewer, in a sense, with like a complete, in a sense, like a complete understanding of, oh, he's been framed. Oh shit, what's that going to look like? It's like now the suspense is, oh, well, how the hell is he going to get out of it?
Yeah,
like what's going to happen?
Something I thought was kind of genius in this film. I don't know how many times you see it before, but we had more information than he did on a couple of things. He had more information than we did on a couple of things, but we have actually converged at this point in the film.
Yes.
Like, the bonus information we had was knowing a lot of this shit is very sus ahead of him knowing it, and how, like the broader concepts of all the way that the evidence is coming around, and then how people are perceiving each of the events as they go forward. But I guess that it's part of that discordant music, I think, that really adds to it too. I don't know. Sometimes your words are lost at how perfect the artistry is in this film. Like for a story that is so typically like this is not about crazy dragons or lasers or space or anything beyond two people in a very bad relationship.
I guess in talking about the nature of like the deliberateness of the craft, to go from the incredibly like discordant, off-putting, kind of like disturbing track that plays right up to this, to then like this like, I mean it's got, the music's got so much clarity in this sequence. It's very easy to understand, and in a sense it's almost like it's almost got a level of like, this is cathartic essentially from a narrative standpoint, even though the situation is horrifying. This is incredibly cathartic.
Yeah, it's so true. I think
it's a wild thing to be able to pull off. Yeah.
It's like getting all these little blanks filled in because the pieces we had to fill them in didn't quite fit right. And so that's satisfying. But at the same time, we're watching a person systematically destroy another person's life. A person that we're kind of on the side of.
Yeah, but it's as was mentioned before, right? It's kind of an interesting thing that seems to be a more prevalent aspect of essentially films and television shows over the last 20 or so years is the strange quality of getting viewers somewhat on the side of like heinous people, right? Like Breaking Bad, people are kind of on you like I would say that the general attitude of people watching it is you're kind of on Walter's side to some extent, not necessarily like on his side and like, oh yeah, I hope he succeeds in all of his dastardly deeds, but it's more so like he's so competent and interesting that you can't help but be interested in seeing like how his story plays out. And I feel like it's the same here, right? Like now that the sort of rug's been pulled out, and it's like, oh, Amy's like totally not what you expected. She's like this insane psycho. It's like, oh shit. Well, that's interesting now. It's like, what? Who is she? And like, what was the nature of her plan, and what are her goals, and how is she going to react in the new situation that she put herself in? And how is Nick going to respond? Essentially, with like, in a sense, like a revelation about this person that obviously would be a shock, right? Of like, well, yeah, their relationship was bad, but he didn't think that this was going to happen to him.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like watching, like, we've got the full reveal of who our villain is now, and now we get to watch, what happens, as she continues on this journey of her plan, this master plan that she's put together. Like, we get to sit there and sort of watch it unfold now in it's nice that you mentioned that the music has the clarity here as everything is getting sort of revealed, right? Like the audience is being brought in with the rise of the score, right? Like into the full know of what's going on. And then the rest of this movie is going to turn into how is he getting out of this? Like how does our
Yeah.
character make it out?
It's like you said, it's almost a relief because you finally know what's happening, and at the same time, you're learning about someone who's just horrific at
Yeah.
the same time.
Yeah.
So it's a weird mix of relief and then also
Well-
you're like, oh, I kind of wish I
Well,
didn't.
I think there are things that we buy completely as to just the truth of it, and then we see her manipulating all of it so far back, like
Yeah.
the faking a friendship or collecting a urine during that faking of the
Oh,
friend. You're just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
and I quite like. I'm gonna read through some of this because it's an amazing monologue. It's a great montage in general, but like some of the disdain with which she describes things is like the first time we've gotten to like really get a sense of who Amy really is. And it feels so honest how much she hates everyone. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so let's go through it because it's incredible. So I'm so much happier now that I'm dead. Technically missing, soon to be presumed dead. Feel free to stop me if anything catches your eye here. Gone, and my lazy, lying, cheating, oblivious husband will go to prison for my murder. Nick Dunn took my pride and my dignity and my hope and my money. He took and took from me until I no longer existed. That's murder. Which I
love it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you believe that.
Yeah.
I love that she's so petty and so narcissistic. That's like he sucked, therefore he killed me. Like that. Like it's such an offense to me that he would mistreat me this way. That basically his punishment should be death. To
Yeah,
I
ahead.
really do buy that she feels as though he is the. I think it makes her feel better even to say he is the reason for all of my misery. He is the
Oh, yeah.
reason that I have become a girl that I don't even like myself. She's
Oh,
not
yeah.
dealing with anything in a healthy way, in a substantive way, in a meaningful way. She's not got any kind of good relationship with anybody to explore it with them. She can't introspect. She can't ruminate on like anything other than who is to blame and how do I make them suffer.
Yep.
She's a great villain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to fake a convincing murder, you have to have discipline. See, this is one of the things I like so much about her as a villain. There'll be a few examples of this going forward. The lengths at which she goes to make everything convincing, like violating herself with a wine bottle, for example. And like seeing the look on her face while she does it, it's like, yeah, no one can say that you aren't determined and disciplined. Yeah. So you befriend a local idiot, and the way she says idiot is just dripping with disdain. It's great. Harvest the details of her humdrum life and cram her with stories about your husband's violent temper. Secretly create some money troubles, credit cards, perhaps online gambling. With the help of the unwitting, bump up your life insurance. I quite like that moment where he's not even paying attention. She just brings the paperwork while he's watching TV or something like that. It's like, here you go, just sign this. It's not important. Purchase a getaway car, Craigslist, generic, cheap, pay cash. You need to package yourself so that people will truly mourn your loss. And America loves pregnant women. As if it's so hard to spread your legs. It's like, oh my God, this woman.
she's so like misanthropic. It's insane. She's just like she's so unhinged.
And she's so narcissistic that she sees the sort of adoration and respect that pregnant women get, and she's like, ugh, I should have that. You know what I mean? Like, why did they don't deserve that. They didn't do anything to deserve it. Unlike me, who's totally deserving of everyone's undying love and attention. You know what's hard? You know what's hard? Faking a pregnancy. First, drain your toilet. Invite pregnant idiot into your home and ply her with lemonade. Steal pregnant idiot's urine. I love the way like we see her with the gloves on, like scooping it out of the toilet carefully. It's like,
oh, and it's an interesting thing to have, like in the scene of the intercutting between her acting like a normal person and then the stone-faced expression she has when nobody's around. It's just like, oh my God.
The thing that struck me this time around, especially with the person I was watching, is the time scale of this. Like, you maintained your pure fucking vicious, furious anger for vengeance for ages.
Yes.
Like, you went through this from like
Listen,
Who are
MauLer,
you?
adults work for things, all right?
Well, it's just funny because, like, to maintain that kind of, you don't think maybe at some point you were kind of like, you know what?
Maybe
This is
what if I
nuts.
work on
Well,
my
it's like, what
marriage?
if the time? Yeah, exactly. What if the time had been funneled into other pursuits?
What if I
instead of-
just got divorced?
What if I wrote a
Fucking-
novel?
Get into like woodworking or something.
Yeah.
Voila, a pregnancy is now part of your legal medical record. Happy anniversary. Wait for your clueless husband to start his day. Off he goes, and the clock is ticking. I love, like, she's so spiteful too, but there's a kind of joy she gets in it.
I think she loves
simultaneously.
being right and intelligent and on the ball and like the
One
puppet
step
master of the
ahead.
whole world.
She
I
loves seeing a
understand how
plan
everyone
come together,
works.
man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and to predict certain things and then have them run, which to be fair, I think the impressive part is actually just the actual time part of it, because a lot of her the way she does everything, she does it via Googling the thing and then doing the thing, or just noting patterns on people that otherwise we all have. It's just that no one's
Yeah.
trying to murder us or frame us for murder, rather.
Yeah.
But you know, like it's all. I think the what makes her feel so powerful is the fact she reminds me of Boogie. It's like, oh, I'm look at me, master manipulator. It's like, well, yeah, I guess, but you're like choosing to do things that no one else does for good reason. And she hasn't even entertained that, right? Like she's doing this because
Yeah.
she needs to, because she has to, and most women would never be able to pull off what she's pulling off. But that's why I love the sequence with the Greta and the guy, right? Like it completely tears her down, and it doesn't humble her. She doesn't learn from this in any way, shape, or form. She just moves on to the next fucking mark. Like that's all that happens to
Yes.
recover.
She thinks very highly of herself, but part of
Yes.
how she's able to get away with all of this is because no one would ever expect someone to be lying like this. You know what I mean? It's what's more impressive is not necessarily how clever it is, but just the dedication to it.
Yeah.
Like how far she's willing to go in service of this revenge. Like for example, when she says, meticulously stage your crime scene with just enough mistakes to raise the specter of doubt. You need to bleed a lot. And like that's I think part of what's horrifying about her is that like she could maybe do it without losing that much blood, but she's like, no, there needs to be a lot of blood. So I'm just going to sit here and drain like buckets of blood out of myself just for the sake of this. You know what I mean? Like she's willing to go there. She's willing to hit herself in the face with a wrench later or a little hammer.
It is a part of her plan to kill herself, and I love the detail immediately, right? Like that's on her list, and then it gets put into multiple date options. So it's like, might kill myself here, might kill myself, but I'm sure I'm going to kill myself. And then as time moves on, it's like, why should I kill myself? He doesn't deserve that. I don't deserve it. You know, just like,
I like that she initially was going to kill herself because, well, there's a sense of like, well, I don't know what to do with my life anymore. But like that's part of it, perhaps. But then the other thing is like, it's the perfect ending to the story, and so of course that's what she would do. You know what I mean? Like that'll really seal the deal for him. I'm less concerned with living and continuing my life than I am with making sure he dies, which is just.
Yeah, well, because like if she had followed through perfectly on that, he probably would have gone to jail, right? Like there's no real way to escape the plan that she set in motion. But yeah, I think that's where her self-preservation and her narcissism would prevent her from engaging in that part of the plan. She's willing to go pretty far, but not that far.
Well, I guess the thing is that you see it later on, but she's like marked different dates and different months of like, oh, kill self ? Like she's wondering when exactly she wants to do it, and it seems to be essentially based on how much satisfaction she extracts from Nick's suffering.
Yeah,
before she's like, yeah, you know, I'm filled up, right? See ya, well.
She's enjoying it too much to do it right away. She's like, oh, this is fun to watch. I like watching him getting torn apart by the media. That's really fun. She's like really enjoying that later. So like, she's not it's like, why kill myself when I'm enjoying this so much?
Another thing that I really love about what she's doing as she's reading this all off is that she's just like eating tons of fast food, really like fatty, high calorie meals,
oatmeal cream pies and everything.
Just purposefully gaining weight in order to make sure that she can stick around for a while, watch the media circus, enjoy her, the results of her handiwork, and people, won't recognize who she is. Immediately because she's a little bit rounder in the face or whatnot. But you have to imagine then too that she would probably have a plan for like starving herself a bit, to get back down to where she was in order to
Yeah,
not
maybe.
raise. Yeah, which is just
Also, it also feels like, oh well, I'm gonna die anyway, so I can finally eat what I want.
yeah.
um, yes. So like you need to bleed a lot, a head wound kind of bleed, a crime scene kind of bleed. You need to clean poorly, like he would. Clean and bleed and clean. Leave a little something behind. A fire in July, so she puts like the handle of what we'll eventually learn is a Punch and Judy puppet in the fire. And like that's the kind of thing. It's the detail that bugs me the most, but I'm glad that Boney is there to notice it and go like, what the fuck is this? Like why didn't he burn the diary completely? Like why would the handle of the puppet just be there in the fire? Like that's where I feel like she's a little overconfident. I think there's little details like that.
Well, and it's
She's
the
almost
fact
very-
that she wants it to be symbolic, right? So she's like, she just
Yes.
can't help herself but leave that little extra. Like he knows what's happened to him, right? And she should
Yeah.
be aware that he is like he knows, but she just can't help herself but leave, like, because it's just so clever to have the Punch and Judy, club, just to drive it home a little
Yeah.
bit more. And it turns out to sort of be, the thing that at least makes one person kind of go like, I don't know.
It's like she's kind of counting on like all the evidence stacking up being enough for people. She's not really counting on any detective going like, why didn't you burn it all the way?
She
Why
thinks
is it
he's
only
stupid
partially
too,
burned?
right?
Yes.
Like it'll be good enough because he would make these mistakes, sort of thing. When in actuality, I think to her surprise, as is one of the payoffs in the film, he's a lot smarter than she thought.
Yes.
Yeah, it's what I suppose it's interesting to think, right? Like that part of the nature of all of these things is like it's almost like she kind of wants him to get to a point where he actually thinks that she set him up, but there's nothing that he can do about it.
Yeah. Oh, because that's even juicier, right?
Yeah, because that would be more satisfying, right? If he's if he's about to get wheeled off like to prison and he knows that she did it to him. But then yeah, it's like she didn't account for like, well, wait, if you think he's smart enough potentially to figure that out, then he might be smart enough to start like developing but I mean that's the thing, it like totally shocks her essentially when it becomes apparent that Nick has kind of figured it out.
Yes. I like this little detail here where she clearly thinks Nick is stupid, and I like the line when she says, you need a diary, minimum 300 entries on the Nick and Amy story. Start with the early days. Those are true and they're crucial. You want them to be likable. After that, you invent the spending, the abuse, the fear, the threat of violence. And Nick thought he was the writer. It's so like, I'm smarter than you. I'm better than
He
you.
was the writer, but I'm the better writer.
Yeah, everything you like
That's the
about
thing, and
yourself, I'm better at. Yeah.
She is her audience for this, and she's patting her on the back. She's giving herself the medal. She's spraying the champagne at herself. It's just like, you suck, man. You're a horrible person, and a lot of what you're doing isn't clever. It's just mean.
Yeah. Finally, honor tradition with a very special treasure hunt. And if I get everything right, the world will hate Nick for killing his beautiful pregnant wife. And after all the outrage, when I'm ready, I'll go out on the water with a handful of pills and a pocket full of stones. And when they find my body, they'll know Nick Dunn dumped his beloved like garbage, and she floated down past all the other abused, unwanted, inconvenient women. Then Nick will die too. It's like, oh, that's
Wow.
props to Gillian Flynn. I feel like there's something she really nails about a sort of like because clearly there's parts of this monologue that really resonate with people. Obviously, it's extreme because she's a psychopath.
Yeah.
But what resonates with people is that there is kind of like a truth buried in there, or at least an experience people feel in their own way. That she's obviously having a crazy overreaction to. But
people felt spoke to with this film. Some people were like, you know what, I get it, and it's like, oh,
and that's a little scary. That's a little scary for sure. But I think
I guess it would be. I guess it's what people would be with like the Tyler Durden thing as well, right? Like
exactly.
that people feel kind of positively towards him because there's like things that he said. He just makes these true observations, but then obviously the longer that the film goes on, the more that he goes fucking insane himself.
Yeah,
it just goes like over the edge. I feel like it's comparable. It's a similar sort of thing of like, oh well, there are things that she says that are like interesting observations that people see truth in, but obviously the character herself is not somebody that, like, she's insane. It's certainly not an aspirational figure.
No, and it's not a girl boss moment. Like,
no, I don't.
Yes.
I think. I mean, she's like, she hates people. She hates human beings, like, in general.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the writer deserves a lot of credit for like really nailing this. Like that so many people felt like there was something like true spoken to here in the midst of this like horrible, ugly, monstrous person. You know, I think that's a really fine line to walk, and I think she did a really good job. I quite love the detail because on the surface glance, you might be like, why would she want to kill herself? Like your initial thought is like that. I remember first watching it and thinking that was a little strange, but I think it's really, really a nice detail that she's like, no, that would be the perfect end to the story. You see, if I, if I like, because he already killed me anyway. There's definitely a sense that like she doesn't see a lot to live for outside of destroying him,
which is just like so unhealthy. Like,
yes.
It's just, again, it was mentioned before, but like all of the effort that went into concocting this plan probably would have been better spent on anything else that could potentially improve our life. But you know,
and this is where we get to the cool girl part of the monologue. So Nick and Amy will be gone, but then we never really existed. Nick loved a girl I was pretending to be. Cool girl. Men always use that as their defining compliment. She's a cool girl. Cool girl is hot. Cool girl is game. Cool girl is fun. Cool girl never gets angry at her man. She only smiles in a chagrined, loving manner and then presents her mouth for fucking, which is just fucking great piece of writing right there. It's so good. I love the use of chagrined there. It's great. And then she's driving past the people on the interstate to sort of represent the types of women that she also looks down on to a degree.
Yeah,
so good.
That's why I feel like this is really strong work, because she fucking hates everyone. Let's be honest. This whole rant about men is kind of like missing the point about this character.
But she resents them too for being stupid enough to fall for it. It's kind of the classic psychopath thing where it's like, you deserve it because you were stupid enough to fall for it. Like it's very classically.
Yeah. And you know, she can find anything to sort of like anything about anybody to hate about them, right? Like she drives past where she's like, oh, he must be you know, a hipster's into tattoos, or you know, like, and she sees that person and is like, or he's into sports, and you know, like, so she's wearing a football jersey kind of thing. She just finds any reason that's not who that person is. It's because of a man, like, you know, it's because of a man that they're doing this, and they're stupid for doing that, and so she can find a reason to hate them for it, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, for all the talk about how this is all really men's fault, like it's not like she has sympathy for those women at all.
No,
it's not like she views them as whole people anyway. It's great. Then she started talking about all the things she did to please him, like drinking canned beer and watching Adam Sandler movies. That's a funny line. Like I blew him semi-regularly. I lived in the moment. I was fucking game. And I can't say I didn't enjoy some of it. Nick teased out of me things I didn't know existed. A lightness, a humor, an ease. I quite like that because it actually feels honest. I mean, obviously everything we're getting here is basically how she actually feels deep down. And I like that and I think that's important because otherwise you might be like, why did you ever like Nick? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What if you hate everyone and you think he's just a flyover boy? But it's like, oh, he actually did bring something out of me, and I liked it, and I liked the people we were pretending to be. But then he stopped trying to pretend anymore, and so now I'm going to kill him. But I made him smarter, sharper. I inspired him to rise to my level. I forged the man of my dreams, and that's great because when we get the dry run story from the ex-boyfriend, it was the same sort of thing where he's like, she annexed me, she made me her business, like she was going to sculpt me into the person she wanted to be, like
the
ties,
that I didn't want to wear.
yeah. Oh, there's another great line. We were the happiest couple we knew, and what's the point of being together if you're not the happiest?
Oh yeah, not
awesome.
Taking account for what you have is what you don't have.
I think it's just interesting considering where the film ends.
Oh yeah,
it's a very interesting thing to say given what the ending of the film is.
Following along from her like obsession with comparing to a written version of herself her whole life, no matter how good it got. Because obviously there were problems. We don't necessarily get a good idea of exactly what could have solved their relationship because it's hard to tell exactly where it stood. Especially by the time you hit the end of the film, there is no solving that. It's like all the secrets have been revealed, and you're dealing with the equivalent of a fucking The Thing as your wife. So you're not exactly gonna, you know what I mean? Like that's not gonna be helped by a counselor. But back before all of this happened, maybe that was it, or maybe a healthy just we're not the right people for each other could have been it. But she chose this instead.
Yeah. And the big here's where the real resentment comes in, right? Nick got lazy. He became someone I did not agree to marry. He actually expected me to love him unconditionally. Then he dragged me penniless to the navel of this great country and found himself a newer, younger, bouncier, cool girl. As just a side note, there's a funny quote. I think it shows up in Every Frame of Paintings video on David Fincher at the end where he says, like, I think people are perverts. That's been the foundation of my career. Which is a really funny line. And you can sense that attitude, like, for example, right when she says, like, when a newer, younger, when she says bouncier, it cuts to this low angle shot of her ass. It's just like, he's having fun. Like, he knows what he's doing. Like, he's just...
Well, I mean, are we pretending anything here? It's also true. He wanted a sexier, younger version.
Yeah.
It's so common with men. Like they.
Oh, absolutely. I just quite love the choice to cut to that shot right when she says bouncier.
Even when he needs to speak to her seriously, the affair girl, what was her name again? Andy, I think.
Yeah, Andy.
Yeah.
He's trying to get out like what has happened, what she needs to understand, what she needs to do next, and then she starts getting undressed. He's like, "Oh, fuck it." It's just that kind of thing, and simultaneously you'd have that aspect from her that she knows all of this, and it's just like depressing, sad, superficial, but simultaneously nowhere near as bad as some of her worst flaws, of course.
Yes. But this betrayal is a punishment, is a crime worthy of death in her view. Not even just divorce. She could just leave, but it's like, no, he did this to me. He needs to suffer. It's not enough to just leave him and move on with my life. He already wasted so much of my life. Is sort of how she's viewing it
as well. The graduated from I think it was faking like sexual abuse to faking being murdered. I love that you could actually just look at the film and be like, that graduated to being able to actually murder herself and get away with it, as in like personally.
Yeah,
she was just climbing the ladder every time in terms of the intensity and the horror of everything she can get away with. And I feel like it's why it's so multi-layered. She's like using a lot of our cultural flaws to get away with everything.
Oh yeah,
she's very aware of them and she's exploiting them massively, which is why, depending on what people come away with in this film, it can be fascinating to think about.
Yes, yes, indeed. And I think this line right here is kind of a big reason why she doesn't just divorce him. She says, "You think I'd let him destroy me and end up happier than ever? No fucking way. He doesn't get to win." Because if she just, in her view, if she just divorces him, then he goes off with his young 20-year-old, and he doesn't have to lose anything over this. So that would be him winning essentially. I can't let that happen.
Yeah, she's nuts.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
It's not if she were able to attain happiness again, that's not enough. He needs to not attain happiness.
Yes. My cute, charming, salt of the earth Missouri guy, he needed to learn. Grown-ups work for things. Grown-ups pay. Grown-ups suffer consequences. And so this whole montage, one of the best montages of all time, honestly, because it has it's like a whole movie in itself, right? There's so much to it. And it's really quickly cut, and the music has got this steady, churning, driving force behind it, like effortless. But there's like multiple peaks along the way in terms of the intensity. It's great. Anyway, but at the very end, it seamlessly leads into like the scene where we get to see yet again how dedicated she is. She's like in the bathroom, and right when she's talking about how grown-ups work for things, she finds that like ball peen hammer, and she's like, "Oh, it would probably be good to look like I've been abused for the sake of this new chapter where I'm pretending to be someone at this recreation center."
New story, new life. This will be good for that.
Yeah, and so it's so good. It's like hard to watch, honestly, where she's about to hit herself in the face with it. It's so good. It's the perfect like punctuation at the end of this little movie within the movie. It's great.
What was that? Would it have been done? Because obviously, I'm thinking about all the different ways that could be done. I actually have no idea. Is she missing with the hammer, or is the hammer like a soft, actual toy type thing? That's not a real hammer, so you can
I
get away
would
with
bet
it.
it's
I
not a
guess
real
it's a
hammer.
soft, yeah, like it'd be a soft toy or something.
So, for example, when Greta's going to slam her head into the wall later, there's actually a pad on the wall that's been painted and textured to look
Mhm.
like the rest of the wall, but it's softer,
I-
such that she can actually slam her head into it.
I
That's
absolutely
just the
adore
same as.
thinking about things like that. And just
Well,
yeah.
it's like the fake breakaway glass, right, for a bottle that has
Yeah.
convinced people that it's that easy to break a glass bottle.
Yeah.
Like that you can just
Dude.
lightly slam it on a table and it's just
My favorite
turn into-
example of that is when in Batwoman, this was years ago,
Yes.
there's a
yes.
whole table filled with glass balls, and she's supposed to put her arms on it and sway left to knock them all off the table onto the floor to smash. They all smash apart just from her arm going through them. Like they're that weak. It's pathetic. And they were like, "Yeah, whatever, good, fine, let's move."
It's just an incredible montage. It's so
Yeah,
good.
Really is.
Yeah, it really.
it's amazing.
It's just so amazing because it's the kind of twist that unless you've read the book, like I don't know if there's any real way to see it coming. Like, I mean, you got to be like next level to predict it. It hits like a ton of bricks, man. So
It'd only be reading the book or kind of like what happens, as always happens with stuff where people compare like real world things that come afterward to it. So
yeah,
when it's like, oh, the real life God girl, it's like, what? What does that mean? It's like, oh, okay, it's this situation.
yeah. Anyway, it's an excellent. It's. I mean, there's a lot of high points in the movie, but that's probably the most iconic part, I would say. I just love
Yep.
the line. I'm so much happier now that I'm dead. It's great.
Mm.
It's a great way to start it too. And just little fun details, just in terms of the visuals. I like that as she's driving, she's throwing all those pens out the window one by one. It's a
They
great
each
little
have
detail.
a bit of symbology to them, right? Like there's ones
Yeah.
with a bride and groom on them.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is, I think, why I love this movie so much, as opposed to some movies where maybe I'm more emotionally affected by the story, is that this is the kind of movie where every detail is so meaningful and so intentional and so purposeful that it gives you that feeling that like you're in good hands. Like everything is designed to be
Mhm.
there, but like it rewards you for paying attention. You look at all these little details and you're rewarded for it. It's almost like, I don't know, the bad version of this is a lot of stories these days seem like open world games that like you're not rewarded for actually exploring. Like 'cause there's just nothing there.
Did you
You
bring
know
that
what I
up on
mean?
purpose?
Well, I mean, to make the point, but not to reference anything in particular, no.
Because there's this clip people have made. Because I don't even know if Fringy's muted. Are you here? Because I was going to say it's particularly hilarious. Playing Star Wars Outlaws, and I finally get after ages to the quote unquote open world, and you know the game is like you need to head over there to do thing, and I say explicitly because I've never played the game before. I don't know what's happened. I was like, oh yeah, well probably not going to look everywhere, but I'm going to go off the beaten track. Let's go left, and I just start traveling into this vast world. And I literally on the point of saying, let's see just how open this game is. And as soon as the sentence finishes, whole screen goes gray and a red warning comes up saying you are
Oh
exiting the
my
playable
God.
area. And I almost lost my shit. I can't stand fucking modern games. They drive me nuts. I was like, fine,
Yeah.
I'll go back on the track. Sorry for ruining your experience. Like people who made this game.
That's sort of what a lot of these, especially it seems with mysteries, like where like you're like they want to string you along a certain path and then dump you at the end with like, see that twist, wasn't it great? And they don't actually want you to like wander off and look at every little detail and go and like see if it all comes together. They're really kind of hoping you don't do that. Like that's what a lot of modern movies feel like to me, where it's just like you're not rewarded for looking too closely because they haven't thought about it too closely. They haven't, whereas like an excellently crafted film is like, no, every detail matters. Every detail is doing something here. So you're rewarded for like pausing and poring over frames and really thinking about little details. Oh, and why they did it this way, why we cut to this shot then, all that sort of stuff. It just it's such a rewarding experience that it really makes me love the movie maybe more than the story compels me. Yeah,
I get what you're saying. It's like a
yeah.
technical appreciation that your mind is shooting off satisfactory feelings, while your
Yes.
heart is like, no, yeah, that's great. I understand. The brain is like, you don't get it.
Like, some of my favorite movies of all time are like ones that are really emotionally meaningful to me. And then if I feel weird saying this is one of my favorite movies just because of what it's about,
I get it. Yeah.
But
Well,
like,
dude, same with The Hunt. It's really awkward to say that that's like a favorite.
yeah.
Like, oh, that's a horrible movie. And you're like, yep, pretty horrible.
Yeah. But I don't know. It's so rewarding in and of itself. So then Nick goes to Margot and he's like, all right, I just need you to not judge me. I just need you to hear me out. And then they go to the woodshed and discover all the stuff. And to her credit as a character, I quite like how quickly she realizes what's happened.
Yeah.
And that she's back on his team.
She's immediately
That's a really nice
oh
moment.
my god.
She had the same experience the audience did. When you see
Yes.
that and his reaction, you're like, oh, right, okay. Yeah, I gotcha. I see it all now.
Yeah,
But I mean, we already had the explanation at that point, so we're fully
Yeah.
on board.
But it's just, it says a lot about who she is as a person that like, she's like, oh, okay, I get it. And she says that fucking bitch. And she's like, I thought, he's like, it's all right. I would have
Yeah.
too. That's a nice moment. Then then there's the present for anniversary 5. This is the end of the treasure hunt. They go to open it. Punch and Judy puppets. I think the clue reads, not doctor. Dear husband, I know you think you're moving through this world unseen. Don't believe that for a second. I know where you've been, and I know where you're going. For this anniversary, I've arranged a trip. Follow the river, up, up, up. She's so theatrical and
This is what I mean about, like, if a detective reads that, they might be like,
Yeah, but she can't, exactly, she can't help herself. This is more for him than anything.
Yeah.
So up the river, prison. And I like this moment where they're like, okay, so she's framing me for her murder. The morning of our anniversary, I was going to ask for a divorce, but I couldn't do it. And I like this detail where he says, like, I was initially relieved. That's a nice little moment where he's just like, he feels like he can actually say that to her. And then he's like, okay, well, what's your point? We already know I'm Puncher Judy. I get it. And then Margot's like, does Missouri have the death penalty?
Mm.
And it's like, what's the end goal here? You want me to go to prison? That's it? Like, no, she wants you to die. Of course she does.
Yeah.
At this point,
No, she wouldn't be going to these lengths and not fully entertaining maximum punishment for him.
Amy meets Greta, her neighbor, sort of trailer park girl. Kind of nosy neighbor, talks a little too much. She's trying to avoid her at first. She tells her like, "Oh, I can't hang out with you. Sorry, I have a lot of work to do." Then she goes to the pool to sit by herself.
Oh, it has to be added as well because it feels like this is kind of like, this is the nature of like what makes the second part interesting is essentially seeing how Amy operates, but like just walking out the door and being like, "Oh, howdy there, neighbor." It's like, yeah, she's even putting on the accent. She's that unhinged.
Yeah,
she's doing a gambit. She's doing a gambit accent.
Yeah, her accent is pretty bad. It's pretty funny.
I name for myself here. Hey, look, like she's British, okay? So she's already doing like American accent. So then to do.
No, I'm not criticizing.
To Cajun.
That's kind of the point, isn't it? It's actually good acting because she's not that great at doing a southern accent.
The thing we were talking about earlier. She, if anyone's confused, she does a phenomenal job in this film. Might be her best role, honestly.
Like I said, it feels like the kind of thing where you don't feel like you even need to say it because it's so obvious, but she is excellent.
Yeah, that's sort of what came up when we were talking about The Silence of the Lambs. It's like, is it even worth mentioning how good Anthony Hopkins is in this movie?
Yeah, exactly. Everybody agrees. Nobody disagrees.
Yeah, it's almost worth spending more time just talking about how good. Oh God, what's her name is?
Jodie Foster.
Yep, that's the one.
And also
Ted Levine. Ted Levine as well.
The thing that's worth bringing up, I guess, in relation to Anthony Hopkins for that is just how little screen time he has. That's always the thing in retrospect. Even people who are familiar with the movie are like, "Oh fuck yeah, he was barely in it."
Yep.
Yeah. Like it's not his story. It's very much not his story, but it feels like it is.
Yes.
Well, and that was almost its failure, right? Or rather, the legacy, where it's like, oh, so we need a whole film about him, 2 of them. Like, no, stop.
No, we don't.
Like Hannibal was really spot as well, right? Whoa.
Wasn't it? I think it is.
That's what I'm saying. It was. That's right. He did. It's so funny because when I first saw Silence of the Lambs, and I was made aware of Hannibal, the friend who told me about it, 'cause I don't know why I didn't know, but all I remember is him telling me just don't watch it. And I was like, it's Ridley Scott and Anthony Hopkins. What do you
Yeah, but
mean
this
don't
was
watch
before
it?
it's before he made Napoleon, okay?
It
Oh,
was
he's
just
got a
bizarre. You'd be like, of
director's cut as
course that'll
well.
work.
Oh.
It's like, it didn't work. They
Mm.
played into the memes too hard.
Yeah.
I'm not sure because I've not seen most of the films that were because Rosamund Pike was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Actress for this, but she did not win. Julianne Moore won for Still Alice.
Oh, that's
Right.
that's a good role for her, honestly. Like it makes sense
Some
that one. It
dementia,
also is
right?
she plays an Alzheimer's patient.
Okay.
Right.
I see.
And so I mean it is a very good role. She does it very well. I probably would have
Is
picked
it better
Rosamund
than-
Pike.
Yeah.
But I am
Wonder.
like the Oscar voters. They're gonna pick the one about like getting older and that kind of thing.
The kind of people who vote for Academy Awards, they're really on board with the one about.
They're really on board. Like they're staring right down that shotgun barrel, and they're just like, oh boy, that hits.
Do you remember the controversy of Anthony Hopkins beating out Chadwick Boseman with the father?
Yeah, but I mean,
versus...
it wasn't a real controversy because
Yeah.
most of the people saying that hadn't seen either film.
It was
Yeah.
insane though, because it was just like, did any of you
It was
actually like hit?
Well, it seemed like the attitude was he ought to get it, like he ought to be
Yes.
given it.
It was
Um,
the role was too amazing. He did too. The father shocked me in terms of his performance. People told me it was good, and then I was just like, yeah,
It's
it's not going to
excellent.
beat out Silence of the Lambs. Then you watch and you're like, Jesus,
Yeah,
he's
Yeah.
still going. He's still,
Yeah.
He's still
I think
got
what
it.
Really
annoyed me
incredible.
about that is I have no doubt that Chadwick Boseman did a really, really good job in whatever that film was. But I haven't seen that film myself. But it's
Yeah.
also just like I know that a lot of you people complaining have seen neither film. Like
Yeah.
I know that you haven't seen either film.
Yeah. I do. It's nice that she was nominated. I feel like
Mhm.
they often have a bias against anything too dark, horror, or thriller, or otherwise anything too. Because this
That's how I
movie
have
on
a
the
bias
surface
against
is kind of
comedies.
like it's a little pulpy. It's a little airport novel-y, but it's just so well executed that it's like really elevated. But she has so much to do, and she nails every bit of it. It does feel like she probably deserved it.
Yeah,
It is nice that she was nominated though, because I feel like that doesn't happen when people give really good performances.
Oh, I
so-
really hate it when they don't even get the nomination. When you find out, you're like, how did that happen? You're like,
Well, I mean, remember, good old Jake Gyllenhaal did not get nominated for Nightcrawler.
that's insane.
That's
He did not
that's
get
kind of
nominated.
nuts. Like,
That
Adam
was,
Sandler not nominated for Uncut Gems. I mean, like there's a whole list that we could.
But like, oh, the Nightcrawler performance is so unique.
Well, yeah, and that
Oh,
year
yeah.
it was Eddie Redmayne won for The Theory of Everything. That was the year
Well-
he won for that one.
I've seen that. It's so very exactly what you think it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figure. And then Steve Carell got nominated for Foxcatcher, Bradley Cooper for American Sniper, Benedict Cumberbatch for The Imitation Game, and Michael Keaton for Birdman.
Oh, Theory of
And for
Everything and Imitation Game were the same year. That's
That was 2014. Yeah.
yeah.
I liked Imitation Game way more than Theory of Everything.
Yeah,
But
no,
to be fair,
I enjoyed
Man,
it more.
now
I
that-
just it's an.
Now I'm just thinking about how everybody got
really
really mad when Green Book won. Best
Oh
Picture.
right, yeah.
Like people are acting like it's not a good movie. It's a good movie. It's quite a good movie.
I liked those characters. I think the problem probably is for us. We'd be like, I don't know if it even scratches at the bottom of great, but it's certainly good.
It's a really well. I think the impression that people got is like it's a film that you've definitely seen many of before that that are good, but then you'd be like, wow, beat out because what would it have beaten out? Not to drag this tangent out for too
That's
long,
fine.
but I'm
Do
almost
it.
curious now. What did it beat out? Because that was 2018. So that would have been. Sorry, just scrolling. Oh, so it beat out Black Panther because that was nominated for Best Picture that year.
Whatever, man.
Good.
The
Yeah.
Bohemian Rhapsody,
Good.
Black Klansman, The
Good.
Favorite, Roma, A Star Is Born. Or I like A Star Is Born more, and Vice.
Not
Yeah,
a great year. Not a great year, I'll say.
Not the
There's
strongest.
some, but like there have definitely been better
There's
ones.
a couple,
Like
there's a couple good ones.
I mean, I like The Favorite, but it's way too weird to win Best Picture. I'm sorry,
It
it's
is,
just too strange.
yeah.
It can't win. It's too strange.
Maybe
That's
if she
funny.
had Alzheimer's.
Yes, do it.
There you go. So, next we see Amy. She is hanging out by the pool trying to have alone time, and then Greta turns up. And of course, the guy, I can't remember what his name is, Tex or something like that.
The guy who pops up in
Texas
a whole bunch of
Rangers,
stuff
yeah.
but can't seem to get anywhere, like a role that everyone's like, oh yeah, it was great that Boyd Holbrook, that's his
Boyd
name.
Holbrook, yeah. Well, he was in Narcos.
That's probably fair. I just don't hear people talk about that at all.
No,
He was in Logan. I don't people hear talk about that at all. He was in The Predator as the big guy. Nobody talks about that.
That's fine.
I don't know. It
Yeah,
just feels like he's in a.
He's been in a lot of stuff, but he's managed to maintain a career. I'm sure there's like something he was in that was.
Was he
now
in Sons of Anarchy? That seems like a
he's
thing.
been
he's
been in The Sandman too.
Remember, he was in Dial of Destiny. He was the enforcer guy.
Christ's sake, yeah. It's like he had the same role in that as he did in Logan, kind of, right? I run around and I shoot people and then I die.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, apparently he's been in Sandman for multiple
think-
episodes. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's a much of a hit.
Not being
or
mean.
anything.
I just don't think out of everything I just listed that I've ever thought, well, what a great performance he just did in that scene.
Yeah,
No,
he's
fine.
He's okay.
He's fine. He's fine. He served his. He plays the part well here, but he's not scene stealing. That's for sure. One thing I'm impressed by with David Fincher, and I respect a bit. Is that a sneeze or what was that?
That was a sneeze. I don't know what Discord would have told you it was.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Remember, Discord doesn't let non-human sounds through, so sometimes it'll give you.
Bless you. Yeah, I thought you were saying something. Anyway, one of the things I'm impressed by with David Fincher is that unlike a lot of directors, especially directors who write their own work, and it's not to disparage any of these people, but there are a lot of directors who work with the same people over and over again, and I feel like David Fincher kind of looks for whoever would be best for the part always. Brad Pitt will show up a couple times in his filmography, but for the most part he seems to work with different people every time. And
I'm inclined to agree that that's a point of praise, because I would totally end up working with the same fucking people for the same reason James Gunn does, and a lot of other people, where they say it's like, these people know me so well, it's so much faster. I can tell them, we have a shorthand, we have camaraderie that means that I can actually shit on them and they won't be mad because they'll understand exactly what I'm saying and doing. So yeah, I think it would be hard to breach out of. Tarantino does the same thing, right? He works with so many different.
Well,
I don't know if you guys
for Tarantino, for Tarantino, I just wanted to say that, like, when he's writing parts for Samuel L. Jackson, it's like, okay, that makes sense. David Fincher's not writing his own work, so he's like casting from scratch every time. But I still admire his willingness to just go like, okay, well, who's perfect for this?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, you were saying?
Yeah, no, that's really cool. What I was going to say is that there was interviews, or I don't know if it counts as interviews, like a podcast between Bill Maher and Quentin Tarantino that came out recently. I was listening to it, and there's this one part where they're talking about Tim Roth being in something, and the way Bill Maher refers to him, he says, "Oh yeah, your boy Tim Roth was in that." And I remember thinking to myself, like, seems a little bit rude in a way. Like, your boy. Like,
your boy.
The guy I've only seen in your movies before.
Yes.
Even though
that's
he's
how
been
that
in lots
feels.
of movies before and lots of TV shows as well.
He's great. Tim Roth is awesome.
Yeah.
He's been in a lot of stuff.
Tim Roth bugs me
He's
in
underrated.
Hateful Eight because of how much I enjoyed him, and he was a nothing character.
Yeah.
Like, that's what it turned out. He was just, hi, I'm here to be shot at some point, and that's it.
Yeah, it's one of the weaker of his movies, I would say.
I agree.
What, the Hateful Eight?
Yeah.
I love the way it's shot, and I love a lot of the individual pieces of dialogue, but the story itself sucked.
I wonder.
Sucked might be a little harsh. I can't remember. Yeah. It's been a long time.
It doesn't grip me the way his others do. It feels a little unwieldy.
Not to tangent too hard. I feel like I think I was tricked. That movie, I thought we were going to get really good writing to explain why a whole bunch of people ended up in the same place at the same time for different reasons. But I felt like we copped out and went, no, it turns out everybody is here for the same reason, and then they're all stupid and get killed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it would go down in my estimation if I rewatched it, but I haven't bothered to.
There's again, not to tangent, but the door that they have to keep nailing shut. The guy has to keep reminding it. He's like, You gotta nail each other, like yelling at each other. I remember watching that in the cinema, and the whole fucking audience was losing it with it, including myself. It's just such a goofball, fucking funny thing of everyone comes in, misunderstands the situation, and the Mexican character. I remember him being funny. Maybe we should do an episode on that sometime.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I'm down.
Let's do it. All right, so Greta is talking to Amy, trying to ask her questions about who she is. Notices the black eye and says, "I see we have the same taste in men." Asks her how it happened. She doesn't answer, so she's speculating. Like, let me guess, he's trying to watch the big game, and you just won't shut up. Like, now you don't seem like much of a talker. So she's putting out all these theories or whatever, and then that prompts her to tell the actual story. And she says, "I went to the bar where he works to surprise him, and out he comes with this girl who had no business being in a bar, but except she's doing her fake Southern accent, so she says no business," which I find funny. It just sounds really silly. On the very first night that we met, he walked by a bakery that was having the sugar delivered, and it was in the air everywhere, a sugar storm. And before he kissed me, he leaned in and did this. And the way he cuts it, so he cuts to Ben Affleck doing that to the lips of Amy, and then cuts back from that to Greta with smoke coming out of her lips, like she just like Amy just did the same thing to her, and the smoke that she was smoking from her cigarette comes out. It's just such a great cut. It's just the editing.
Well, I also
incredible.
love the way this is performed and put together because, especially after the diary entry, I believe fully that moment was where she truly fell in love with him, and it means a hell of a lot to her. Hence
Yeah.
why seeing what she saw put into motion her trying to frame him for murder.
This is like you actually do sense in that flashback scene, as kind of surreal it is and the way it's shot and everything, that like this is the part that actually really hurt her, especially.
It tipped her over the edge. This tipped her over the
Yes.
edge.
As much as someone like this can actually be emotionally vulnerable, we do get to see it here. It's interesting.
Is it not interesting? This reminds me of Marriage Story. It's almost more offensive than having slept with that girl to have shared what was supposed to be a moment between those two.
You should be upset that I had a lot with her.
Yeah, it means that he truly has lost his interest in you, meaningfully, substantively, even beyond the sex. Like, obviously, that would be annoying as well for her. It's just that I really like that capture of, oh, this is way worse than I may have thought it might have been.
It's not just that he's sleeping with his 20-year-old, it's that he did the same move on her that he did on me, right? And I like...
Yeah, which it calls into question how much that even meant to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, of course. And then I quite like that when she finishes the story, Greta's like, "That is the most disgusting thing I ever heard."
Yeah.
Which is
great.
great.
I said, that earns Greta's sort of position for her. She's like, you know what, I will talk to you more now, because you're going to make me feel better about being right about everything.
Mm-hmm. Then we are introduced once again to Tanner Bolt, and this is when Nick goes to hunt him down and see if he'll take the case. And I like that when Tanner sees him, he goes, "I have been sitting by the phone, my friend." Like,
yeah,
like I knew you. Like, it took you so long. And then he's laughing. Like, we cut to after he's told him everything. He's laughing. Like, that's. I mean, you got to have a grudging respect for your wife at this point, right?
Yeah,
it's a great little moment. I like he's kind of impressed by it, and he's like, "You guys are insane. This is wild." And later in the movie, he has the same sort of moment where he laughs and he goes like, "You guys are fucked up, and I specialize in fucked up."
It's another fantastic example. What can I say about like giving us a full blown understanding of the character in just like a minute?
Yes.
And I don't know. I just consider him. He's a form of safety whenever he's on screen at this point in the movie. I feel better for Nick whenever we're with Tanner as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it just as a side note, Tyler Perry is a really good actor. It turns out.
Yes. He surprised me in this movie because I've only ever known he's the Medea guy.
Yes. Yeah. He turns in a great performance here. A lot of really interesting details. Plays his part incredibly
Medea's family reunion didn't sell you on him, then I think this one would be the one.
But what is like I want to speak to the casting director for this one. Be like, what made you think about this? Was it? It must have been another performance in some other movie, right? Like, it wouldn't just be Medea.
Tyler Perry is like a billionaire, though, isn't he? Isn't he? Like,
oh yeah, he's
very
super
rich.
Successful. Yeah. And he has a big studio here in Atlanta by the airport.
Yeah.
Massive structure.
Isn't that to do with why he's so rich? Is something to do with his own studio or whatever? I remember hearing someone explain this. Like, he's super rich for a reason, a special reason.
A, he's been really smart with his money. B, he's made a lot of hyper successful movies. I mean, there's been diminishing returns since the first one, but it's it's a franchise that has a steady.
Medea just wasn't the gold mine everyone thought it would be forever.
But he milked it for quite a long time, and then also, he owns his own and operates his own studio. With all his own, like, he's got a lot of sets in there. There's a White House set. I worked on a movie where they had stuff they filmed in the White House, and we filmed it at Tyler Perry Studios just because they had this giant White House set that we filmed the exteriors for. It's massive complex with all this stuff, and then he films all of his stuff there, and so he doesn't need to pay, because renting sound stages is expensive, right? It really adds up. So if you own your own sound stages, and hey, if you got your little enterprise where you're just churning out regular content, you're saving so much.
So just for a little bit of a reference here, his most recent Medea movie came out on Netflix, but the most recent one that went to theaters made $78 million. And,
okay,
if he's saving all his money on, because he owns the soundstage basically, and he can rent it out to other people, like, he's basically just got free space. So that's not a bad little turn of a profit for one of those movies, really. Like, that's pretty good.
Yeah, he's doing quite well for himself. He reminds. It's funny because he reminds me of Adam Sandler in a way.
Yeah, a little bit.
And also especially because they both surprised me in more serious movies recently, with Uncut Gems and Gone Girl. It's like, oh, you're actually, like, really good. I had no idea. I mean, I like Adam Sandler enough, especially the classic movies, but really surprised me in Uncut Gems. Have you guys seen that movie yet? Fucking need to.
No, I still haven't yet.
Oh,
you should.
You should, yeah.
Really good. Anywho. Moving on. So he says, like, so what's the plan? Well, right now it's he said, she said. She's telling a better story. And he's like, no, Nick, she's telling the perfect story. Which is a great... He's really...
He's very interesting in terms of his approach to it, because it's very much... it's kind of like... not exactly like an omniscient eye. It's more like, because he's on the outside looking in, he can view it essentially in a much more clinical way, and almost kind of like man, this is kind of like interesting and kind of fun, but it sucks for you anyway.
Well,
but let's figure out what our strategy is going to be.
I got the impression, even though none of this is explicit, that he takes every case in a sense of, really doesn't matter to me if you're innocent or guilty. I'm going to give you the best defense possible, because for every case that I do this for, it'll help many of the innocent men, and maybe some guilty ones get off, whatever. But, each one is taken for what it is. And so it's like, give me your information. It's like, this is a funny one. And it just is, I think, to anybody who's disconnected from it. And I like as well, because from his world, he's like, this is such a fascinating, like, fight, and I want to have it. But from Nick's world, he's just like, this is insane. The way you're behaving right now. Like, am I a clown to you? Should I leave? And then he's like, no, we're doing this.
Oh, I'm in.
It's just an exciting dynamic. And it's kind of the fun part about, like, the way that the twist changes things, because it essentially prompts this to happen. And it's like, hey, we got new dynamics, new characters who are going to be entering the picture.
Yeah, we're going to slowly work. Yeah, obviously, like, when we start this act of the story, Nick seems like he's totally fucked. We're going to slowly build him up to the point where maybe he'll even have the upper hand at some point. As hard to imagine as that is, you know what I mean? It's great.
Yeah.
And also, another thing we set up in this conversation that I quite like, especially rewatching it, is he says, okay, so we need to start today to prepare your defense should we need it. And if we decide to go with your version of, and Nick interrupts him, he's like, the truth. And he kind of gives him this smile, like, sure, buddy. Then we'll need to...
the part of it that I believe he doesn't give a fuck what's, like, actually objectively universally true. It's just strategy. Or
at least, like, that might be what's true, but that's not... I think you're a little naive if you think that's what's going to be the best strategy going forward. And this is a rift that will open up between them later, especially to the point where he's like, don't talk to Rhonda Boney. He's like, no, I need to tell him my side. And he's like, fucking Nick, I swear to God. And then he's answering the questions. And it's a great moment. I'm going to jump ahead because it's fun. Where he's like, is this your wife's handwriting? He says he's not a handwriting expert. And he goes, I don't know, it looks like hers. And then when she leaves the room, he's like, for the future reference, you're not a handwriting expert. He's so
Yeah.
mad at
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Right.
It's the kind of thing of just like, why give them that information? It doesn't help you ever
Yes.
at all. It's like, what? Stop doing that.
I'm trying to help you, motherfucker. Yeah, it's great. So then he says, okay, I'm going, like, the guy apparently she filed charges against. He looks it up while Nick's talking to him, and then shows him, like, here's his address. Boom, I got it that quickly. Told you came to the right guy. And it's like, oh shit, I guess I did.
Mhm.
So next point is he's gonna put his ex-Secret Service agent people on trying to find Amy. Meanwhile, Nick is going to go visit the guy who apparently tried to rape her back in the day and see what he can learn from that. So he meets him, and it's Scooter McNairy, which is just fun casting because he's such a. I like choosing this guy because, especially when he's like, "Look at me, do I look like I did it?" And it's like, no, you don't actually. Like you just look a little bit like a goober yourself.
Mm.
And so he says, "You're gonna need a drink." And then he tells the story of like, no, she said I raped her, and he's like, I was looking at 30 years to life. I pled down, all that sort of stuff. And he's ranting about how, you know, I've been unemployed for the last 8 years because I have to write sex offender on every job application. We really get a sense of just how much she's destroyed this guy's life. Like, as
Yeah.
you know, that it is sort of a dry run for Nick in a way. It's like she just totally sabotaged his reputation and just kind of left it at that and just let him now, like, for the rest of his life, everyone's going to think he's a sex offender, and he just felt like he couldn't do anything about it. And I like the story he tells. I like little detail moments where he's like describing them having sex and then like having this moment where he's like, sorry, I know this is your wife. It's just little details, little character details that are really nice.
Yeah.
Um
And he also, this is the point where he brings up, you know, the main reason is because he tried to stop allowing her to mold his personality to fit what she wanted, and so
Yep.
you know, like, she bought him ties and he didn't want to wear them, and you know, he wakes up the next morning and like ties that he wouldn't wear were the ones that she used to do the ligature marks, and he kind of leaves that up in the air for Ben Affleck to go, it's the ties you wouldn't wear. He goes, oh, you do know your wife, and takes a
Yes.
sip of his drink. It's yeah, it's great.
It's great. Like, and I like that as a sort of a conclusion to what was a red herring in the beginning, so to speak, is that, like, no, it's not only that this guy didn't do it, it's that this is like prototype essentially. I like the way he phrased it as like, she annexed me, she made me her business. And he tried to just back away and give her some space, and she's like, oh fuck no, that's not allowed.
Yeah.
So
It's an understated bit of tragedy with this as well, that his life is ruined. He does
yes.
make it clear, like, there's just nothing for him to really do, and he's not got the, call it, the spine, the money, the time, the talent to clear his name, so to speak. Instead, it's just over. He can't do anything, and he's just sort of
Yeah.
hiding and hoping for the best now.
Yeah.
It's really sad.
Yeah, it's sad, it's terrible. Yeah. So I think the next thing we hear is that I think yeah, so okay, so he's at the airport and he's like telling his sister Margot that, like, I booked Tanner Bolt, but hey, he's like really expensive, and goes like, you know, I'm going to take out a second mortgage on my house. We'll take all of my savings. She's willing to, like, because she believes in him so much. She's like, oh, we'll go from
Yeah,
there. We'll figure it out together, which is another nice little character moment. Meanwhile, we're seeing the TV, and this is when they're speculating on whether he and Margot have
Mm.
a sort of incestuous relationship. And it's so scummy the way they insinuate it without saying anything. I feel like this is one of the best moments for the sort of media satire of the movie. Like, for example, when she's like he just hangs out all day with the bar that his wife bought for him with his sister, doing what? Playing house? And then they bring in an expert, in air quotes, to be like, now, while I've never examined these two, they do exhibit certain signs of codependency. And it's like,
Ugh.
holy shit, the ease with which people are just
Yeah.
making shit up. It's
It's
well,
pretty
poignant.
impressive. Yeah, poignant thing. I mean, there's a lot of that. You know, the experts. You know, you put that in air quotes in especially on shows like this, where it's like, you know, you really get you either get a little bit of a paycheck or you get a big amount of exposure on cases like this. Pretty much.
Yeah.
The way that system works, I'm not very well versed in it, but I do know that there was a story a little while ago about a guy who sort of just like you put yourself on a list of experts, and once you get like one contact from anybody in the media, you're just the guy that they go to. So it doesn't really matter if you know anything about what you're talking about. You can just sort of ride that wave and sell yourself as an expert on all
You
of
have some
this.
sort of credential, some sort of
Yeah.
degree, and then that makes you an expert to speculate.
Yeah, exactly.
None of this the same thing. I can't remember. I wish I could pull it up, but I don't remember enough keywords. But I could have sworn there was a time where some guy came on to talk about something unrelated completely, and he was accidentally put in the wrong room at the wrong time and then considered a professor of ethics or some shit. And you can see he's completely bewildered when they start the segment and they ask him and introduce him that way. And it's just the kind of mistakes that can be made. It is, you think if that's possible, then yes, if you know how to game the system, you could probably get into all kinds of interviews. It reminds me of the fake sign language people.
Yeah.
When,
Oh,
like,
God.
how did that happen?
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Well, I mean, Nancy Grace started off as a quote unquote legal expert commenting on the Scott Peterson case on Larry King Live. And then that case, essentially, her railing against him on Larry King, launched her entire career, for better and for worse, you could say. And so, yeah, like a lot of people make a lot of money and make their entire careers off like hyperbolically speculating with no real evidence about people in these high profile true crime cases. And it's just like, just throwing any shit at the wall to seeing what sticks and seeing what gets ratings and all that. I quite like the way that's depicted here. Good. Then while we're like the same broadcast is happening and Noelle Hawthorne is like telling about their friendship and everything and how much she would have loved you, Ellen, and all that sort of cloying stuff. We're watching Amy watch this with Greta, and this is one of the first times where Amy, I mean, she sees a little bit of the news in terms of how people are reacting to her, but she's watching Ellen Abbott with Greta, and this is the first time she's with a person reacting to this information in real time, and it doesn't go the way she hopes it would. Because Greta's like, oh, for once, I'd love to just hear him say, like, oh, she was a real rag. And she's kind of laughing and joking about it. It doesn't really seem all that emotionally invested the way she was hoping she'd be. And she's like, that's a little harsh. And she's like, that's life, baby. And so then she's so petty, as we mentioned earlier, that she spits in her Mountain Dew.
Yeah, like that's the thing. It's like she is actually like such a fucking fragile, like sad sack. It's just somebody's like, hey, yeah, maybe that person's kind of lame, and then she's like, I gotta spit in your drink to like, and then watch you drink it.
She feels when doing that like, ha, gotcha.
And
then you just have a fucking someone who's watching her, like some omniscient being like, that was pathetic.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you? And she's like, nah, it was actually really powerful that I got and clever.
Yeah.
I think she's real smart with every one of these moves.
She wouldn't have expected that someone would do that. It's like, no, she wouldn't, because most people don't do things like this.
Most normal people.
And I love that when she comes back, she's like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's okay she killed her. I'm just saying, there are consequences and everything. And she takes a drink of Mountain Dew and says, fuck yeah. Like, oh, this movie's so funny. It's way funnier than it should be. It's great. So many great little bits of comedy like that. So, and then while they're speculating about how maybe they had incest without saying the I word, the two people behind him are like, it's called twincest. It's like,
yeah.
And Ben Affleck, he just puts on a little hat.
Yeah.
Just like, okay, I'm just gonna put on a hat. Hopefully nobody notices me.
Yeah. It's great. One thing I wanted to highlight is I actually think they did a really good job of disguising Amy in terms of the costume and makeup and all that sort of fun stuff, that I can believe that Greta doesn't recognize her while watching the TV about her right then. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, I think it follows, because it's like obviously same facial features and everything. But then you've just got the thing of like, well, yeah, but you would not expect that you are sitting with that person, because you wouldn't expect that's the, like, you would read the situation straight, which is what everybody does, right? Of like, oh, well, it's not going to be that she's like some unhinged psychopath who's like concocted this plan and is now like hiding out elsewhere in the country. Yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah, I think they did a good job. And then and I like that Nick does like the classic movie thing where it's like, I need a disguise. I'll just put on a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you hear
Um,
the rumor of course about the baseball hat in this one, right?
Well, I mean, it's not a rumor as far as I can tell.
Yeah,
David Fincher jokes about it in the commentary track. He says something to the effect of like, well, they went back and forth on this hat because Ben Affleck, like originally he wanted a Yankees hat because the idea was he's at the airport in New York,
so he bought the
and
Yankees
so
hat. Yeah,
he just bought a Yankees hat as a quick disguise so people wouldn't notice him because he's slowly realizing that the story's gone national. And Ben Affleck's like, no, I'm from Boston. I'm not wearing a Yankees hat. And
That's
so
funny.
yeah.
so David Fincher was like, then we went back and forth. He said, now here's the thing. David Fincher has such a dry sense of humor that I can't always tell whether he's joking. He's like that deadpan. But he says that it shut down production for 4 days while they negotiated what hat he should wear. And then he ends it with, yeah, I can't tell because he's made other jokes. Like one joke he makes earlier when this is when Nosy or Watchful Wally calls and he's having the conversation with him on the phone. And David Fincher's watching this scene and he says, like, Ben Affleck has this really great ability to sort of like imply the other conversation on the phone. Now, if I were his spouse, I would be really skeptical of him every time he got a phone call because he's just that duplicitous. Like he's obviously joking. It's like a compliment and also a joke at his expense. But like I've seen interviews later, like they clearly like each other and they make jokes about each other. So when he's telling the story about how it halted production for 4 days just to negotiate what hat he should wear in this scene, and then he ends it with being, and I just thought that was pretty unprofessional. Like I know he's joking, but I can't tell how true it is. You know what I mean? Like
the problem is he didn't say. If he'd said maybe half an hour, hours, or whatever, we'd be like, oh, it's probably true. If he'd said 10 days, maybe 2 weeks, we'd be like, no way. But 4 days, you're like,
yeah,
possible.
I buy it. It might be.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
They end up going with a Mets hat, and it's like that seems like an easy solution right from the beginning.
Don't know that it took 4 days to get there, but yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I'm just amused. Like, why did it have to be any kind of sport at all? It could have just been a blank hat or whatever, you know?
I don't know. I think they wanted something you could reasonably buy at the airport. Could have been an
Maybe
I
sell
figure it could just be like the
generic
New
hats.
York generic
I
New
Heart
York
hat.
hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of easy solutions, including the Mets hat. So I don't know why they went 4 days, if that's even true, but it is funny either way.
I think Carrie Coon weighed in and was like, I don't remember it shutting down for 4 days, but I do remember some very passionate arguments back and forth between them.
I can believe it. It seems like they like to make fun of each other, at least. So it's, the jury's out on how big a thing that was, but pretty funny. Let's see. Oh, and then they end the broadcast. There's a funny line where what's her name? Ellen Abbott ends with like, and you know what else? She says, Amy Elliott Dunn, we care about you and we will not forget. And you know what else we won't forget? Missouri has the death penalty. And it cuts to Greta and she says, Amen. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ.
You know, it's funny. I feel like an opportunity could have been to say, we will not forget, or else we won't forget, and then like lead into an ad of some kind.
Sponsorship.
That would have been, if this was YouTube, yes.
Yes.
That would be the YouTube way of doing it. If this was like true crime YouTube. So then he goes to visit Desi Collings, I believe. Says Neil Patrick Harris is a really interesting casting choice for him. I think he does a good job. It's kind of interesting that you would cast someone that famous, especially to like play them against type like this. I think it's kind of a bold choice, especially because it's, we saw that smiling prom photo earlier, but this time when we see him, he's kind of cloaked in darkness a little bit. He's very weird, and you're kind of expecting a similar story. It's like, oh, I assume based on the last guy that when we finally get your story, we'll learn that actually it wasn't quite how it went down. But he basically he doesn't object to anything.
No.
Nick is like, here's what I know. She left you. You tried to kill yourself. And he's just like, why'd you come here? Just to tell me this? So he doesn't deny it, which is interesting.
He also, your wife is missing, and you come here to tell me this. Yeah, like he gives
yes.
him the derisive, cold
Obviously, he
shoulder.
doesn't like him. I quite like. He's like, I found your address from a letter you wrote, Amy. He's like, yeah, well, Amy and I believe in the lost art of letter writing. It's like clearly he doesn't like him and is envious and all that fun stuff. It's kind of ambiguous. I choose to believe that the story of Desi is more or less accurate because I just think that's kind of interesting that he did kind of lose his mind when he broke up with her because he's kind of
I
deranged.
think we more than get evidence that he's a bit of a creepy fucker.
Yeah, but he's definitely obsessed in like actually obsessed with her.
You know, the jumping ahead a little bit, when the line delivery of I've never heard an assurance of someone's safety in a more threatening way when he says,
"Oh yeah, yeah."
I'm not going to force me. It sounds like when someone says, I'm not racist, but you're like, wait a minute. But yeah, I'm not going to force myself on you is such a why did you say that?
Like, I didn't think you were before you said that. Now I'm a little suspicious.
It's the line essentially is, "Don't make me force myself on you."
Yeah,
I just might. Yeah,
he's the kind of guy I think that's like, I've more than earned it now. Come on.
Yes. Oof. And I quite we're jumping ahead, but I quite like how obsessed he is with like making her pretty again. It's like this isn't the version of you that I'm obsessed with.
Once you've and the way he couches it with like once you look like yourself, you'll start to feel like yourself. Like,
yes.
Oh, dude, when she when he Stepford wives her, and you're like, ugh.
Oh, it's so good. So he doesn't answer his questions, and he leaves them. He's like, okay, well,
just turns around and closes the door in his face. Yeah.
Yes. This is, and then we cut back to the scene that I'm actually still surprised that Fincher felt like it was cuttable, where Boney's reading the diary and like something about this feels off to me. And this is where we get that that line where it's like, I've never felt that to be true about the Occam's razor thing. That's a really interesting line. I feel like it says a lot about her character. So then they're talking about their strategy with Tanner Bolt. We're walking through exactly how all the pieces fit together. And this is one of my favorite bits about this is when they're talking about Andy and all the places they used to hook up and stuff, and Margot's disgust with him. It's great. Oh, we learned a little interesting character detail. This is what I like about the stuff with the mom and Nick's mom and dad. It's like pretty subtle and sparse, but every time it shows up, it says a lot in a very short amount of time. So when they mentioned the brown house, Margot's like, his house is blue. What are you talking about? Says, well, after the divorce, when dad wasn't coming around, I used to pretend that he was a spy named Mr. Brown, who, for the sake of his children's safety, had to deny their existence. And goes offended because she's like, you never told me that. You told her that? That's such a great detail.
It's the way she says it as well. You told her that? Like a little bit of betrayal almost.
Oh yeah. Yeah, her performance is really good. So then this is like, okay, we got a hurt young girlfriend who will no doubt go public at any moment. It's like, no, Andy won't do that. And it's like, yes, she will. They always do. Don't take it personally. That's a great moment too. I think it says a lot about Tanner, and I think it's a big part of pushing Nick along the path of like, no, you don't understand. Like, this is you can't control this situation. You just have to get ahead of it. And then I like that it ends with like, okay, so then what else do we do? It's like, well, we need to find Amy, and he's kind of dismissive of it. It's like, no, anything outside of that is superfluous. Like, she's obviously still out there. We need to find her. And
the ultimate solution, isn't it?
Yeah. Any other strategy is missing the point. And then he's like, well, where do they start? Where would she go? And like, it's interesting because we don't get an answer to that yet. And eventually, I quite like the idea, just in terms of the narrative of this movie, with Nick being totally oblivious to how important perception is, and to eventually getting to the point where he's leaning into it, and that's how he gets the upper hand, is like, oh, well, if I go out there and put on a show for her, it'll like lure her out, essentially, which is really clever. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
So then they're playing golf at night, a mini golf out in the Ozarks and everything. And this is when she hits the hole in one. She's so excited, she jumps into the air, and her like purse full of money drops to the ground. Some of it spills out, makes a large noise, and it draws the attention of Greta and Guy, whose name I don't remember.
Right before she hits the hole in one too, because she causes the little bit of suspicion by saying that she was going to drive down and throw herself in the Gulf and let her body be food for the great whites, and they understand. They're like, that's bull sharks. Aren't you supposed to be from New Orleans? You would know that, wouldn't you? And then she hits the hole in one and jumps, and then there's a bunch of money. So you can see these two kind of putting things together, something's not what it seems like here.
Yeah, she's full of shit. She's running from something. She's an easy mark. This will be good for her.
I think there's a subtle thing earlier. This will be made explicit in a later scene, but there's a scene where she says her name and she doesn't respond. Oh, that's when they're at the pool. She's like, Nancy, and she doesn't answer. It's she learned something there. If she didn't get it right away, that little piece of information is coming back. I like that they're asking questions. They're like, what are you like? She says it's mostly singles trying to, push it under the rug, and they're like, what are you, a stripper? And they're like, swamp girls or treasure chests? And like, we're just teasing. Don't they tease people down in New Orleans?
Yeah.
Like, ooh. Yeah. She's pretty I quite like Greta as a character too. She's really interesting. Especially like her final line in the story, like, you got to be careful. There's people out here way worse than us.
Yeah.
Just such a great line.
Well, the irony is that Amy is way worse than her.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so good.
It's just like, you have no idea the person that if she had the chance, she would destroy you two. She would torture you. You're just lucky you can get out of here while you can. You have no idea.
Speaking of the sort of rule, or the sort of rule of thumb for writing, that things should be accomplishing as many things as possible at one time. Like that line right there, like where she's saying like that's her justification, right? She's like, you're lucky that it was us and that we just stole this money from you, because there are people that are way worse than us, and that's her justification for stealing from people and doing other criminal things, is like, well, at least I'm not as bad as other people, which is kind of a believable rationale that she might give. And then it also works as a sort of ironic, like, I don't know why my words are failing me.
All right, we're many hours in.
Yes, you have no idea, like that she is, like, how monstrous she is. I quite like that she's like, I don't know what you're hiding from. Like, I can tell something's off with you, but I don't know what it is exactly. But I don't think you'll go to the police. It's great.
It's a good sort of catch onto. That's what I mean. She leaves herself open in so many ways that she creates an opportunity for those two, and they take it.
Yes. Then Tanner's idea is, we're going to go on national news. You're going to interview with Sharon Sheber, the sort of Diane Sawyer stand-in, and she's a crusader. If she takes you on, she's going to ask real questions. And Margot's like, this is an awful idea. Don't do this. And he's like, no, trust me. I'll drill you. You know exactly what to say. We'll get ahead of this whole Andy thing. And then as they're about to do it, well, I mean, actually there's a scene later where they're actually drilling him on the questions and practicing, which I really like that scene too, where he's throwing gummy bears at him every time he says something he shouldn't say. Yeah. It's great. Where he's like, nope, don't talk about your dad. Your dad's scorched earth. Focus on your mom. And it's like, don't say build up, because build up implies an explosion's coming. I'm like, this is a great little, it's really smart. I really like how competent Tanner's character is in the PR department.
And I like, obviously, him going to throw another one, hesitates, and then eventually I think Margot throws one and he eats it.
Yeah. He catches it. He's like, thanks. He's about to go on Sharon Sheber. I've jumped ahead a little bit. Anyway, Greta and other guy break into her apartment one morning and kind of steal her money, essentially.
They beat her up a little bit. They take her money.
They beat her up a little bit. Yeah,
basically, like, make the case of, I mean, you're not going to do shit. Like, you're clearly in trouble on your own, so you can't do anything. So we're just going to take it.
It's a really good, just a theory versus practicality moment there with criminal behavior, right? Like,
it's just that they outsmarted her. Yeah, that's it. She screwed up and they outsmarted, and I think because of course her screaming into the pillow is pretty funny.
Yes.
But like,
Yeah.
I think it's what's interesting is like, oh, because of the money. It's like I think a big part of it is just the two hillbillies like managed to get
outwitted her,
one
yeah.
over her.
It's such
Huge
a
Yeah.
blow to the ego.
drags you down, doesn't it? It's like I can control the world. He's like, you can't even fucking outsmart these two.
Yeah. Yeah, that they're sort of like trailer park people, like adds insult to injury for her, for sure.
Well, for her
Yeah.
perspective, because she's such a
Exactly.
Yeah.
condescending asshole. Like it
Yes,
should.
exactly.
It's something she can't handle. Is that these two managed to beat her?
Yes, and then now she is essentially penniless, stuck in the Ozarks, and so she calls up Neil Patrick Harris, and this is her last ditch effort to sort of find a place to sleep and everything. So she calls him up, and she knows she has to sort of, pull on those strings again of his obsession and undying love, I guess you could call it, for her.
Infatuation.
Infatuation, the obsession with her.
Oh, just one thing I wanted to mention. We were talking about her perception of men and women and her speeches and values related to all of it. The fact that she said during the scene, it's like, oh, he put you up to this. So that she's like, I put him up to this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
she
love
wasn't
that
ready
one.
for that.
Yeah,
She was not ready for that for some reason.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's great. Yeah, it's a great
a lot for her to
detail.
learn.
Mm-hmm. And so we got
she calls up Desi and she goes to meet him in the bar.
Yeah, but before that, he's being, he's doing his thing, and they're throwing gummy bears at him, and then they're like, "All right, here we go, it's time." And that's when the news has already dropped. Andy has gone public. She's at a press conference, and she's admitting to the world that she had an affair with a married man. This is so unbelievably reminiscent of the whole Scott Peterson, Lacey Peterson thing, because that exact same moment happened where it was revealed in a big press conference that he had been cheating on her. It's so funny to me that Gillian Flynn has denied the comparison. It's like, I'm so sorry, you can't. It's too similar. You can't get away with it. And then I love that we get to see Amy watching it, and like we mentioned this earlier, but her mask slips a little bit. She's so mad with how they've dressed her up for the press conference.
I can say it a little bit. I think it like slips completely. She's like
yes, for sure.
It's
Yeah,
like
with any other character, it would have been a problem that they don't notice, but with him, it's it's fine because he's crazy.
Well, yeah, because he's insane himself. But like,
But
it
you can justify it as like she's angry at her, and that makes sense.
Oh, totally. She's furious in this scene.
Yeah. It's really funny how mad she is.
Yeah,
like, and just like how cold and like venomous she is.
Yep.
She dressed like a babysitter.
No, I mean, I suppose the funny thing is, it's like, I mean, she's making apt observations. It's like, why you dress it up like, it's like, yeah, because she understands kind of like the dynamics at play. Yes. She very much understands the dynamics and the performative aspects of it.
Absolutely.
I almost think as well, she'll obviously believe this is all feigned nonsense to protect herself and stuff, but I don't think Amy wants any of them to get anywhere near being sorry or putting things in place to put things better. In a sense, it's like it makes it harder to have committed what she's done to them. It's like, fuck off. No, you're evil. Like,
exactly.
When it's wild because like she doesn't seem to be able to discern really that this is good for her, right? Like this furthers her goal of getting Nick thrown in prison.
Yeah, because she hates the girl too.
Yeah,
she wants her to suffer.
Oh, absolutely. Because when she says, "I know that's no excuse," she says, "No, it is not." Like, she's like, she doesn't really want her. And the other thing you can tell there's kind of another insult to injury is when the last thing that Andy says is, "I do not in my heart believe," it's like, "I do not believe in my heart that Nick Dunn would have killed for me." It's like she's throwing doubt on that. And it's like, no, this is part of the narrative that he like shut up. Yeah. Like you're ruining this. Yeah. And then of course the parents are like, "We love Nick Dunn as a son. That love ended today." And so,
another Scott Peterson case reference.
Oh, yeah. It's the same thing. This is the same beat. It's funny. And so then they're back to the interview, or they're about to do the interview, and Sharon Schieber's like, "Well, this got very interesting." And they're like, "Can I have a moment with my client real quick?" Like, "We're gonna have to bow out of this." And they're arguing back and forth, and of course Nick's is like, no, I can do it. It's like, no, we were ahead of this, and now we're not. Are you retarded? Like, no, we're not doing this. And he's like, trust me.
Yeah, it's a really good story beat, I think, this, because even
Yes.
Tanner, the very collected experience, is like, no, this is a bad idea. And Nick's so ready, so prepped, and you can tell he has the whole plan in his head of what he's going to do. He's
But
like,
he hasn't
no,
quite
no.
shared with them. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's interesting again of like he sits down and nobody likes him in that room. Like
Yeah.
the makeup artist is looking at him with contempt. Everybody's like sort of glaring at him.
The makeup artist, the makeup artist, dusts him off a little bit, and he says thank you and smiles at her. And then Tanner says he shouldn't smile at the makeup artist, and she's like, yeah, no kidding.
It's
but,
yeah, gotta
I
be
mean,
nice.
you know, it's just But it's interesting as well to not show it and just have everybody say, "Oh, you did a really good job," because obviously in the mind of the viewer at this point, you're like, "What? What did he do?" Like it looked like he was in the worst possible situation. How can he have? How can he have possibly turned it around?
I remember being like instantly like, "Wait, we're not going to see that," and I was like, "Oh wait, no, we'll see it later."
No, we need to see a specific person's reaction to it.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
Exactly.
It's just it's a really brilliant choice to just like cut forward from it and then reveal it to us and Amy at the same time. Just
add an interesting line that he says in the when they're driving back. Amy brings out the best in me. It's like, oh shit, that's interesting when you think about where the story ends.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh well, this is his high point in the movie, kind of like.
Yes,
I got a chance now.
Mm-hmm. And so then we come back to Desi and Amy. He's showing her his like cabin. Well, it's not a cabin exactly. It's this very nice house.
Yeah, fancy
lake house. Yes.
Rich boy
and he's showing all the luxurious things that he has. I like that he mentions Roku, like it's a luxury. That's kind of funny. Anyway, but there's like heated floors in the bathroom, and there's like, everything you could ever want.
Yeah, this to me is the house is representative of the nightmare of being with a person like this. There's nothing distinguishable about the place on a character level. It is all so practically good for you, money-wise, status-wise. It's supposed to produce the best and all you could ever want, but there's just nothing there that feels homely at all. It's all blank.
Yeah. It's very like out of a magazine design. Manicured.
I mean, it's a high class prison, basically.
Yeah,
a little bit. Well, especially when she learns that there are security cameras everywhere, monitoring everyone.
Don't worry, you'll be totally safe.
Yeah, such an excellent line
from his phone.
Don't you worry about anything. There are cameras everywhere. It's such a fucking juxtaposition of like, what? that's not good to me.
Yes. I also like he's like, oh, all this great stuff, wine cellar everywhere, and then he's like, I also got you some new clothes too. Not that I don't appreciate bait shop chic. It's like, ooh, we're like planting these seeds where he's like, it's really not okay that you're frumpy now. I really need you to be hot again.
Well, yeah, it's the problem of being in his presence is like, but he's actually only doing all of these nice things for a very specific purpose.
Yes.
And it's like it is actually like a perilous situation. It really is.
Well, when he like to close out, right? I'm not letting you get away again. It's like
he says it like it's a joke, but like he means that.
This is what I mean. I love his dialogue. So much of it, if it was said by the right person in the right way, could come off as a lot more comforting and loving. But the way that the scene is done, it's just creepy. All of it's creepy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a creepy guy.
Yes. The next morning, she gets up. She's walking around alone, and then he kind of sneaks up on her, and she's like, "Don't do that." And then she has to play it off like, "Oh, I'm just this poor battered woman, and this is all Nick's fault. That's why I'm so tense. Not that I'm paranoid about you or anything like that." And then she's like, after so many years under someone's thumb, and she's like, "No, you were never under my thumb." Like trying to she's like, "Uh-oh." Like I've like this, I might have created a monster here with this guy like leading him on for years and everything. Maybe. It does make you wonder like what sort of letters they exchanged while she was married. You know what I mean? We never really get to find out, but I'm very curious. Later when she's acting in front of the cops, she'll be like, "Oh no, I've encouraged him. Oh no."
Oh God, she's so I was about to say so awful in that scene, but obviously I mean as a person.
Yes.
But the acting is fantastic.
It's disgusting. Yeah, like actually reviling.
Yeah. And then he's like, "It's okay. You've led me on for a long time, but I have you here again. Now it's time for a new start. Decent clothes, hair dye, makeup, tweezers. There's a gym overlooking the lake. The sooner you look like yourself, the sooner you'll feel like yourself."
The gym.
Yeah, there's a gym over there, by the way, in case you want to, lose a little bit of that.
In case you want to shed a little bit of that, Porky. Go ahead.
Also, I learned that they didn't really shoot a lot of this stuff conveniently in order for her. So that apparently Rosamund Pike had to like gain and lose like 15 pounds twice in like 15 days, or something crazy like that. Where she had to lose it and then gain it back for a different scene and then gain it again and all that sort of stuff. And it's like,
hey, from what I hear, an apple a day is what Christian Bale did, right? For
the
machinist,
yeah.
And then
he went to Batman Begins immediately after.
And then I hear the best way to gain weight is melted ice cream. Those are the two back and forth.
Yeah, obviously there's more extreme examples, but I found it remarkable how quickly she had to do it back and forth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which is interesting. Anyway, he says, "I'll get groceries for tonight. We'll watch Sharon Sheber and we'll finally move on." And she's like, I really think I should watch this on my own, because she wants to watch it and yell at the TV and smile and enjoy it. Yes, drink it in. And he says, "Nonsense." It's like, oof. She's not gonna like that. And he says, "And I'm looking forward to my reunion with Amy Elliott." It hasn't happened yet. It's so good.
Yeah, and she's just gradually realizing just how much control she is losing, not just already, but also to come.
And like what she's gonna have to do if she's gonna try to make this work, you know? And I quite like that he basically says explicitly, like, "I can't wait to reunite with the idea of you that I am obsessed with." It's like, oh god. And apparently when they were filming this, he kept doing some sort of like wiggle with his eyebrows, and David Fincher tried to be like, "Don't do that. It's too much." So it's time for Sharon Sheber. We finally get to see his performance. And oh my god, he's so good.
Excellent. Yeah.
I love the way this plays out. She says, "You're probably the most hated man in America right now." And he's like, "Yes, I am, and I probably deserve it." And then she starts out, first question, "Did you kill your wife, Nick?" And he said, "I did not kill my wife. I'm not a murderer." She says, "But you are unfaithful." And he says, "I was unfaithful and I'm deeply ashamed."
I think, in terms of talking about the comparisons with like the Scott Peterson thing, it's like, yeah, so this would be a notable deviation because he didn't smirk. He didn't smirk when he said that. Unlike the real life person.
Yes.
God, that interview was so bad. Like,
that's a big deviation. Yeah, this movie's like, what if he aced that interview?
Yeah, it's a little bit like Gillian Flynn kind of going like, what if somebody had coached him?
Yeah. Yeah, in real life, his interviews are awful. They're so bad. It's
the smirks. He just keeps smirking, and he's talking in this voice of like this wounded animal thing, but like it just comes across as like weird and strange.
It's very weird. And in terms of him acing this interview, I really I think he was really smart. The character was really smart. He's like, "I didn't come forward with my affair because I knew it would make me look really, really bad." It's like, that is the perfect answer, because anything else would be a lie, essentially. It's like when he was talking to Margot and he's like, "Well, I didn't tell you because you would have told me to stop." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
YouTubers need to watch this scene for their YouTuber apologies, because they're always shit.
I was going to say almost the exact opposite of the Scott Peterson answers. Like, "Why didn't you come forward about the affair?" "Oh, I did."
Well, yeah, but then the problem was that he kept lying about stuff. Yeah. Like he lied about stuff in the interview that he couldn't, because like I think because the first affair had come out, and then he got asked like, "Oh, there are no more women that could come out," and he said no, but they did. That's not good for you.
And also, he made the like abjectly retarded decision to be like, "Actually, I told her, and she wasn't all that upset about it." Actually,
that was probably the worst possible thing you could have said.
Yes.
Well, and then the part where he responds, he's like, "Oh, nobody knows the relationship but us," and then there's just this fucking 5 seconds of silence. And even he knows it's like, that's not a good enough answer. You have to, like, that's unacceptable.
Yes.
I suppose the first like super duper ultra interesting thing that happens in this scene is like that as Amy's watching, she sort of like leans forward. She's actually like getting a little bit fascinated. It's a bit of a different reaction to the last time where she was watching TV, where she was just kind of relaxing, like having fun. This time it's like she switches to like super duper alert and doesn't say anything anymore. Because I think even at the beginning she's like, "Oh, I bought that time." It's like, what is your problem?
Exactly, yeah. And she has possibly one of the most relatable human moments where she's trying to listen and someone starts pouring a drink and her eyes dart so hard to that noise. Like, what the fuck is
shut
that?
up. Like, do you have to pour that wine so loudly? I'm trying to watch something here. And he's hamming it up. He's like, it basically means I was a con artist. I met her and I was completely transfixed. She can do that to you. And then, of course, he cuts to Neil Patrick Harris on that line. It's like it's just the perfect moment every time.
It's the part where he's like, "Oh, like I'm not a good guy," and then she just pauses eating her, like, I don't know, porridge, I guess, or whatever it is. Like,
what's it called? Creme brulee.
Broche.
Oh,
It's creme brulee.
Super duper fancy thing, yeah. But but pausing partway through, it's just like such a fascinating reaction.
Yeah,
it's like that's the point where she's like, "Huh, wait, hold on, oh shit, I need to pay attention to this."
Yeah,
this is not going the way I thought it would.
Well, yeah, he was explicit about it. He's talking to her in this whole thing.
Yeah,
yes,
directly.
Of course. And I also like that that when it airs, they're watching it again. That is Nick and Margot. They're watching it anyway, even though they've already seen it in the room. I like the part where he says, "I was this average guy from an average place with mediocre aspirations, and I met a woman who dazzled me." And Margot looks at him like, "Really?" And he's like, "Come on, like I had to."
And then he just sort of shrugs, just like, "Well, yeah, but that's what you'd want to hear." So
yeah,
And
it basically ends with like, if she like, you think she's still alive, well, look at the camera and say something to your wife. What would you say to her? And he says, "I love you. You're the best person I've ever known, and I've taken myself to the woodshed for the way I've treated you."
Yeah.
It's so
actually
funny.
Like Amy's face is like actually like ultra disturbing in this scene. It's almost like it's almost like as she's staring, she does like almost like this little head tilt of almost like this primal fascination with what's going on. It's almost like it's so off-putting. She's so weird.
And then he says, "I love you, come home," and he does the no bullshit, like fingers on the chin thing. Yep. And
which, by the way, great strategy, though I'm pretty sure this sets the seeds for her becoming obsessed with being with that version of Nick.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep,
but this I suppose it's interesting, right, is that the thing that comes across as like, oh, maybe he's actually secured a victory is what secures her ultimate victory.
Yes.
Because what she gets in the end is better than what she initially set out to obtain. It's way better from her perspective.
Because she loves this version of Nick, who's like cunning and a smart manipulator, just like she is, and knows exactly what to say. Yeah.
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 When I meant like on a fundamental level, she ain't dead, right? She gets to live. That's like a big.
It's the same thing. It's a catch-22 for him, right? Because it's like he dies, he either lets her continue with her play acting of like creating the perfect crime, and he dies, or he makes this desperate attempt to save himself, and he has to deal with the fallout of that. And then like when he tries at the end, he realizes he's kind of in an even bigger mess by the end of it.
Yeah. Then comes, I think, one of the most unnecessarily stupid moments in the movie. Immediately after they finish the interview, and seconds later, like she's on the internet, and they're like, "They're going crazy for you," and I'm like, I think that reaction's a little quick.
Oh, that's how the internet worked in 2014.
I saw 5 people on Twitter who said that they like you.
I was genuinely, for me, I was like, is she looking at like live tweeting, or was she refreshing Reddit? What's she looking at? Like, I'd be curious.
It just happened a little too quickly, and it's not super important necessarily that it be that instantaneous, but it's kind of funny is that in the commentary track, Fincher is like, "I think that happened a little quickly, but whatever, it works for the scene."
I think it's because they needed to like try and establish that it worked in order to knock him down, because what's about to happen is he's screwed.
give him some credit. This stuff does happen super fast. Something I like to remind people of when it happens. I'm pretty sure I was talking to you, Fringy, about it. When Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, the immediate sentiment was he was right, and that's absolutely what everyone would have done in that situation, and that good for him and defending his wife, all this stuff. It took like an hour to flip over to this was highly unprofessional, disgusting behavior, and he can't take a joke. Like, what's wrong with it? You know what I mean? Like the sentiment can just flip so quickly depending on what seems to be the dominant one. And like I said, all I'm wondering is what she was looking at.
Do you think a ton of people would have been live tweeting their thoughts on this Sharon Schieber interview on Twitter?
That's kind of my thing. I don't know. I can't remember. What was Twitter like in 2014?
I don't remember. I do know that like the Scott and Lacey Peterson case was very, very big. So like I can imagine
that was 2000. That was in the early 2000s.
Yeah, it was 2002, 3, 4, something like that. Like it was huge. And you know, I can imagine that like if Twitter existed back then, that probably would have been a huge
and you could
deal.
Make an angle for her character being that she's seeing any random positive shit as like, oh my god. It's like this is the best thing I've ever seen in the past few days because we've had nothing but pure hatred, but now we're actually getting some love.
Yeah, I can believe that too. It's just every time I see it, I go, "That's a little quick." I think, but that's all right. And so then I think Boney shows up and she's like, "I usually ignore tip line calls, but we got a call saying someone said there was some suspicious activity outside your woodshed." And they open the woodshed, find all the stuff in there, and then I like this is the moment where she's like, I've been more than fair to you, you know. Like
and it's true. It doesn't feel like it's something that she's saying that's like not true. That she definitely was fair.
I like when she's like, are these the clubs you don't play golf with? She's like, none of that was put there by me. And then I like when they arrest Margot and he's like, you can't do that. And she's like, of course we can. What do you mean? Of course we could do that.
And it is funny. It's like, do you not understand what this looks like? Your stash that you spent all the fucking money on, and that it's in your sister's. Like this looks just the right amount of stupid for you. Store this here, you know?
Yeah. We're back to Desi and Amy, and he's like. And she's like, okay, come on, it's time to move on. He turns off the TV and she's like, I need a little time to think. And he says, that's the last thing you need.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's like, no, because if you spend too much time thinking about it, you might leave. Can't have that.
Yeah, don't be thinking. Thinking's bad.
Don't be thinking. Like follow the instinct that led you to me, not to him. The instinct that left you homeless in your car. And then he kind of like leans towards her and she freezes. She's like, I'm not going to force myself on you. Ugh. And it's great. But then the way she gets out of it is almost just as stomach churning to me. It's like, I understand what you're saying, Desi. It's just, and then she's like, forces these crocodile tears out. She's like, I've been mistreated for so long. And then she looks up at them in this sort of like demure way. And she's like, I've forgotten how to behave. It's like, gosh.
Yeah.
And it's like the perfect, you know, what you could say for the character is that is the perfect thing to say to him in this moment.
Yeah.
It's just so creepy. It's just so, it's gross. And then he like is like playing with her hair and he's like not really looking at her. He's looking at the hair and how mousy it is. And he's like, I just want you to be you again. It's fucking creep. It's great. And then this is when he's brought in and Tanner Bolt is like, don't tell them anything. He's like, I need to tell them my side. And it's like, no, you moron, don't do that. And they present the evidence and they're like, without a body, without a murder weapon, the only hope is a confession. Don't fucking tell them anything. And he just can't help himself. He gets really sassy at this point when he's describing things and like the diary comes up and he's like, yeah, that sounds like something she said. Like, oh, I didn't do that at all. And then it's like, I didn't push her. And then it's like the final line, I think he may kill me. And he's like, it's kind of convenient end note, isn't it? Like, he's just so, I like how sassy he gets. It's funny.
He's so done with this entire fucking situation.
Yeah. And he you know, he just got his victory, you know, his big victory. Yeah. So he's feeling, you know, he's back to feeling confident a little bit.
Yeah,
you know?
A little too confident, I would say.
Maybe
that was it was kind of a dumb thing to say, but it is pretty funny, and it's totally in character for him. And then the missing handle from the Punch and Judy puppet ends up being what they found in the fireplace. And they're like, all right, that's the murder weapon. There was some blood on it. You're under arrest. And he doesn't see that coming. He's like, oh, fuck. And so I like when he tries to say, like, but what about my side? And he's like, fucking shut up, dude. You're under arrest. Don't say another goddamn word. Right. And then we flash forward a bit. I think it's 21 days gone now, if memory serves.
Yeah.
And she's back to the Amy Elliott that Desi fell in love with or became obsessed with. She's got the bob haircut again.
She got a bob.
She's just wearing lingerie around. Yeah.
Yeah, there's that shot where he just gets a full look at her whole body. That's all he's interested in.
Yeah. And she's playing it up, and she's like, and he's like, are you sure you're not bored? He's like, how could I be bored? You can discuss 18th century symphonies, 19th century impressionists, Proust in French. Nick's idea of culture was a reality TV marathon with one hand down his boxers. It's just, it's so insufferable to listen to. Yeah,
it's so funny saying all that when you hear that. Just like, oh, you're so pretentious, aren't you?
Yes.
And yeah.
It's exactly what he wants to hear too. It's so gross how well it works, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It is painful to listen to. It's like, shut up, please.
Well, yeah, because you know exactly what it was. He did it to impress people.
Yes.
Like, that's why, not because he has a genuine interest in it.
Yes. He's like, I have to get going, and that's when she does the thing where she like roughs him up really quick. She like bites his lip when kissing him and pulls his shirt out and messes up his hair. And then says one of the funniest lines in the whole movie.
Worth mentioning, she stops him in a blind spot for the cameras.
Yes.
Yeah, this whole, I would say that this is probably one of the really clear examples of how good of an actress Rosamund Pike is. She's essentially doing 3 roles here. She's got to play the one role of essentially tricking Desi, and then snaps back to essentially her normal, cold, calculated self to then do a convincing performance of having just been assaulted.
Yes.
And all in the span of like a minute. It is.
And I fucking love that she says that's how the kids wear it. That's like, it's so funny.
His face when she does that. Exactly. His face when he like his goober face.
Just he's like, what the fuck are you doing? And then of course when he exits the room, he's like tucking his shirt in, wiping blood from his lip, so that doesn't look good for him. Especially because she's gonna take like a cup of beet juice and pretend it's blood, tie a sort of ribbon thing around her ankles to make it look like she just got herself free, crawl over to the window on all floors and scream like a fucking maniac, like she had just been raped. And it's so convincing.
Yeah, it's a good, pretty impressive scene to watch.
Yes.
On the music, just like it feels like it's tearing the scene, or like the scene's tearing into you, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very
silent scream overused in modern trailers works very well here.
Yes. Yes. So let's see. There's another. Oh, this is where they get Margot out on bond, and they're like, we got our best people on finding Amy. If she's out there, we'll find her. And she says, and I like the line where Nick says, like, come home, Amy, I dare you. It's great. Yeah. He's feeling kind of cocky at this point. He shouldn't be, but he is. And then Desi comes home, and this is, in a weird sense, my favorite scene in the whole movie, just because it's so fucking effective. Unbelievable. So he comes home and he's like, Mr. Collins is home, and she's sitting in the darkness, kind of backlit. You can't see her face very well, and she's all dressed up and ready for him. She's like, I've missed you, and all that sort of stuff, leading him on. And then it's like, when this is all over, we'll go to Greece like you said, yada yada. And then she's pulling him into the bedroom, and he's like, come on, let's go. Go ahead.
Just as when like the opening of this whole sequence, right? She's already she's got like string. She's binding it over and over again on her wrists.
Oh my god, I forgot about that part. Yes, I should talk about that. So before he comes home, she's using string over and over again on her hands to like fake convincing ligature marks, like she's been tied up. And God, that looks like it takes a while too. So it's more of the sort of like
it's
crazy.
So disturbing, just staring into herself in the mirror, doing it over and over again, almost being like, this is what I have to do. I gotta do this to make things right, so to speak. And then the next move of simulating the sexual abuse sort of markings that would likely be there. It's just so disturbing again. You'd be like, well, of course it is. Like, yeah, but it's part of the way it's filmed, part of the way it's performed.
Yes.
Just staring deeply into herself while she's doing that.
Yeah.
I can't help but see an angle of it of all of this is her own fault. She's done this, all of it to herself.
Yeah. And when she's doing it, if I remember this scene correctly, I don't think there's a lot of music playing in this yet, or if it is, it's kind of quiet. She's just like sitting there doing it silently. It's like, oh,
It's horrible.
I don't like watching this at all, actually. So anyway, he comes home later that night. She's seducing him and like rushing things. He's like, no, 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 go slowly. And she's like, no, no, I just want to get this over with. All right, I don't want to have to act this out any longer than I have to. So she's moving things along quite quickly. And they climb into the bed. I fucking love the shot of her hand reaching up under the pillow, like detail insert shot of the hand going up. And then when it cuts back to her, she's holding it. It's hard to describe. She's holding it almost like a bouquet of flowers right in front of her chest. Like it's.
I actually got an impression of. I'm with you on that, but like how someone might hold a cross.
Yeah.
Yes, it's along those lines. She's like holding it. I don't know. It's terrifying. And of course, he's kind of got his eyes closed. He's in the moment, and then she slits his throat, and we do that like blinking fade out thing that makes you think, oh, maybe we're cutting away. Nope, we're not cutting away.
We're gonna watch a lot of it happen.
I think when you suggested we could talk about this film for the stream, I described this scene as the best kill scene I've ever seen for an Alien movie, and it's not in Alien movies at all.
Yeah.
The way I would justify that is that this, to me, is exactly the kind of horror that is kind of missing in those films.
Yes.
It's and it's why I kind of want Fincher to do an Alien film again. I'd be like, you know what, buddy?
Give it another shot. Get back up on that horse.
Yeah.
There's the thing people say about Alien that's very well known at this point is because of Giga's influence, that the Alien architecture and work is all infused sexually. It was impossible for the actors not to notice all of it. So, like, the way the alien interacts with people and kills them. I think even Ridley Scott said about Lambert's death, he was like, you see the tail wrapping around her leg, and then we don't see what happens next except hearing her screams. And he said, you can imagine the horrors that it might have done to her. Which always left...
just to put a finer point on it, I feel like you can hear the alien laugh almost. There's this weird noise it makes when it cuts away and she screams. It's almost like a laugh from the alien. It just adds to that same feeling.
Yeah, and then all the imagery for vaginas and penises and things going in places and planting things and stuff is all this. Alien lends itself heavy to sequences that involve a lot of sexual interaction. Hence why this scene gave me that impression, not to mention the fact that he has made an Alien film, but the use of the blood, it pours in such a way that's they didn't do too much, such they would think it's like an absurd waterfall, but it's more than a lot of films would be willing to show happen. And to have it pour all over her while she's preventing him from trying to control the bleeding himself, she comes across here as scarier than most of the movie monsters that have been in film in a kill scene.
Yeah. And she flips on top of him too. Like, that's another little detail that's really horrifying in the way, like, she doesn't want to get her hair messed up, so she kind of like swings it back from her face without touching it. All these little details.
And then the music complements it entirely, and the fact that, again, as we mentioned with the previous scene, the cutting, like fading to black and back in and back out and back in, each of the images that he's gracing us with, it just lasts so much longer and hits so much harder. It's one of possibly the best kill scenes in a film I've seen, I feel, in terms of its effect.
I would agree with you 100%.
I think this is a scarier scene than most horror movies have ever even come close to making.
And I'm not kidding. If you replace her with an alien in some kind of similar scene, it would be more effective than most of the kills they've done in everything since, like, Alien.
It's an incredible scene, and I think there's a couple things about it that are really effective. One of them is, like, this is a movie kind of about where, like, violence is lurking underneath the whole time, but we only see like little glimpses of it here and there, and there's the implication of violence. And then when we finally get it, it's like it's way more than you wanted. It's like oh god, I don't know if I needed all that, honestly. But it's
grotesque, gruesome, horrifying. It does everything it needs to do, and it's in a film where you're just like, good god, that was what we would. Okay,
like, it's a certain kind of payoff, right? Because it's like, no, we're gonna go there because with this sort of movie, if there was never any real violence, you might feel like I don't know if we went as deep into this as we could have, but after that scene, you're like, yep, okay, that was we went there. I don't feel like you skimped out on anything here. A quick note on the music because I think it's really, really impressive. So it's this sort of classic like kind of sound thing, right? But this happened in the scene where she was faking being raped earlier, and when it happens here, it's almost like it's that same sound but smothered, like the sound itself is gurgling on blood. I can't describe it any like more than that, but that's the feeling you get when you listen to it. It's like that same sound effect, but it's the sound itself is choking on its own blood. It's so impressive to me. There are no words for it. It's just so horrifying, man. It's fucking great. Like, and what I think the last thing I want to say about the fading to black, it's almost like it doesn't allow you to like close your eyes or like cover your face because you don't know when you're gonna need to be looking. You know what I mean? It's like it does it for you almost. And it's showing, it's like it's a real less is more lesson, I would say, because those fades to black, you essentially see less of it, and it's not a very long scene, all things considered. But
yeah, it makes it feel a lot longer though. Like it feels like it
yes,
plays out in excruciating detail just
well,
because of how much it's doing there.
yeah, he does the same thing in The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, or a similar thing in The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, in that horrible rape scene in that movie, where he does this thing where he starts to track down the hallway, which is classic film grammar for we're leaving this scene, and then he doesn't leave the scene. He jumps right back into it. It's like, that's fucking cruel, actually.
Yeah.
Like, you're a fucking bastard for doing that, honestly. It's the same sort of thing here. It's really effective, I would say.
Sure is.
Yes. And then
Although, yeah, just to clarify, I don't want the alien raping somebody necessarily. Just that
No.
the sexual connotations that reflect
yes.
in no more of a way than they already have in the films that they have.
Yes.
I think Prometheus has the fading to black and back in and back out with when the I think it's called, I can't remember the fucking name of the alien, but the one at the end that's birthed from the engineer in Prometheus. I think they have that.
Oh yeah, they do something
style for that.
Yeah.
I can't remember if Resurrection might actually have the fading to black and back in and back out when Ripley is like falling into the near the end of the film, she's falling into like the nest. I don't know. I'd have to look into it. It's fascinating to know because like my references wouldn't come from Alien or Aliens with the black fades, and yet I feel like it's perfect for Alien.
Yeah. I do feel like he's the perfect person to continue the franchise. Like,
oh fuck, dude, it would be so cool if he got to have another shot at Alien.
And if the story was any good at all, that would be nice.
You know for a fucking fact he would murder. It would be a fantastic Alien film.
He would do a great job. I still think he's.
Wait, what? What? It sounded like you were about to, because you said if it had a good story. What is your opinion on Alien 3?
It's similar. I don't know if you mentioned this while we were live or not, but it's a similar sort of thing where I hate what they do with Newt and Hicks, but once you get past that, I do think there's a lot of stuff that's worthwhile in Alien 3. It's not great still, but it has a lot to offer. I still think, I mean, each one of his movies, especially the ones with any sort of violence in them, they always have that one scene that really sticks with me. This is obviously the big one from Gone Girl, but even in Alien 3, the one that always sticks with me, I don't remember if it's in the theatrical cut or just the assembly cut. It's definitely in the assembly cut, where you know how there's that one character who's obsessed with the alien, because there's always one of those, and they capture it in this like fuel tank container thing. They capture it in that room, and he goes to set it free, and he goes up to the guy who's guarding it, and he cuts his throat really quick, and then as he's falling to the ground, the guy goes, sorry, and that detail always sticks with me because it makes it so much worse. It's just, I don't know, something like he always has this ability to make violence feel like fresh in a way that it hits you harder. You know what I mean?
I'm sure. I wasn't expecting that to be the scene you would have wrote. I was honestly thinking about so many different ones you might pick, and I was like, oh, that one, okay, fair enough.
I really like that one. Something about the way he says sorry over and over again while he's doing it. even though he's still doing it, is I don't know.
Well, you're talking about this somehow the infusion of comedy happens so much in films when he's despite the
Yes.
horrible situation. The one because we rewatched it recently, Alien 3, me and Fringy, and I'd always found it funny, but it was particularly funny this time around when the warden gets just snapped up through the ceiling
Yeah.
and blood just fountains down after it, like they're fucked completely. Then we cut to like the nighttime and they're discussing what to do next. And there's this one dude where the camera is set such that we can see through the ceiling from this above it, where he's just trying to mop up the puddle of warden blood, and he keeps looking up at the hole like,
Yeah. Yeah. He's scared of it.
gravity.
Yeah. That's great. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I really like about this movie too, is like how he infuses really, really dark stuff with humor, like throughout the whole thing, essentially. And he can ping pong back and forth between them without ruining either extreme. You know, he has a real
Yeah, for
knack
sure.
for
Well,
that.
the way I see it is I wouldn't expect to judge a David Fincher current Alien film from Alien 3. I feel like that's a really bad example to show what he would probably pull off. Despite that, Alien 3 is more than enough in terms of showing that he has the power to do it. The reason
Oh,
why
yeah.
I would want him to do it is because not only do I think he would make a really good film, not only do I think he would prove Alien is far from dead as a franchise, which I think Romulus almost proves is that it is dead.
Yeah.
It's that it would be a bit of retribution for the fact that he was never the problem with Alien 3.
Yeah.
Exactly, that he gets another swing at it, and that now he's in a position where nobody would dare, like, get in his
Yeah.
way, basically, because that was
Yeah.
his feature film debut. That worked against him, but now he's got so many films under his belt that he could basically do whatever he wanted, and whatever he wanted to do would be a hell of a lot more interesting than fucking Romulus.
That's for damn sure. Whether he would
God.
ever do it or not, I doubt. I think even if he had the opportunity, he probably wouldn't do it.
I don't think he would. Nah.
He still seems rather bitter about it every time it comes up. I mean, he makes a joke of it, and it's funny, but you can tell. I mean, the classic line says like he described working with 20th Century Fox at the time as being ritually sodomized over and over and over again. It's like, yeah, I don't think he had a good time making that movie.
Yeah.
So, Amy returns. We get
And
the
it plays some
Shortstorm
music
reprise.
from from all of the happy flashbacks, except this situation is insane, but it feels like it's kind of tied into the idea that in terms of a story, this is like insane.
Yes.
Insane being that it's like the kind of story that everybody would love, right? Of like she escaped from captivity, drenched in blood, drives home and collapses in the arms of her husband.
Yes.
It's like, and all of everybody taking pictures. It's like
Yes.
music, but it's bullshit. And I mean, even because even he says like, "You fucking bitch," as she comes up to him. But
Yep.
you know, like, what's he gonna do?
The way she falls and all the flash
It's
bulbs
so
go up,
theatrical.
yeah, and the camera cranes up at the same time.
Yeah, it's
just,
yeah.
He's holding the prince is holding the princess as he's saved her or some shit. It's
Yes.
everyone's it's celebration ready and it's so picturesque. It's just like, oh, this is horrifying.
Oh, absolutely. And then we got another scene that I quite love, and I think it's we finally get to see Amy and Boney face to face. I quite like it especially because the room they're in is kind of dark. The way all the police officers and detectives are on the other side of the room, kind of in the dark. And she's describing what happened to her, and then Boney keeps chiming in, but like, real quick, just wanted to ask about this specific thing.
Not to cut you off just real quick, because there's something I kind of appreciate. I just want to make sure I am appreciating the right thing. When the doctor says her wounds are consistent with rape and there was semen present, but we're going to make sure it's a match, Boney looks at Nick and says, "It'll match," and then looks back at the doctor like a dismissive sort of, "We know how good she is. Of course it'll match."
She'll have thought of that for sure.
Yeah, like it's so cool to watch Boney get to this point where this event has totally flipped her. She's just like, "Yeah, you're innocent, and this is fucked." Like this is so much that she's done.
But it's kind of like, because obviously the broader tragedy, the main horrible ending is that Nick gets trapped with Amy. That's like the obvious horrible part. But in terms of Boney's story, it's like, well, her part is that she did everything right, and she gets punished essentially because like throughout the conversation, as Amy is relaying her new story, she's interjecting with all of these questions that are
Yeah, she's us.
particularly valid.
Yeah.
But the problem is that she's surrounded by a bunch of people who were not part of the investigation, who were taking Amy at face value. And every time that she asks a question, they're all kind of looking at her like, "What the fuck are you doing?
What's
like,
wrong
shut
with
up."
you? Yeah.
And then Amy saying like, "Well, if the investigation was left in your deeply incompetent hands, then everything would have gone to shit." And they're like, and basically all the people in the room essentially agree. And so it's like she's done everything right, and she's being punished.
Yeah. And then she says that line, and then they're about to wheel her away, and then the fucking smirk on her face while she's looking at Boney. She's like, "Yeah, I know you know," but it's like,
well, she can't help but gloat.
Yeah, she can't help it. She's just that petty.
Because I mean, it's an interesting thing in terms of this scene is that there's a lot of things that she's doing that are obviously from the view of the viewer like obvious red flags.
Yes.
It's like the way you're like actually being weirdly confrontational with this one detective that you don't actually know who's just asking some questions. But everybody's basically on her side because of course like it seems implausible to them that it could be anything
completely. Even I would be like, why are you doing this? Like, leave her alone. Let her tell her story. Jesus.
She's trying to be like, hey, that thing he hit you with was actually a Punch and Judy puppet handle from a present you were going to give. So how did he get it? And she's like, oh, actually, I was holding it when he burst in the door. Actually, you know what I mean?
It's like, yeah, that's what happened. Yep.
And it's
she's commenting. She's telling this, changing the story as it goes along.
Yeah, it's really good. And I like that she can't help but gloat at the end, too. So, basically, that's the gist of that scene. And then as she's being let out, Tanner Bolt has this great moment where he says, we prayed to God, and God has answered our prayers. Amy Dunn is home. Now, I know there are a lot of questions and concerns, but right now we want to sit tight and just be thankful and grateful for this miracle on the Mississippi. I love the pause he takes there, where he's like, I know this is a great line, and this will be really good for me if I say it, but there's a little part of him that, like, I don't know, like either doesn't want to say it or doesn't want to say it where it feels too forced. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, it's just, isn't it a great recognition of his character that he knows all of what happened, but he's going to take the cultural win?
Yes.
He's just going to take it and move on.
Yeah, this is good for his career as well. You know,
the career win and the movement, hopefully, that will get better results for different things in future with stuff like this. But holy shit, this was a horrible disaster.
He's like always selling to the miracle on the Mississippi line is such a I mean, he's basically handing Nick a memoir title right there, right?
Yeah. And I quite like one little detail before the end of that scene where they're like, now in the diary you left, you made some accusations of domestic abuse. Are you sure you feel like you're comfortable going home with Nick? And she's like, I love him, or whatever. And she looks at him, and we cut to Nick, who has not been able to hear what's being said. He just has this dumb goober look on his face, and he waves back. It's just such a great little detail. So they go home, they finally get inside their house. They've done pretending for the cameras, and he's like, you can stop pretending. And she's like, I'm not pretending. And she goes, you were perfect, and try to reaches towards him, and he backs away, which is a great little moment. He says, that's the Nick I fell in love with. It's like, Jesus Christ. That's the person you fell in love with, is the sort of person who can manipulate on your level. It's great.
Well, and the way she talks to him in this scene feels almost like a different, a new Amy, as a result of all the experiences she's been through. She's now, this is like the scariest she's ever been, almost. How cold, calculated, and the way she sees the world. She's like a different person.
Yeah, she's like, that's how well you know me. It's like, God. And he's like, you need to tell me exactly what happened. And she's like, take off your clothes. I need to make sure you're not wearing a wire. So then they go up into the shower. You get 5 frames of Ben Affleck's penis, and then they have their conversation now that there's proof that he's not wearing a wire. And it's like, you went on national television and begged me to save your life, and I obliged. But I want that Nick. That's the person I want. I say, I'm doing a favor for you, actually. I saved your life. But you got to be the person you promised you'd be from the beginning. And it's you wouldn't dare leave me. You'd be a fucking pariah.
Yeah.
And
I think it's deliberate, too, that we get a quick shot of blood washing away.
Of course. Yes.
It's just a neat thing to think about while listening to this conversation, just how much of the horror is all going to be washed away and forgotten about.
Yep. he says, well, once those groupies outside leave, once they go, I go. And she's like, give it the night. And then it cuts to this great shot of her and she says, sleep on it. And it's just the perfect shot. It's not complicated. It's just kind of a close up on her face, but she looks horrifying with all the context that's happened here. I love the way she says that. She's like, you'll come around. You'll realize how limited your options are. You'll realize this is the best for you. Just sleep on it. And
Well, what's
he's
interesting, of course, is this is a time bomb for her, and she gets a solution because he's not going to be able to live with this, but maybe you can trap him.
Maybe there's a way out of it.
Maybe.
And maybe she's going to hint at that right now, where he's tucking her into bed, and he says, "Was there ever a baby?" And she says, "There can be." It gives a little like pat on the bed, like, "Huh? Want to come make a baby?"
So
it's so scary.
God! It makes,
and then he goes to like hide in the
dude.
He hides in the guest bedroom and he locks the door and he's not even in the bed. He's just sitting in the chair.
He's sitting with the cat, like he's holding on to his cat. He's like, I'm not letting this cat walk around with her for the night. No, fuck that.
Yeah. So obviously he's frightened of her. And the next morning he like takes the trash to the corner like he did at the very beginning of the movie. He comes back inside the house and she's making crepes and the cat is like next to her now, and it's almost like a subtle little like, I'm taking this cat. This is like, this isn't your cat. This is my cat. We go back to press junkets, and they're like, we're seeing how she's spinning the story, and I like little details that'll come up later where she's like, I need you to accept that you cheated on me, that you spent all that stuff with the credit cards and all that sort of stuff. And I think she even says, and that you hit me. I need you to accept those things for me to feel safe. And it's like she's like they're negotiating with each other now.
Yeah.
This little moment where they're in front of the cameras and they're like, what's next for you guys? And it's like, well, right now it's all about our marriage. When two people love each other and can't make that work, and then she turns to him, it's like, that's the real tragedy. Like, kiss my cheek. And he like does a little fake cheek kiss. It's so great.
Yeah.
He tries to talk to Tanner Bolt like, you got to help me, and they're like, there's not a lot we can do, man.
He's like, you franchise the bar, you can write a memoir, maybe in a weird way, maybe this is the best thing.
Yeah, make some money. That's the best I got for you.
And it's like, maybe Tanner doesn't really have your best interests at heart, actually, if that's what he suggests.
I don't think he ever did, right?
No,
he was pretty clear about that. I'm going to try and win your case. Beyond that,
Yeah, but I think you can see it settling in for Nick that he doesn't really care. Because, like, no friend would ever make that, like, thing. Maybe you could,
That's true, yeah. But
I think it's settling in for him.
He might be better than a friend here in the sense of you truly have no fucking options that are reasonable.
Yes. And then, of course, Boney is like, no, like, there was a national spotlight. We kind of stained the rug. The feds have taken over the case. There's nothing I can do. I'm not even on this case anymore. And it's like, how are you gonna I don't know if that, like, there are no good options here, essentially.
No, and Tanner's is like a bit of a funny, and then Boney's feels a bit more like, yeah, this is just a procedural reality sort of thing. And then when we finally get to Go and Nick, especially after the final news, that's when it really hits hard of just how much he's lost.
Yeah. And
then I think we get the is this when we cut forward a bit to we go through a little bit of a montage of them trying to live together and all that, and then we cut forward to the the interview with.
Well, we're almost to the interview. There's basically one important scene that happens before the interview, and then we're done. So he's in the room. Actually, there's a couple, but he's got the two syncs going, and he's practicing in the mirror like, everything you've heard about my wife is a lie. She's a calculating, murderous psychopath. He's like practicing what he's going to say. And then I think it's, what's her name? Oh, I think this is where they talk about, like, we should hold hands, not the entire time, but on and off throughout. They're being like, she's being very cold and clinical.
Writing the characters.
Yeah.
It's so weird and gross.
Yeah. And I like how many people are lucky enough to get a second chance at love. It's like, it's fantastic. She's like, fantastic is a little flippant. She's so, like, ruthless. It's great.
Well, his response, right? How about amazing?
Yeah. And
So
she kind of,
perfect.
yeah. And then that's when they're going to do a big interview for Ellen Abbott. Ellen Abbott comes to visit, and this is the first time he gets to confront her. And he's like, "You told people that I murdered my wife." And she's like, "I just go where the story goes. Like, you implied that I had carnal relations with my sister." I quite love her performance here, where she says, "I didn't use the I word. I said you two were extremely close." And she kind of looks from side to side. Very funny the way she
Do you like
performs that.
the wardrobe lady who's just
Carrying
cuts
her.
to her and she's like waiting to see what's gonna happen next. Sort of
Yeah.
just
I like that the
I'm holding the
wardrobe
coat.
lady is kind of short too, so she's holding these big coats for a taller
Yeah.
woman, and she just looks so small. It's great. It's like icebreaker to go with your robot dog, and
She
he's like,
pulls out
"Okay,
the robot cat, yeah, which
yeah,
is like, God, it's grating, but it's really funny, you know, because it's just
yeah."
like this is what they think they know about him, is that he likes to
Yeah.
buy this like random shit.
There's just
And
no accountability. There's no apology. It's just like, well, I'm just following the story. What are you talking about? So he goes upstairs, and that's when she reveals to him, like, oh, she gives him a gift, and he's like, I don't want any more gifts from you. She just open it. She opens it. It's a pregnancy test that's positive, and he's like, that's fucking bullshit. I didn't touch you. She's like, well, you didn't have to. It's like, turns out I kept your sperm sample the whole time, or I renewed it, or whatever she had to do. So now she's trapping him with a kid. And I quite like when he says, I want a paternity test. And she's like, oh, I love tests.
yeah,
God damn. Um,
The I won't have to teach your child to hate you. He'll do that all by himself. I think the audience seeing Nick ram her head into the wall, which is really violently done, like as best you can do
yes.
for a move like that. I think a lot of people will be like, whoa, but for me, I was just like, he just hit her for what's going to be his whole life of torture. That's what that
Yeah.
was.
There was a kind of like subtle cheer that happened in the theater when I saw that, when people, like, I almost like fist pumped. It was so satisfying to
It's
like
such
watch
a
it. Yeah.
like
Go ahead.
the revelation that he's having right now is all of the future pain, right? In the form of, first
Yes.
of all, he's locked in, so he's going to be with her now. He can't escape her. He couldn't even, like, there's just no way to get away from her.
Well, if
Now,
he did, sorry, just to interrupt, if he did try to escape her, it's like, God, what's going to happen to that kid?
also
You know
that's
what I
my
mean?
point. Is
Yeah.
that's what he's already concluded. Like, I can't leave the kid. But then you have the angle of this is a new life that's going to have her as a mother, a giant influence on its life, and it's going to be taught to the worst things ever. And if I'm not around to protect it and move it into a better place, it will despise me. It'll learn nothing but lies from its like horrifying mother. Basically, a brand new life to be brought into this world with my DNA that's just going to be tortured and ruined. And
Yes.
he recognizes immediately he's the only person that's going to be able to protect that life. So he's locked in now. It's too late.
Mm-hmm. And
Which is
it's,
kind of
and
admirable. I enjoy the fact that he
yes.
yeah.
considers himself trapped because that means he thinks that he's the only one and he has to be the one to save that kid.
Oh, I totally agree. I think it says a lot about his character, actually, that he doesn't just leave. Yeah, it's really nice. Then of course he slams her head into the wall and calls her a fucking cunt, and she turns that back on him. You know, I'm the cunt you marry. The only time you liked yourself was when you're trying to be someone this cunt might like. And she's like, I'm not a quitter. And she's, I've killed for you. Who else can say that? And it's like, are you fucking delusional? Like, why would anyone want that?
He killed for her. She didn't kill for him.
Wait, what?
Wait, huh?
She killed for her. She killed
Oh,
for her own
yes,
life to make
yes.
her life
Oh,
better.
okay. I thought you said he
Selfishly
killed for
speaking.
her. I
No,
was
no, no,
like,
not
oh,
he.
gotcha.
So what I find so interesting about the line is that she's like made this so that it's like a self-sacrifice in favor of him when everything she did, it was all to change her life path into one that's going to be the best format. And she really did achieve it. She's done a excellent job of like let's call it the four big options she had, like continue her life as was, do the one with her initial plan of killing herself, end up with Neil Patrick Harris, or do this. This one was probably the best one in terms of giving her the most freedom and
Oh
power
yeah,
and control. But
1000%.
to then frame it as like I did this for you is like shut the fuck up. God, you're such an awful human being.
Yes. And he's like, you're fucking delusional. You're insane. Why do you even want this? All we did was resent each other and try to control each other and cause each other pain. And that's her big line where she says, well, that's marriage. Now I'm getting ready. It's like, Jesus Christ.
it's so bitingly cynical and
Yeah.
like in such a comical way. Just
Yeah.
God,
Well, that is what she would think.
yeah,
Yeah.
it is. It fits perfectly.
Well, and then
And I
they. I just want to. Well, wait, you go first. 'Cause mine's gonna be the next scene.
Yeah, go ahead to the next scene. Go ahead.
Oh well, just to we know that we understand everything that's happened. Nick consistently's emotional reaction to a lot of things, especially with the hiding he has to do. We watch this unfold in an almost like a story-like fashion instead of getting our hearts too closely connected to it. But I feel like then they deliberately cut to the nicest person in the whole film just completely broken,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
really drags you down into just how sad this is.
And she's like, I can't believe you're going to stay with her. And he's like, Margot, I need you to support me
Yeah.
on this. Like, I really need it. Like, if you don't support me on it, I don't know if I can do it. And she's like, of course I'll do it for you. And it's like, it's really nice. Like, I feel like their sort of, their dynamic and their love for each other actually really comes through in a way that I feel like oftentimes movies don't do a good job of making people feel like siblings, even though it's
Yes.
such a like, not universal obviously, but it's such a common experience in life to have siblings, but somehow people get it wrong so much in movies. It's really strange where they feel like, oh, because we made them brother and sister on paper, that's good enough. That's all we have to do. You know what I
Well,
mean?
it's so perfect because she understands. Obviously, he's would have explained everything to her, all of the reasoning, and the fact that it's like, yeah, this is the future for us now, and I'm going to need you to be not only a really supportive and cool auntie, but to look after me because I'm going to need help with
Yes.
Yeah.
this.
Ugh. It's such a brutal ending. So
Yes, yeah.
then that's that scene, and then we go on to the interview with Alan Abbott, and I quite like that he says, "We've been through the darkness, but we come out." And as he says, "We come out," it fades in. Usually, we've been fading out in this movie, so the little fade in is a nice reversal at the end. And he says, "We're partners in crime," and there's this moment where like that takes her off guard, but like he's getting his little dig in, and you wonder where maybe he's going to say something, and he just can't bring himself to do it, and it's like, no, I can't. But he's still going to take that little cheap shot when he can because that's all he has essentially. And then they announce that we're going to be parents, and Ellen Abbott's like, "Oh my goodness, oh my gosh!" And then we cut back to a repeat of the shot from the beginning, except now she smirks this time when he says, "What are you thinking? How are you feeling? What have we done to each other?" And then he adds, "What will we do?" And then it fades to black, and the music is just the most stomach churning, dissonant thing you've ever heard in your life. I don't think I've ever experienced a movie end on such a sour note in my life. It's unbelievable. I just remember being in the theater for the first time, everyone like getting up in silence, like, ugh, Jesus
Yep.
Christ. It's like one of the most it's one of the most uncomfortable endings to a movie I've ever seen, I would say.
Oh, yep, it's depressing. It's
I think it's
miserable.
a
Super
general
depressing.
advice for writers is, the good guy wins. It's like, eh. It's just
Sometimes.
you gotta, like this to me just felt so cruel, but also honest and cleverly written. So much of this is
Yes.
so clever.
Oh,
And
it's this ending. There's this note in the score for this moment that really wants to resolve, and then it just doesn't, and it just hangs there, and all this like noise and bleeping and blooping is happening. It's like, bleh. It's so, it's unbelievable.
I think part of why as well her winning, so to speak, at the end works so hard is I hate to put it this way, but she earned it. She worked real hard, and she had to make a lot of
Narratively,
sacrifices.
it wouldn't make a lot of sense that she lost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She just did too good a job. It would if we wanted to if we wanted to invent a win for him at the end, it would be hard not to have it feel
Well,
contrived.
something I can't help but think about, and I don't know if this is deliberate, it feels to me that the nonsense fantasy that she creates at the end of her little diary about the situation between the two of them and what's about to happen, she comes real close to essentially creating it at the end of this film. She's put him in a position where the only answer might actually be that he needs to kill her.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, she may have pushed him far enough now that he's going to have to do it quickly too, because the slower he is, the more likely a kid is going to be born. So it's just like, you know what, let's just get rid of her. And he might actually try and plan something insane. That would be he's not the kind of person to kill his wife, right? But if he were, you'd probably need to do something like this to justify it, because he would see it as like, you know what? If I kill her and I get caught, or if I kill her and blah blah blah, it's like that's still better than the life she's going to force upon me, my sister, and my future child.
Yeah.
And there's something about that I find so fascinating, that like this person that she completely invented to frame for murder, through doing all of that and the resulting actions, she may very well create a murderer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can absolutely believe that, like, after the child is born, that he kills her. Like, I would believe that.
I would never be able to, like, the thing is about her, if I were a friend, which is insane, how do you know he's never going to poison you?
That's a,
Exactly.
You know?
good question. Good question.
Yeah, well, that scene where he's holding the cat and like sitting in the armchair with the light on after she's home, right? Like I feel like that's me for the rest of my life. If that's the case, like how do you sleep in the same house with somebody like that who, like, you know what she did now too? You know how she killed the other guy. Like, how do you?
You know, I was thinking about the funny shit when she's in the hospital and he's with the clown cop, and he's like, she killed him with a box cutter. That he's like, where'd she get that?
How'd she get a box cutter?
Why did she have that? Yeah, like,
well, can't you just be happy she's home?
Yeah, it's such another example of like he's still having fun with poking holes in it because he hasn't yet realized what's going to happen next. And
yeah,
I don't know, the future of the universe of the world of Gone Girl. Maybe I find it more peaceful to think that he did successfully kill her.
Honestly, yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, Gone Girl 2 gone, but for real this time.
Well, that's Gone Girl. That's how it ends. It sure is. It's a roller coaster ride, and I think it's one of the most, like, finely crafted, well-tuned machines in terms of the plot and narrative that I've seen in a long time. And it just swings wildly from horrible violence to, like, deeply depressing to, like, actually pretty uproariously funny at a few moments. Like, I think it's so impressive as a movie, and I appreciate you guys spending, what is that, 6 hours, almost 6 hours talking about it with us.
It's a great movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry we were so quick with it. We kind of rushed through a few scenes
Yeah, I
there,
know.
but it happens.
Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for everyone for tuning in. It's been fun. Do you guys have any closing thoughts I should ask on the movie?
I love David Fincher as an artist. I love his work. And Gone Girl is an example of a film that I wouldn't have thought I was going to be that interested in necessarily. Didn't know. I'd heard it was good. This is soon after it came out as well, where I wasn't as familiar with Fincher in terms of a person that I love to watch it. Even though I think it was one of those situations where you're like, oh shit, he directed these films I love. That was all him. It's one of those sort of sequences. But I'd watched this before recognizing who he was, and I was just like, holy fuck, the talent on display. And then I checked through, and I think it was soon after this film that I started thinking of Fincher as just so reliable that I'll probably check out anything and everything he makes. Which is funny because I haven't gotten around to everything he's made, but I've seen a decent chunk of his filmography. And probably as time goes on, I'm going to become more and more of an Alien 3 apologist, honestly. Why not?
There's a lot to appreciate about it, that's for sure.
But it's a incredibly well crafted film. It's really hard to find things to pick apart about it that are wrong with it. Meanwhile, there's like so many elements of it that are worth praising. It's basically it's just like an incredibly well realized vision for a story. A particularly layered story that's got like amazing performances, great cinematography and sound design, an awesome twist. It's just a film that like absolutely is right for rewatching and improves upon a rewatch, which is usually the sign of a particularly well-made film.
Mm-hmm.
It's just finely crafted, great movie.
What about
ain't
you,
that nice?
Hugh? Any closing thoughts?
I really like this movie. Sticks with me. 10 years later, I'm still, I'm still more than happy to talk about it for 6 hours. It's Gillian Flynn. I really appreciate how she, the concept of how she came up with this. I'm convinced. So Frank Herbert had a bit of advice for writers that paraphrased is something along the lines of like, look at whatever's happening. You look at everything that's popular. Look at the the bestseller lists. Look at all of the what people are paying attention to, and then study it and turn it over and write about it from different facets. Look at every different facet that you can, and I think it's pretty clear that's something that she did with the case, the Scott Peterson case, in creating this novel, and then to have the humility to kind of let somebody else take the reins a little bit and come through and sort of like change it around and turn it into this work of art. I think it's a really impressive thing about her as a writer, so I'm very excited for. I think she has a new book coming out soon.
Oh, neat. Yeah.
Which
I think one of the most, sorry to interrupt you, but just one of the more remarkable things about it is like this premise is so pulpy in a sense.
Yes.
But it's really elevated beyond its sort of like airport thriller genre. I feel like she took the airport thriller and really turned it into something special and unique, creating like one of the better villains in any story. Honestly, she's so good. It's just very well realized in terms of the characterization, and there's plenty of twists that are earned and admirable in how they're constructed, and so good stuff.
If I'm never going to get another Girl with the Dragon Tattoo movie by David Fincher, at least I can see whatever he's going to put out next, and I'm confident I'll enjoy it on some level. If I'm never going to get Mindhunter Season 3...
yeah, there's that.
That's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
well, all right. Thanks for hanging out, folks in the chat. We appreciate it. And, we'll see you next time for whatever it is we talk about next. We'll see you there. Bye-bye.
See you later, everybody. Bye-bye.
Toodaloo.